Welcome to our 5th annual Tropics Business Summit and our first Tropics Business Mixer in South Africa. My mic was muted the whole time. My name is Mahlatsi and I'll be your host once again for the 5th annual Tropics Business Summit. And this year we are going to all countries just before the main summit. Tropics magazine was founded 11 years ago, and because the magazine was celebrating Black excellence in Africa and beyond, it birthed the most important business meeting called the Tropics Business Summit. For the past 4 years, we have connected global speakers with the aim of engaging investments, trade policies, market access, and intertrade within Africa and its counterparts. This year, we celebrate 5 years of the Tropics Business Summit, and our theme of 2021 is accelerating the transition to circular economy. We officially opened this platform and mixer with the aim of implementing new synergies, connecting South Africa to the world, and opening a gateway for South African enterprises to seek markets beyond the borders of South Africa. We have global speakers that would like to work with South Africa, policy influencers that can lead us to possibilities of ensuring that this happens, and us, that this happens to benefit the African economy and the continent at large. When we officially open this program, I'd like to leave you with the quote from the president of African Development Bank, Mr. Akiwami Ayojene Adesina, and he says, "We have to be in moving Africa forward." Welcome to Tropics Business Mixer South Africa. I'll be your host, Ms. Mpoma Hladzi, the partner of Tropics Business Summit South Africa. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Bonjour. My name is Olga Balangala, and I am the head of agenda at Tropics Business Summit. Welcome to the Tropics Business Mixer, South Africa. So at Tropics Business Summit, I oversee different departments working together to draw Anglophone, Francophone, and Lusophone communities under one platform. I am also the CEO and founder of 24 Karat Research and Productions, where we offer social and market research, as well as provide photography and videography services. Now, the Tropics Business Mixer is a build-up to the Tropics Business Summit taking place in October this year, where we will celebrate 40 African countries and honor 40 guest countries from other continents. The aim of the Mixer and the Summit is to position Africa as a top investment destination. Our goal is to bring together bright minds to give talks that are idea-focused, result-orientated, and in a wide range of sectors to foster learning, inspiration, and forge new synergies. I am pleased to introduce to you and to thank ministers, ambassadors, thought leaders, the academia, entrepreneurs, businessmen, and women who will share insights and learnings with us today that we will use in our own business environment. I would like to thank the Tropics Business Group, Embassy of the United Arab Emirates in South Africa, City of Johannesburg, Kujenga Digital, Dear Africa, Green Heart Pharmacy and Youth Eco Activist Network, Department of Agricultural Economics and Extension at the Northwest University of South Africa, Intervent KRICS, the Institute for Global Dialogue, set up a startup and investment readiness program. International Media Relations, Africa Synergies, African Council for Trade, Tourism and Investments, Camara Roots Travel and Tourism Entrepreneur Network, Mexicash, Nakay Events, OS Holdings, Matleng Energy Solutions, and Quantum Professional Services. Thank you for joining us today, and happy 11th birthday Tropics Magazine. Don't forget to share this platform, this mixer, on all your social media platforms using the hashtag Tropics Business Summit, Tropics Business Mixer South Africa, and Tropics Mixer. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Olga. Up next, we're going to have our next speaker, which is Xolani Maqhuba. He is the economic builder for the African National Congress, and also working for the Department of the Johannesburg City. tell us more about the vision of the Tropics Business Mixer, and then we'll be able to move on. Okay, it seems that we have lost Qalane. He is having some issues connecting, and with Johannesburg back on load shedding, we can imagine all these things that are going on. So I would like you to, hopefully you've joined us on Facebook or on YouTube. You can be able to leave your comments and questions. There are some comments and questions. We'll have more speakers that will be joining us. Up next, we will be joined by Mr. Jay Ali, the economist of the United Arab Emirates, and we will also be talking about We'll also be focusing on other aspects like media, especially how COVID-19 has really affected certain industries in our economy, and also trying to we are going to be welcoming Olga back on our screen. Welcome back, Olga.
Thank you so much for everybody joining us this afternoon. We look forward to learning more about different industries in South Africa, learning more about investment opportunities in the country, and what more can Africa provide, or what more can Africa give, not only to its people, but also to other continents. So please stay tuned as we listen to speakers who will be joining us this afternoon. Once again, I'd like to thank the speakers. I'd like to thank everybody that made the Tropics Business South Africa possible today. The Tropics Business Group, the Embassy of the United Arab Emirates in South Africa, City of Johannesburg, Kujenga Digital, Durafrica, Green Heart Pharmacy and Youth Eco Activists Network, Department of Agricultural Economics and Extension at the Northwest University of South Africa, Intervent KRICS, the Institute for Global Dialogue, set up a startup and investment readiness program, International Media Relations, Africa Synergies, African Council for Trade, Tourism and Investments, Kamaroots Travel and Tourism Entrepreneur Network, Mexicash, Nakay Events, OS Holdings, Matleng Energy Solutions, and Quanto Professional Services. And please do remember to share the mixer on all your social media platforms. Don't forget to use the hashtag Tropics Business Mixer, South Africa, Tropics Business Mixer, and hashtag Tropics Business Summit. We look forward to also seeing you at the summit later on this year in October. And today is a very special day for us at Tropics Group. It is Tropics Business Magazine's 11th year. We've seen the highs and lows, exciting times, and we look forward to many more years. To the team at Tropics Business Magazine, you have done an exceptional job. We have gone beyond the African continent. We've gone to Asia, the US, the Europe, you name it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your support to the Tropics Business Summit, as well as the Tropics Business Magazine.
Thank you very much, Olga, and also once again to thank all our partners. Welcome on board, and we look forward to having another successful 5 years with you in ensuring that we go ahead and send the message through to the world on what we want to do as Africa and be the best place to invest. So now we're going to be joined by Mr. Jacob Saleh, economist of the United Arab Emirates, where we'll be talking about how South Africa is a gateway to Africa. So I would wait for Mr. Saleh to join us.
Thank you.
Hello, Paul. How are you?
Good day, Ms. Thank you very much for joining us, and welcome to the Tropics Business Mixer, South Africa for 2021. It's our first ever. Very much welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for calling me again. I'm glad that I'm back. Finally, after a bit of a hiatus of 1 year of not seeing all of you, it's very good to finally be back online and be able to have a discussion with you guys.
Perfect. Just for those who don't know you, please do introduce yourself.
Just for introduction, my name is Jacob Sally. I am the senior economic researcher and the economic advisor to the Embassy of the United Arab Emirates in Pretoria, in South Africa. By virtue of our location, our jurisdictions are more than just South Africa. We also cover Namibia, we cover Lesotho, and we cover Botswana. So those are all our jurisdictions and the embassy in Pretoria. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Sally, would really love to just get into it. Like I mentioned earlier, that our theme for this year with the Tropics Business Summit is accelerating the transition to circular economy. And we are in South Africa, and I'd really just like to find out from you, do you think South Africa is still a gateway to Africa?
First of all, from an African perspective, South Africa, if you look at South Africa, it's still the most industrialized economy in the continent. And at the same time, South Africa is still the most stable economy that you can still find, albeit the fact that we're going through a bit of recession and we've had very difficult times. South Africa is still the strongest, most stable economy that we have. Although it now falls at number 3 on the scale in the African continent, it still is holding, and it actually is attracting more foreign direct investment than the others. So right now, if you look at South Africa, a lot of African countries are also still looking at it as not only the leader, but also the major stepping stone to them actually being able to access a lot of the foreign direct investment. And if you're questioning on whether South Africa is still the gateway to Africa, you can just look at the recent South African Investment Forum and how much money it actually was able to pull. And on top of that, the fact that with the South African Investment Forum, it's all surrounding itself with the fact that it's looking at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And that's part of the offering that it's giving. And also, if you look at what happened earlier this year with the president inaugurating one of the major infrastructure projects that have been talked about, and the pledges of the major international companies, including Ford, that are actually investing in the Tshwane automotive free trade area that is now being interlinked with the regional players. So Botswana is linking into it, and Namibia is linking into it. It actually shows how strong South Africa is as a base. So it is still, by no doubt, a gateway to Africa.
Interesting. I just picked up on what you said, that a lot of African countries are still looking up to South Africa in terms of trade and many other things. But I'd also like for you to tell us about the bilateral cooperation between South Africa and the UAE.
When it comes to bilateral cooperation, the UAE and South Africa have a long-standing relationship that goes back to the two founding fathers of the two democratic countries. It goes back to Sheikh Zayed, the founder of the United Arab Emirates, and his very strong relationship with the founder of South Africa's democracy, that is Mr. Nelson Mandela. And in the transition to democracy, UAE was the first country to actually make a major investment in South Africa at that time. And since then, we've had a growing relationship that is now spanned more than 25 years, and it's still growing. And what we've realized while growing our bilateral relationship is that it goes beyond just a government-to-government intervention. We've had a lot of interactions when it comes to business-to-business interactions. We've gone farther into non-economic bilateral relations, and it's still growing. And I think one of the things that we did last year during the middle of COVID was one of the first countries to actually not only make a pledge, but make a major PEP and medical donation to South Africa as part of what we're doing across the world. So we have very strong relations between the UAE and South Africa, and they're still growing, and we're very happy about it. Thank you. Okay, as we wait for the facilitator to come back, just to continue with our relations, it's been very clear, of course, post-COVID, that there's a need for deeper relations economically and socially. And of course, those relations are going to be still based on the government-to-government interactions that we've had. And we're hoping that with the clarity from government that has come in, especially with the economic reforms that have been happening, on top of the fact that now government has an economic recovery plan that we're now starting to see is going into implementation, we're hoping that we can then have stronger synergies. But the truth is, again, we need a bit more private sector interactions, more business-to-business interactions. And the UAE is now creating platforms of understanding, because we've actually realized that the economies are turning around. We no longer have the situation of thinking that we're going to create our own niche markets and hold them. It's now becoming, the globalization has now been very clear in the recent times, especially post-COVID. And that means that no matter how much we focus on saying that we're going to create our own small economies, it's very impossible, because there's a certain kind of need. It's a give and take now in the world. And the UAE, of course, has been South Africa's biggest GCC trade and economic partner. We still are the biggest trade partners with South Africa. South Africa, much of the exports to the UAE have been in minerals and tourism, and also in the food sector. But we're hoping that with further interactions, we're going to actually expand that. And on top of that, we just don't want to have only trade relations growing. We now are trying to get synergies when it comes to doing investments across the board. And we're hoping that we can get a better understanding and also more focus, now that the government has created a bit of a framework that everybody can try to follow, that we can work with when we're seeking the most, value for money investments that we can always work with on that level. And on top of that, we're also seeking further business-to-business discussions amongst private sector. And what we've done during the COVID period is that we've had a lot of interaction with the chambers. And the beauty about the chambers is that because they actually are business unions, they have actually created that discussion on what they think we should do going forward. And we're hoping to actually continue facilitating discussions. We're seeing a lot of interest from the UAE coming to South Africa in core sectors, and we're hoping that we can actually continue growing with that. But going forward, we're seeing that South Africa, albeit the fact that there's been a lot of negative economic sentiment internally from an international perspective and from an emerging market perspective, making a comparative with its emerging market peers, I believe that South Africa has done quite a lot. Thank you. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Just to continue with that, I'm sorry, I just had a little bit of connection issues, but with what you've said on the benefits that the UAE is doing and all the projects that you are embarking on as the UAE, how has trade benefited people from the ground and the enterprises that are committed on the ground to say this is how we want to see trade happening? Has that been beneficial for the people on the ground?
I think there's been benefit, but if you're looking at trade is between the two countries. It's been growing continuously, so it's been an upside trade over the period of time. But what we've realized from having conversations with the chambers is that there's a bit of a bigger need to have a bit of there's been a chasm, but it's not just for South Africa and the UAE, but it's just been South Africa and a lot of its trade partners. There's a chasm that has been created over a period of time when it comes to how they can align policy principles and also align what the two countries are hoping to achieve in a long term economically. Now, of course, on a government to government level, we've had very long discussions among the departments, but we've realized that chasm can only be closed by more direct business to business discussions. And also, you have to remember that South Africa itself is a multi-level government. So we cannot just deal with just the central government. We have to look at the provincial heads in the city. So the past year, we've had in-depth discussions with central government, with the provinces. We've worked with certain cities, and now what we kind of ended up creating is realizing that we need a multi-sector approach for you to get a deeper interaction, and most importantly, for you to get what is the most important, that is making that deeper economic ties. For you to do that, you have to be able to have discussions on all those levels and then align the discussions. During the COVID period, we had discussions in a multiplicity of cities, and now we're having city-to-city discussions between the UAE cities and South African cities that are being facilitated. We now are having more discussions between chambers that are being prepared, and we're hoping that very soon we shall have a symposium among the chambers of the UAE and the chambers in South Africa to actually make sure that they have this discussion on how they can actually close the on top of the UAE has created certain policies that have allowed us to look at expanding trade amongst the two countries. One of the policies that was passed was there's what they call the Golden Silk Road. It's part of the Chinese Silk Road, but it's just expanding global trade and aligning it. And on top of that, a few years ago, the UAE opened up what they call the world. It's called the World Trade Visa, and that is a very interesting opportunity. It allows for traders to be able to have their goods facilitated from when they get onto the ship until they dock in Dubai or in any of the UAE ports. If you're doing trade across between South Africa and the UAE, or you're doing trade through the UAE, you can put your goods on the ship now and have all the paperwork ready. By the time you submit it in South Africa and they get it in the UAE, and you get onto a flight in South Africa, by the time you land in the UAE, all your paperwork will be cleared and it will be in your hotel room, wherever you're going to be in the place of residence. And that is how clear it is. Yes.
Yeah. That's very interesting that you mentioned that, because I guess it's lack of information on the traders' parts or the businesses' parts, how are you implementing those discussions at government level with the enterprises and the entrepreneurs that actually want to be part of sending their goods somewhere else where we can see it's a need somehow? So how do we know where these discussions are happening? And are you only having the discussions with government people, or are you including entrepreneurs and enterprises that really want to be across the world and across Africa?
What we're doing is that we having what they call a multi-sectoral approach. We're having the discussions at a government-to-government level. We're having it at a chamber-to-chamber level. And we're also now having it at a lower level to provinces, to municipalities, and to also all the key ports of entry, internally and externally, because that is how the information works. And with chambers, some chambers are always the points of information for a lot of countries, including South Africa. A lot of the chambers are the point of information for the traders. And on top of that, of course, we've been having discussions and webinars about it. And last year we had one. We had one with the Johannesburg Chamber of Commerce, and they were very excited to have us. And they explained what the World Trade Passport is going to be about. And a lot of them have now bought into it. What we've created is that we have created agreements with for you to actually be a part of it, you have to, there's a union that is being created for it. So we're having agreements with the chambers, we're having agreements with governments, but we're also having agreements with the ports because of the ports of entry and exit of all the trade that is happening. And on top of that, we're now creating webinars that we allow people to actually access this information. So that is what we're trying to do, especially for the different companies, different traders that are looking for information. Yeah.
Thank you. And just lastly, because we're just about to wrap up our conversation, I'd just like to find out the strategy of the UAE to boost investment in Africa through the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Do you guys have a strategy in place?
The UAE has a strategy. As a matter of fact, the UAE realized that the best way to actually do business, you may not know it, but the UAE has very close ties with Africa because, we're still emerging markets, but also culturally and historically, they're quite close. And part of what they've done is that they've created a system that allows for alignment of different economic principles to allow for governments to grow and countries to grow. What they've done is that they've looked for a multi-sectoral approach to the situation. The first thing they did is that they have a minister for Africa focused on making sure they create a development structure for Africa. Secondly, there's now different funds that are focused in investing into Africa. And also the third thing that they've actually done is that we as embassies, as facilitators and different trade chambers, we are now having a multi-sectoral approach to it. We no longer just talk to the governments, we're now talking to everybody until the bottom to make sure everybody understands. And even with the policy of investment into Africa, what we've done is that there is now an opening of not just investment policy, but we realize that the best way to actually empower young entrepreneurs is by investing in training them to become better entrepreneurs. So there's different trainings that we are now starting to create that are going to be country to country. Like we're now starting youth exchange programs, and now we're starting entrepreneurship conferences where we allow young entrepreneurs to come and learn. And there's also a conference for governments to learn better governance. There's a governance conference that happens every year that calls African governments that are interested to come through and learn the different principles of where the UAE came from, especially when it comes to resource management. How did they turn their resources into what they've done? And that's what we're working on right now, and that's what we continue working on.
Perfect. And this is just the end of it, that we hear from these amazing offerings and the strategies that you guys have in place. We would love for you to also provide information to Tropics Business Summit so that we can make it available for entrepreneurs and other stakeholders that we have across Africa so that they can have access to your training, like you're saying, to the youth center trainings that you'll be having, and that way it can give a comeback of the purpose of why we have conversations like this. But with that, Mr. Sali, I'd like to find out, do you have a last message that you'd like to share with entrepreneurs, with us as Tropics Business Summit, as well as with anybody that's just joining us this afternoon?
No, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity. And of course, as much as I am part of the Embassy of the United Arab Emirates, I'm also a young African like all of you. And I would like to tell you that the best way that we can move forward, we've all agreed on one very important thing, that working together is the best way for us to grow. We may not have the capital, but the learning from each other, the sharing of information, being able to synergize across the board, and optimizing the opportunity that's been created, which is the African Free Trade Agreement. We know that governments may take a bit longer to actually ratify these things and get them in place, but I believe that if we continue synergizing as businesses, talking across Africa and optimizing, which is the biggest mistake most of us do, is we don't optimize what we have before we go on and start duplicating what is there. It's good to optimize what we have to get the niche markets where we can get the most out of it. If you're in Botswana and you know that there's a product that is needed in Nigeria, you can talk to businesses there and see how you can synergize. If there's people that you can talk to in Namibia, do the same, because that's the best way we can actually build our businesses. And the truth is, instead of competition, we should start supporting each other. There is no way we can grow if we don't support each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sali. That was Mr. Jacob Sali from the Economist of the UAE. And it's very interesting about how he touched on the different offerings that they are having. And truthfully speaking, that as Africans, we need to work together. We do need to actually continue to build these synergies and ensure that we are very impatient in ensuring that the markets are accessible, that the trade is possible, and that we are working together. Mr. Sali, I hope to see you again at our main summit in October. And thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Tropics. Thanks for all the advice.
Welcome back, and thank you for continuing to stay with us. Right now, we are going to be talking to Ms. Tona Maselwa, agricultural economist and lecturer at Northwest University in South Africa, and to Mr. Yunus Mehta, director at Green Heart Pharmacy, founder and facilitator of Youth Eco Activist, also known as the YEA Network in South Africa, where we'll be talking about the agribusiness and trade paving way through digitalization in South Africa. So the interesting part is that through COVID, we've noticed that there has been a lot of availability and access to funding for the agricultural business because it has been seen as the most sustainable business in South Africa, and not only to ensure that it curbs the economic weight, however, it is also to curb poverty, because if we do educate in agriculture, there is a way that poverty is challenged, because everybody will just be able to produce the basic needs that they have in their households and in their communities. So we are going to be waiting for Mr. Unita and Ms. Tona Maselwa that will be going more into detail about what agriculture business means in 2021, especially post-COVID-19. So we're just going to wait for that, for them to come in. And please do drop your comments and do ask us questions. We'll be more than happy. Tropics Business Summit, that's on Facebook and on Meta. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much. I see that Ms. Todd, we will go ahead and she will just find us on the list. Would love to get on. Can you please just introduce yourself to the audience? Green Heart Pharmacy with an F, not with a P. Please do tell us what you do and who you are, Mr. Mehta.
Firstly, I'm what I refer to myself as an ecopreneur. And an ecopreneur is simply someone who's an entrepreneur, but who's mindful of the environment. And it is my wish and my dream that we would all be ecopreneurs one day. Green Heart Pharmacy started off an initiative which basically speaks directly to alternative wellness. It's based in form on the discovered, not discovered, but of an amazing plant called moringa, which the World Health Organization calls the miracle tree. And it enables us to, after 30 years of potent from plants and so forth, and roughly about 9 years ago, we which somewhat just miraculously combines all the benefits, minerals, vitamins, nutrients, and which we basically
Okay, I think we're having a little bit of technical issues with Mr. Mehta. I'm going to try just get him back. And he was going into detail about how he is growing the moringa plant and what the pharmacy is about. So he is trying to get on. Okay, I can see that he's trying to log back on. Okay, Mr. Vita is joining us in a second. He was having a little bit of technical issues. I don't know why in Johannesburg specifically, load shedding decided to come in this week. It seems that there's a lot of issues around the Johannesburg area with load shedding. Okay, Mr. Mita is back with us. Thank you very much for joining us back, Mr. Mita. So we did get your introduction. Are you able to see me? Business in South Africa, especially post-COVID-19. Where do you see the agriculture business and what kind of support do you think is needed for the agricultural business to grow in South Africa?
To cover. But having said that, and the good news is, though, that we do have, although it's just recently, but there are major role players already addressing this issue, looking into organizing themselves, organizing agriculture in a manner that would improve and enhance the whole agricultural industry within the country. And one of those companies at the forefront of all of this is an organization called Africa Agritech, right? Africa Agritech is positioned as an annual meeting point where the Southern African agricultural community can gather to explore the technological and scientific advances that will assist agribusiness to maximize its output and increase their profitability, right? So Agritech at one of these, they meet annually, and at one of these annual meetings a few years ago in 2018, we saw the launch of AGDA. AGDA is Agriculture Development Agency, and this was launched actually in February 2020, right? And AGDA is part of the PPGI program, right? The PPGI program is a public-private initiative program which was set up in 2018 by Johan van Zyl, who is the CEO and President of Europe. And this was actually inspired by our President Ramaphosa's Tumamina call in January 2018. It's a Japanese economic, it's based on the Japanese economic model, and the aim is simply to allow or to align strategic planning between government and the private sector in the interest of improving economic growth and the manner in which government and business actually work together.
Very interesting. I wasn't really aware that business is taking so much shape.
In fact, it's actually very heartening and very promising. There's a lot of work to be done, although, like I said recently, that a lot of work is being done in this area, and because what is needed, what is actually needed in the dynamics of South Africa, very unique in a lot of respects, and I'll just speak about those dynamics a little later. But what is required is that an organization or a group support agricultural land firstly. That one needs to speak about the whole land issue, so access is an important aspect that must be dealt with. Even start speaking to the people to digitize and the technological support that we require. But more to support access to agriculture and by black emerging farmers, and then to support the use of agricultural land infrastructure development. So this is, firstly, we've got to get this horse before the cart. And, what is really topical in the entire world, not just South Africa, but we know that food security, food resilience, food sovereignty, these are all important aspects which the world is grappling with at the moment. And we're not, we're no different here in South Africa. Yeah, but in addition to that, we have another issue, and that is the issue of land reform, and to promote land reform and food security in the country is therefore one of the support structures that needs to happen. And I'm glad to announce that this is organizations like AGDA who are taking the lead in all of this, right? Also, a vital, and this is something I'd like to speak about a little bit more than any, and that is that training, support, assistance to emerging farmers must be improved. It has to be. To provide capacity and access, to markets and infrastructure and so forth on the marketing side. But it begins, firstly, for instance, the land reform program in South Africa has been quite a phenomenal program. It started in 1994. Billions of rands have already been invested in the land reform programs. Land ownership has changed hands from white-owned farmers. This is what primarily land reform is all about. It's an extremely equitable system whereby white-owned farmers are purchased by government, Gauteng Department, basically the Department of Agriculture, and then it is put out on tender, and then making land available to the interest in farming. Sadly, though, the program has not been anywhere near successful. In fact, 80% of this program is classified failure. And that is sad in itself, but there are certain inherent reasons. One is that not enough attention was handed over of farms, the training that needed to be provided, and to a certain extent, maybe even financial support. Where we live, where you and I come from, you're on the south of Johannesburg, what would be interesting to note is that we've got something like 300 emerging farmers. And here one has to draw the distinction, again, say, between emerging farmers and commercial farming, right? So I know the bigger picture is about talking about that and in terms of what are we going to do going forward. But the reality is that we need to firstly address and speak and start for opening up, this avenue of creating, where we start speaking about these all important issues. So what has happened for you? That most 80% of the emerging farmers here in our part of the world are actually foreign nationals, right? Again, another area which seeks redress, seeks addressing, because in that report, at this point, is obviously being, not obvious, but mainly being held, but at the same time, what's happening, it's also proving a point that the dynamics, the landscape around us here is changing rapidly. There's a lot happening, a lot of exciting stuff happening. Food is being produced on phenomenal and large scales in the emerging market. We are able to show that it's old enough, but we need to start with the youth of South, particularly South Africa.
So, So, Eunice, thank you very much for that. I'd just like to find out from you, because you mentioned that there's not enough farms, specifically in South Africa. There's also some programs that you've mentioned earlier, like the Agri-Tech, the PPGI program, etc. I'd just like to find out that if Africa, as in South Africa, had to actually be in conversation with other countries around Africa, and I'm talking neighboring countries, if we start immediately with like your Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Mozambique and everything, and actually be in unison with those type of governments, with the youth in those areas and the youth that is in South Africa, what kind of possibilities are we looking at? And the reason I'm asking this question is that I would like us after this to move on to the tech part of what farming is right now in 2021. So what kind of possibilities are we looking at, and how can we now start moving into digitalization of our farming and paving the way in South Africa for that?
Okay, Simple, as indicated earlier, and just taking from just recently, just yesterday, I learned about what's happening in Malawi, and in terms of as a response to the pandemic, and their response at this point in time was rather simple but extremely effective. It was making, believe it or not, seeds and compost available to farmers. But what they have there is, and what is different in Malawi compared to our situation here in South Africa, is that the emerging farmers at this point in time are not organized sufficiently, and we haven't made much effort in organizing our local farmers, the South African farmers, and part of this journey to start taking ownership and so forth. So we're still a long way away from the point of actually, but yet digitization is maybe what we need to be looking at, or rather, let's put it this way: instead of digitization, we need to make farming more attractive to our, and also we need, besides providing a lot of structural support, but right now, the stigma attached to farming in this country, and there is one. So maybe it hasn't attracted the right people. Maybe it hasn't attracted enough people or sufficient people. Maybe the benefits and the rewards of farming need to learn to. They need to be taught this, that really speaking, farmers are the wealthiest people in this country. But we know historically, and we need to start. We need to begin there by making farming a lot more. And so I agree with all digitization and making it a little bit more high tech, so they appeal to the younger generation, fully bring them on board as well. But these organizations I mentioned earlier are definitely now looking at those areas that okay, somebody out there, and we are beginning to organize the process, and people are aware of the problems and what needs to be done in order to get us. But one thing that I would, even as a message to them, would be we need to involve the youth.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eunice. It's very interesting because when you spoke about digitalization and how maybe we might not be also ready for that, and also saying that farming is actually some of the wealthiest industries, especially in this country, that as farmers, it's an industry. I want to just take it now to the lower level in terms of schooling and schooling curriculums. If we're seeing that as a successful business, like, why do you think that in South Africa, I'll focus on South Africa specifically, that those kind of skills are not offered at ground level, like for children? Because there is a conversation that when you see somebody just plowing vegetable in this country specifically, you regard it as, I think you've said it before, a garden boy or a farm worker or whatever, and it's not looked as something attractive. what kind of support or do you think that the agricultural business needs? Because the agribusiness is seen as the people are always in booths. There's no time for you to wear. How do we make it appealing as a business to especially the younger youth of South Africa? And how do we get access for it to be at lower phase, like in schools, etc.? I've known that in other African countries that things like vegetable planting and whatever, it's things that everybody grows up with and they're very aware of how to produce their own food, etc. So how do we make it a norm? How do we make it a business, and how do we make it an attractive business that a young South African can go into?
Absolutely. And because this is really where it needs to begin. It's in schooling. You know, it is said that in 21st century, that the illiterate of the 21st century are not necessarily those who cannot read or write. It will be those where we are at this point in our history. Is the entire schooling system, the entire educational system is, and discussions are the issue of our educational system, outcome-based education, and so forth. And so forth. But yes, it needs to start in system. We need to change it, make it more exciting, make it more interesting. So yes, farming will be fun. We've got growing systems like hydroponics and aquaculture appeal to our youth. Not the conventional idea of, yes, farming is hard work, and it's always said that you need, and we can teach as long as you know, we make it interesting enough and teach youth and do this now. We're going to still be sitting and talking and having this discussion a few years down the line again. So yes, it is vitally important that we take it a lot more seriously. But again, one needs to create opportunities. For instance, once you do this for that matter, and it needs to be rewarding as well, so that people would be attracted to this particular profession. You know, but the things, as long at this point in time, we need to, and the fact that you're raising it in a manner that you have means that yes, we are with this particular problem.
That is absolutely correct. So you're very correct, Eunice. I am a farmer and I really do look forward to having summits like this, and I can wear my formal shirts and actually put on some lipstick. So the outfits are not as attractive, but the benefits are extremely attractive. So just in closing, Eunice, I'd just like to find out from you that in your industry, in agriculture, especially with the YEA that you offer facilitation for the youth, what are the offerings that you currently have? What kind of support do you need, either from government or private sector for that matter? And the youth that you are working with, what kind of youth are you working with? Do you see this program being an international program that can benefit other countries in South Africa, other countries outside of South Africa rather? And if that is the case, what kind of support or what kind of synergies and connections would you need for you to make that possible in other countries?
Okay, so you know, the aspect that drives me is that we know genetically modified for 50 years. It's come full circle. We realize the damage that it's caused. And like with thing, like for instance, if you, I mean, we obviously need to try and rid yourself of the cancer, but another that important thing that we live. How do we live with the cancer? How do we live with the pandemic? And so it's not necessarily saying right. The essence of farming at this point in time is that we need to know and be aware that we are growing genetically nutrient deficient food, which can be likened to a poison if one wants to. But the reality is to actually live with the situation, right? How do we repair the situation? How do we fix the activist network? Is that I'm beginning to teach a group of youth, say, listen, guys, it's not necessarily, non-GM, I mean, non-GM activists, and the situation we find ourselves in right now, and how do we repair it? Unfortunately, most of those, I call it the antidote for genetically modified foods, but here the issue at hand is change our mindsets. Is that of moving away from ego, EGO, to eco, right? So I don't know if you recall, a few years ago here in Gauteng, we had an excellent program called, it's part of the local council, but herein lies the problem. The moment you put anything first, you realize secondary important. Eco and ego. Ego is if you draw a circle, or rather, if you draw a triangle, ego, put eco on the other hand, is a circle with human just being part of.
Thank you very much, Yunus, for joining us. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and we've just realized that the world of agriculture is big and the possibilities are there. This is Mr. Yunus Mean, Director at Green Heart Pharmacy and founder and facilitator of the South African Eco Activist. We are going to be moving on to our next speaker. So we are going to be joined by Mr. Leswewu Rampa, who's going to be giving us a talk, and we will be moving on with our program. We are a little bit behind time, but we are on. So welcome, Mr. Rampa.
Hi, Paul. Afternoon. How are you? Paul, can you hear me?
Mr. Rampa. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Afternoon, how are you?
Hello, Mr. Rampa. I'm doing very well, thanks. Thank you and very much welcome to the 2021 first ever Tropics Business Mixer in South Africa. And I understand that you are the director of Intervent CRIGS, and you will be giving us a talk in enhancing manufacturing competitiveness in South Africa.
Yes, I was hoping for more of an engagement, but I can always chat for 30 minutes straight. My name is Lisweu Rampa. I'm based in Johannesburg. Our business is Intervent Universal. We're a mechanical engineering firm. That's our core business, and then we've got an electrical department and a civil engineering department. So we kind of a multifaceted engineering business. And then CRIGS is quite a Rampa Industrial Consulting Services. That's a business where we do consultancy in small manufacturers and producers, where we do legal compliance, accounting compliance, process engineering, and just general cleanup of businesses and getting them funding ready. I can go. I think from the conversation and the brief that I had, it was just to give a perspective of a guy that is in manufacturing or a lady that is in manufacturing, to say, how do we then maximize our opportunities? What can we do? And what is the general feeling? Because I think for large times we get a lot of information in the media, and we get caught up in the hype, so to speak, and in the stats. Whereas on the ground, when you're speaking to entrepreneurs, you're speaking to people that run factories, people that are in production, it becomes a different story. You know, running a factory is tough, and that's why many people don't run a factory. So running a production plant is quite a laborious and capital-intensive business. So that's why you find yourself not having to meet a lot of people that run factories, and that's why a lot of factories in South Africa have closed down. So you're finding a lot of international businesses in South Africa. I mean, the stats will come out, and we will speak of agriculture, we'll speak of automobile, we'll speak of ICT services, we speak of a lot of industrial businesses. But in the main, most of those businesses are industrial international firms that come in and set up their factories here. They've been here for a few decades, hence they're not really market leaders, to say. They're kind of monopolies. So as a transforming country, for new players to get into certain markets, it becomes a bit difficult, because you know, the cost of land, the cost of erecting the infrastructure, the cost of the buildings, the cost of staff, the expertise that are required, the equipment into manufacturing anything in this country is a bit expensive. You know, the power costs are quite expensive. So we then find ourselves in a situation where we're saying manufacturing items on the continent is actually expensive. Hence, we end up with imports. And that's just purely a business decision that a lot of international businesses take, where they're able to leverage bulk buying and so forth, where it's easier to bring in equipment here and sort of be the silent salesman on the continent instead of making things here. I always love to have an anecdote that says life is about people and things, you know. So a lot of times when you speak of manufacturing, it's a very abstract concept to a lot of people, but anything and really everything that we have is made. So any industry that somebody wants to participate in has to have something made. If you look at the fourth industrial revolution, which should be a buzzword that is exciting people and creating a huge appetite for where we are, the software has to live on devices. So if we're saying we're aggregating and democratizing the internet and you know, that sort of way of thinking, we need to then be thinking, okay, where is this software going to live? You know, somebody has to have a PC, somebody has to have a smartphone. If you're saying you want automated self-driving cars need to be made. If you're saying you want, I don't know, the robotic chefs, you know, something has to be made. Whether it's food, whether it's in banking, whether it's in insurance, the insurance business is built on insuring things and people. The medical business is built on people and things. So there's no industry out there that can say, even cryptocurrency right now is going in a direction where you can buy things with the currency. So at the end of the day, we need to get to a point where, and I liked what the previous speaker and you were talking about, where we are saying, how do we make agriculture cool? It's not just agriculture, it's about how do we make making things cool. We have to get to a point whereby and want to make things. There's been this sort of propaganda that's out there. As human beings living in Africa, we don't need to make things. We can just buy them, and we can get into soft skills. But those soft skills are embedded in making things. We can talk a lot about how we are going to create jobs. For instance, if you're speaking about infrastructure development, one would then go and say, in a room of 10 people that are having a debate, whether it's economists, political analysts, whether it's academics, somebody could ask them, okay, you are saying we have to put up infrastructure, but who of you is in concrete? Who of you is in steel reinforcement products? Who of you is in bitumen? Who of you is in cement? And the list can go. So those bridges are not going to come out of thin air. Those roads are not going to come out of air. So if we're saying that we were able to be technologically savvy, the devices that they have to use have to be made. So I think my message is to say we have to really start having a genuine conversation as to say, what do we make? What do we have to make? And what sort of skills do we really need to be able to make things? In this country, there's a lot of gazetted short skill shortages that we always find. And we can find people coming into the country because we say we don't have those skills. So I think we need to have a conversation that says, what are these skills? How do we harness them? And how do we train people to start thinking in a way of making things before we can start thinking about gateways into the continent? And I'm happy that this is just a South African mix. Obviously, there are other of our counterparts in the diaspora on the continent and elsewhere. So we have to get to a point where we're saying, if you can't make something in Johannesburg, it's really a pointless exercise to say you will sell something in Lagos or go to Lubumbashi to try and do something else. So we have to get to a point whereby the factories that are lying fallow in all our parts, we have to really look at ourselves and ask ourselves, how come there were factories that were working, there was electricity that was sufficient. Yes, we know it was only for a small number of people, but how do we get to maximizing what we have, and how do we get to multiplying the infrastructure that we have? Our country industrial, you can get into a car now from Cape Town and drive all the way to Tanzania. So the notion that Africa doesn't work is also peddled, whereby you are able to find South African products in the DRC, you are able to find South African products in Egypt, you are able to find South African products. If they can get to the United States, what's stopping us from just working with ourselves? And I think our message in true terms today is to say, how do we get to a point where we are obsessed about making things for ourselves? We import a lot of things. Yes, international trade out of Africa is important. We know those agreements. We need to get our products out there. But there's about 1 billion people here that have the resources to consume and uptake whatever that we can make. They need infrastructure. They need to eat. They need refrigerators. They need televisions. They need telephone sets. They need everything that is made and we import. People eat, so you have to be making tins, you need to be making packaging. People get dressed, so whether it's plastic, whether it's rubber, whether it's metallic, all the resources are here. And there's also another notion that Africa needs to move away from the mineral base, so to speak, that we've been. But everything that needs to be made pretty much comes from the ground, whether synthetic or not. There's something that is extracted off the ground, and it goes into making any product that we have in our houses, in our offices, in our hospitals. Speaking of hospitals, medicine itself is made of a lot of things that come from the ground, a lot of plants, a lot of the chemicals that we use are able to be extracted. So we really need to reshape our way of thinking and really get back to the basics, because unless we do that, we're never going to be able to get ourselves out of the cycle that we're in, where we always having to borrow money to just keep our lights on. I think I'll stop it there and maybe hear a few questions from your side. I see a question here from Kabelo, where he's saying, where do I think the disconnection in our education is, and the necessary skills we're referring to? Kabelo, I mean, from what I've seen is that we have gotten away from the hard sciences, and there's always that saying that says law, engineering, medicine, and finance run the world, and we do that so that we can enjoy the arts on the weekend. So we can't get away from those hard sciences where we're able to conceptualize ideas and put structural things in place where we're able to make them. Yes, Kay, I agree. All soft skills are really embedded in things being made. There is nothing that does not live on a device, whether it's medicine. If you're going to be a medical scientist, whatever that you're going to come up with has to live either on a device or in some fluid or a tablet, so it's got to live somewhere. Thank you. I see there are no more questions. I hope I got through to you, and if we can just harness the potential that we have. There's a billion of us here, and I think the African say that says charity begins at home. If we really had the political will and we harnessed what we have here, there's a lot of opportunity that we can do ourselves. The Africa Free Trade that is here is able to have us moving around and moving products around. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope I've added some value. Thank you, and have a good week. Cheers, bye.
Yeah.
Mr. Rampa, for that invitation. Right now, we are joined by Dr. Philanem Tembo. Thank you very much, Dr. Philanem Tembo. He's the Executive Director at the Institute for Global Dialogue. And today we'll have a talk on China and India's development cooperation in Africa, the rise to the Southern powers. Thank you very much, Dr. Tembo, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, hold on.
I hope my audio is fine, colleagues. If you can just indicate if you can hear me, and then I can just get started. So if everything is fine on the audio side, I think let me first sort of contextualize it. I mean, the discussion here is really on China and India's development cooperation in Africa, the rise of Southern powers. And I think this is quite relevant for the theme of your topic for today. Because if we are trying to position not only South Africa, but if we're trying to position the African continent as a key destination for investment, for trade, for infrastructure, for development projects in the world, then I think we need to have a better understanding of how we engage with the rest of the world in order to meet our own domestic interests. And of course, we know that as a continent, that by 2050, we would have doubled our population. We'll be sitting at just over 2 billion people. Now, all those 2 billion people, they will need jobs. They will need to be fed. They will need quality livelihoods. And they will just need to sustain themselves. And the majority of those people will be young people. So we are talking about a continent that has favorable demographics, that has a large labor force, but also we are talking about a continent that is largely young, a lot of productive people. And if we are to essentially use our international relations to meet our interests, we have to understand what has been happening around. Now, in recent years, countries like China, countries like India have become much more interested in what has been happening within the African continent. And they have identified opportunities for enhancing their trade, for enhancing their development cooperation, and essentially for maximizing their profits also. Around about the year 2000, an article came out in The Economist magazine, which of course is a relatively influential article, widely read throughout the world. And the title of that article read The Hopeless Continent. It was referring to Africa as essentially the hopeless continent. That was in the year 2000. Now, just after The Economist came out with that article, China inaugurated the first Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, which was a major forum bringing together essentially all of Africa's heads of state, bringing together the business community, bringing together various sectors within the continent in Beijing to discuss various economic opportunities. Now, if you contrast that reaction, right, from The Economist, which was saying Africa is a hopeless continent, and you contrast it on the other side with what China was seeing. China was seeing economic opportunities in the continent. Remember that before 1970, China and India were essentially amongst the poorest countries in the world. They were the largest recipients of development cooperation from Western countries. So they understand coming from poverty. And these countries, I think, understood that despite the economic and political challenges that Africa faced, there were clear opportunities that were presented by investing in Africa. And they realized that by engaging more on the continent, there were profits to be made. There were economic opportunities to be realized by actually being social entrepreneurs and so forth. And so that started a trend in global affairs, particularly in Africa's international relations, where firstly, Western countries started to ask themselves, what is it that China is so interested in Africa? What is it that India is interested in Africa? And the Chinese and the Indians had various tools to encourage their companies to come into Africa. So if you look at China, for instance, you've got the Export and Import Bank. If you look at India, you've also got the Export and Import Bank. In China, you've got the China Development Bank. All these financial tools became very critical for China and India's economic expansion within Africa. On the Chinese side, you had largely state-owned enterprises driving the outward push into the continent. On the Indian side, you had private sector essentially driving, however, buttressed also by the Indian Export and Import Bank. And what that did is it made countries in the West to rethink some of their strategy with regards Africa. But what it also did is that it made other countries in the global South more interested in what Africa was doing. So as we speak today, essentially an increasing number of countries have started formulating Africa strategies and have started supporting various instruments and tools to invest more in Africa. So China has a China-Africa Forum. India has an India-Africa Forum Summit. Turkey has an Africa Summit. Countries like South Korea have now got an Africa Summit. Countries like Japan, through the TICAD Summit, have also grown, their footprint and the intensity of their engagement in Africa. And of course, the EU is currently working on a revised EU-Africa strategy. And that all tells us that countries are rethinking the opportunities that Africa presents. However, what is also extremely important is what are Africans doing to maximize those opportunities. We understand that essentially all major countries are courting the continent. They want to increase their economic engagement. They understand that there's a growing middle class, that Africa is increasingly an important market for them. They also understand that with the African Continental Free Trade Area, you are getting a much more integrated market where the continent is essentially going to move beyond the position where only about 16% of its trade is intra-Africa. And essentially, that is something that is positive, of course, for the continent. But it's important that the opportunities are utilized from the African side. Now, how do we do that? The way to do that is by African countries coordinating much more when it comes to their strategic engagement with external partners. The AU, as part of its reform mechanisms, which began, or at least which were accelerated essentially in 2018, has resolved now that we need to be much more coordinated when it comes to Africa's engagement with the world. So you will find that subsequently now the AU has an office in Beijing in order to try and coordinate better the African engagement with China. You will also find that as part of that, the continent is becoming a bit more serious around coordination around issues such as Agenda 2063, which of course also has a 10-year implementation plan with very concrete deliverables and very concrete projects that the continent wants to engage in. Amongst those is, of course, the African Continental Free Trade Area. And sort of wrapping up is that the African Continental Free Trade Area, if implemented correctly, if the customs authorities on the continent are given the relevant capacity they require, if there's sufficient knowledge sharing amongst the customs authorities, but also if we ensure that our trade agenda, driven by the Continental Free Trade Area, is also accompanied by an equal effort at building trans-regional infrastructure projects within the continent, which will, of course, facilitate trade amongst our countries. I think these are things that are going to be very important for African countries, for regional economic communities, and for the African Union to become much more interested and invest much more political and economic capital moving forward. And if we do that, it will place the continent in a position where it is us who are essentially dictating to our external partners where they should invest rather than the other way around. And if we do that, I think the continent will place itself in a position where it is able to make better utilization of its strategic partners, partners from the global south, such as China, such as India, but also equally countries from the West. So essentially our partners in the European Union, but also our counterparts in the United States. We have an Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, which is expiring in 2025. And of course, it's important that African countries begin already preparing for a post-AGOA trading landscape with the United States. But it's important that we leverage our partnerships with countries like India, with countries like China, who are leading countries from the global south, in order to strike better deals with our partners in the global north. So let me end it there, colleagues. And I think if there's any point or if there's any question, I'll be happy to take it. Thank you. Okay, so I've just been asked to just conclude just with any final point with this. I think if there's any final point that anyone should take with them is that as a continent, we are increasingly becoming an attractive place for international investors. However, taking into account that we are doubling our population, that we've got a young population, that we are increasingly becoming attractive for the world, it is our responsibility to shape our international partnerships rather than letting our international partnerships shape our affairs. And if we can do that, then we will be able to create the economic opportunities that are necessary for the roughly 2 billion Africans by the year 2050. So with that, let me complete my talk. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mpo. Tropics. Thanks for having me. Can everyone hear me, please? I just need to know. I understand we're having some network challenges, but I guess that's the nature of what innovation technology is all about, especially in our continent, as we still struggle with quite a lot of things. But that's entrepreneurship. That's a journey. That's what we are hoping to fix the next coming years. And we hope that the government will join us in making sure that we have a good place to actually have these conversations. Well, thank you, Tropics, for inviting me today. We're really excited to share our journey and also to discuss how can we, be entrepreneurs and to turn our ideas into a profitable business, and how do we go around that? Some of you already know me. My name is Mike Kevin. As you can see on the screen, I'm the CEO of Set Up a Startup. We are an ecosystem that talks, that guide and support entrepreneurs. We said we're putting entrepreneurs first. It means that we're making sure that entrepreneurs have all the resources that they need to be able to start, build, and grow or scale their businesses. We've been doing that for quite some time now. So I'm going to go straight into how do we really set up a startup? Where do we really start? The first thing for me is that we need to have a strong mindset. Trust me, if you don't have that strong mindset, that mind of believing that it would work, the mindset of knowing that to succeed, you need resilience, you need to persevere, and a mindset of knowing that you can fail just like anyone else. But what will you do with failure is what matters in your journey as you embark on your entrepreneurial journey. So that mindset is critical. Once you have accepted that you're going on this journey, know at some point you're going to be lonely. Most times you're going to be lonely. The people you count on, the people you trust are going to let you down. So you gotta be confident, you're gonna believe in yourself, and another thing, you have to believe in your idea. So once you have an idea, what do you do with it? That's the critical question. There are tons of ideas out there, just tons of ideas out there, similar ideas. But how do you know that yours is better? How do you know that yours has a market? Those are the journeys. Those are the first questions that you ask yourself. And one of the biggest challenges that entrepreneurs are facing, or most entrepreneurs have failed, one of the things that contribute to the almost 95 to 96% of startup failing within the space of 2 years is because we skip the process. Entrepreneur education is very crucial. It's very important. That's one reason why we just launched last week. We launched our platform called the Investment Readiness Digital Platform that which we make available. It's a marketplace for entrepreneurs, investors, and mentors. It's available online. You can reach every entrepreneur anywhere in the world by just sitting on your computer or sitting wherever you are, where you have access to internet, and you can have access to this program. It's a 12-module program. It gives you details of how you should start your journey. When we were testing this program, we did quite a lot. We had you invited a lot of startups, entrepreneurs, investors, even mentors. And right from the first program, the first lessons, which is idea generation and validation, a lot of entrepreneurs failed already from there. They just told us, oh, now we realize why our business is not working. A lot of entrepreneurs do not test their ideas. They do not even validate their idea. They just believe that it works. They just believe that it's solving a problem, and they just jump into it, into developing an MVP, which is a very wrong way of doing business. When you have your idea, make sure that you test it. Make sure that you validate it. Our program tells you exactly how that goes. But more importantly, once it is validated, how do you go around it? The next step will be for you to build a team together around that. When you have a strong team, it's easier for you to execute your idea. And you can only find your team based on by the time you start asking questions, by the time you start testing, by the time you sit down with friends and discuss the idea that you have, the solution that you're bringing to that particular problem. That's how you find it. That's one of the ways you can easily find your team. You can find your co-founders or build your team together. Once that is done, what next? Now you can then be able to build an MVP, they call it minimum viable product. So when you do that, you are now able to know once the MVP is built, what next? You need to make sure that you formalize your business. It is very important. Those are the things you look at. You need to make sure that you formalize your business. You make sure that you have everything, you know, that is registered. You understand your IP. You make sure that you own your IP, because most entrepreneurs don't even know that whether they own their IP or not. They don't even know where they can host their IP. They don't even know the different places which, when they host their IP, it gives them more advantage. So make sure that you own your IP, because investors only invest in businesses that, especially when you're selling to them, that you own. And once that is done, what you do, you now start building, establish a brand identity around your business. You start taking it out there. You make sure that you have the right team to push your social media. You make sure that you have the right to push your branding. A business is more than just a logo. That's what branding is about. It is more than just a logo. It is much more than that. You make sure you connect with the right partners, get the right team on board that understand your business and are able and are ready to really to take your business to the world. What happened next is simple, which is the critical part, which is the most difficult part even, which we've seen. I'm fortunate to have been sitting on a lot of panel discussion. You know, I've judged so many startups. I've mentored so many as well. And what we see is poor presentation of pitches. Most entrepreneurs, I will tell you that most of them do not have an elevated pitch. They have a very poor presentation of their pitches. They don't even talk much about the solution. They don't even talk much about the problem that they are solving. They are even unable to even look at bring together their competition. There is no way we are going to have funding or investment if you do not know all these things. And another thing, before we even get this far with your entrepreneur journey, which many people come to and ask us, oh, how much does it cost to start a business? I think let's talk about that. We've seen that there's just so much money in our continent. There's just so many places where money can come from for you to be able to, the people are looking for businesses. But the question is, do you have the right idea? Are you ready for that money? Do you have the right structure in place? Do you answer all the questions that an investor is asking? Do you have all the answers to their question? So there's just much money, and most time you don't really need even. All you just need is an idea. You don't need $1 million. You don't need hundreds of thousands of pounds. You don't need so much money to even start a business. All you need first is that great idea, and then you find people that you can work with. I remember attending. I was mentoring at this event, and one of the startup founder came to me and said to me, "Kevin, we have this great idea, and we've started working on it. We need investment." I said, "What do you need investment for? And what stage are you?" And this is where it even become even worse for entrepreneurs. Most entrepreneurs don't even know the stage at which they are, the level of which their business is. They can't even articulate that to investors. If you don't even know the stage of your business, how do you expect to even get money? So I asked him, "What do you need money for?" And he said to me, "We need a specific developer that we've identified, and we want to pay this developer to develop the specific program that will just push the business, or that will complete our business." And it was very when I asked him how much is it, he told me, and I said to him, have you not tried to look at talking to this developer, bringing him to your team, and said to him, "Listen, we have this great idea. We've been working on this idea, but this is what is missing. How about you join our team and be a co-founder?" If you put so many of those developers out, if you meet each and one of them, most of them, and suggest them, give them this idea to join you as a co-founder or join you as part of your team, you won't need money to pay him or her, because they will be ready to be part, because everyone wants to be part of something that is great. So you see that you already eliminate the fact that you are looking for money to pay developers. Also, there are also when I speak of entrepreneurship education, is that there is just so much knowledge out there that we do not understand. Entrepreneurs don't read, do not understand. There are partners out there, for instance, there's founder capital that is out there that are they co-fund, they call themselves co-technical founders. It means that you have an idea, all you just need to do is to bring this idea to them, and they can come in as a co-founder. They bring in all the development team, everything that you need to take this idea, to build this idea, or to build an MVP, or to push this idea out there. They will join you. But do we have that knowledge? No. So entrepreneurship education is really, really key. We need to understand the various steps, and we cannot skip. We cannot skip the process. Success doesn't just come, and we don't skip. There is just no way for us to succeed without going through pain, without going through a lot of things before we get there. So yes, some are fortunate, but those who are breeding businesses, they know that there is no way we are going to skip. So information is out there that you need. But first of all, surround yourself with the right mindset, the right team, the right people. Make sure that you have a mentor, because there is no way you are going to build a strong, successful business without somebody mentoring. Unfortunately, for us, we have simplified that for you. Our platform can connect you with any mentor that you need, because we are trying to make sure that entrepreneurs have all the resources that they need. We're trying to make entrepreneurship accessible to each and everyone. It's difficult, but we don't have to make it difficult. That's why we disrupt. That's why people are looking for disruptive solution, so that things can become easier. And that's what Set Up a Startup have been doing, to make sure that you have everything that you need in one place. So as I was saying, once you put together that team, your presentation skills are critical. Make sure that they are short. And I have a bit of issues with a lot of business plan. I think for us, we like to think that the business model would be number one. I would choose a business model of any time of our business plan. So focus on having a strong business model that serves. Know your why, because that's one of the reasons why a lot of they have not even asked that critical question. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this business? Who is it for? Africa has almost 1.3 billion people. If you are looking for a unicorn, from an African perspective, that you should be looking for a business that can target at least, you don't need 1.3 billion. We look at that can target at least even 10 to 20% of this population. So to move forward, one important aspect is after you've present, you understand your pitch. Another thing, master your pitch. Please master your pitch. We have seen founders, we've seen co-founder, we've seen a organization that is presenting their own product. It's just like you not being going for a job. You don't even know your CV, and they're asking you questions that is on your CV, and you can't even answer it. One advice I would tell you that master your pitch, because there's just so many entrepreneurs that do not even know what they've put on the pitch. Even if somebody put that for you, which of course we always have people helping us here and now and then, go back and master your pitch. Surround yourself around strong networks. I've mentioned that before. The people that you surround yourself with, people that support your vision, people that support your dream, people that believe in you. Attend events like the one Tropics is bringing to us live. Connect with people. When you get to this event, make sure that you share your contact details. Make sure that you connect at each event that you attend. Make sure that you come out of it with at least one person or one or two persons that you believe in, that you can share your idea with, that can help you grow. Don't just attend event because you want to attend, or seminar or webinar because you want to attend. Build a strong business network around your business. Sometimes, if we look at how the network, the way investors are working now, is that they don't just connect with you don't just send them your pitch deck and they jump onto it. They want you to come from a reliable person. They want someone to do a strong introduction. So if somebody who knows an investor, and I said, oh, this is a business that I've come across, and I think it's a good idea, the investor would definitely look at it. But if you just send your email or your business, it's difficult, because they receive these tons and tons almost every single day in their emails. I got a question here before. So your solution is to have a co-founder. I would strongly suggest people don't invest in investors. Most investors invest in a team, not just an idea, because there's just so many ideas out there. But do we have the right team to execute that idea? So yes, a co-founder is good, or a strong team, or a strong partnership, or a strong collaboration is good for your business. To get in touch with us, just go to www.setupstartup.org. Setupstartup.org. You will get in touch with us as well. But is it not easy to find a good partner? Find a supplier is different than looking for a business partner. I already mentioned that make sure that you have partners that can support your business, but you can't do business on your own. If you are all alone, trust me, I'm not sure there's any investor out there that will want to support your business. Any other question? Let me see. All right. If there are no other questions, thank you, Kajunga Digital. Thank you. All right. If there are no other questions, let me continue. Again, I was saying that connect yourself with network with people that believe in you. Network with people that support your dream. Find yourself in that village. There are just so many out there that you can connect with, and don't be scared. We have this issue of entrepreneurs getting worried, getting scared that somebody will steal the idea. Yes, they do, but what do you have to lose if you're talking to someone that you believe in, that you believe in? Then what is that you have to lose? Because if you don't talk, if you don't share your knowledge, you don't share your idea with someone that you trust, someone that can definitely take the idea or help you to the next level, then it always stays an idea, and nobody would do anything. Another thing also is that one advice I like to give. I need to say a little bit. I need to say something on the pitches that we've seen that are out there, and the presenters as well. You don't have to be one. It doesn't matter whether you're a CEO. If you're the CEO, you're the founder. If you are not good at selling your business, do not be the presenter of your pitch. Do not be that person. Get your marketing guy. Get someone within your team to present your organization or your company for you. You don't have, not because you're the CEO. You have to present. I think, especially when you're not good at it. Another thing, once you have grown your team, you need to start implementing what we call a marketing plan. Marketing is critical. A lot of organizations, a lot of companies spend a lot of money for marketing, but you need to have a marketing person on your team. Whether you bring in that person as a co-founder or as a partner, or you're partnering or you're collaborating with any other company or a third party, marketing is key. So implement a marketing strategy. Then establish a sales plan. Remember, when you don't sell, you are not an entrepreneur. You're not in business. So you must establish a sales pipeline. If you can't, then there is a problem. Look at how can your business function in different provinces, in different cities, in different countries, and how can they be reached? That's why you see we focus on disruptive, on scalable businesses, on disruptive businesses, because that's what investors are looking for. Investors are not looking for businesses that like some kind of a tuck shop where it's sit here and no one else can have access to it. So you need to make sure that your business is scalable. You need to make sure that it is disruptive. You make sure that anyone, anywhere can have access. We've seen a lot of startups that came from, for instance, Cape Town, and they've developed this great idea in Cape Town. It's innovative idea, but they don't even use the product in Johannesburg. That is not normal. That's not how we should go around. That's not how we should go around it. We need to be able to make sure that we're developing, we are calling our idea or our business scalable or disruptive. Then we should be able to people should be able to have it, even within the country on itself. Why not then even scale beyond the country? But I think I have 5 minutes to go. I would like that if there are some questions, I'd like to address them before I give my closing remark. But while I'm waiting for this question, we are saying that we are making entrepreneurship accessible to everyone for a minimal cost. What we've realized in the past is that people have the entrepreneurship program and us become too expensive. And we have created a digital platform that would not only help you to generate idea, validate this idea, build your entrepreneur journey, but more importantly, get you to be investment ready. I'm not sure if any of you have heard the word investment readiness. It means that you need to be ready for you to have when you are looking for investor. You need to understand the various stages of your business. You need to look at what kind of funding am I looking for, because most often entrepreneurs don't even know the type of funding that they need to go for, and not every money that you can take from an investor. Please be very careful what kind of investment you want to take for your business. So that's why we try to make sure that people start with bootstrapping and start looking for angel investor, even crowdfunding that are there, or maybe look at friends and family that can support your business until you get to the point where your business is ready for certain type of investment. So please be careful the kind of investment that you are asking for. But another thing also is that make sure that you have the right team by your side that would help you build your business. Something that you guys, most of you are going to be hearing going forward is what they call a due diligence. Due diligence is what we call it's an integrity check. That's how I describe it. There is no way investors are going to put in their huge amount of money into your business if what you are telling them on your pitch deck is not what they discover as they start asking questions, or start investigating your business, or start investigating your team, the team that you said you have, and everything that you've told them. So that one alone takes about 3 weeks to 8 weeks for investors to even put that together. And these are all things that you can get through our platform by the time you finish your entrepreneurship journey. So please visit us on www.setupastartup.org. Enroll today. It's a 12-module program. You can use it for 12 months. You can come back anytime, any given moment. If you're not done with everything, and each step of the way you finish your program, it tells you that you are done with each program. You move to the next. We give you a report until you get to the point where your business is investment ready, your business is due diligence ready, and we connect you with a network of partners and investors that we have all partnered and surrounded ourselves with. With that, I would like to thank again the Tropics magazine for this great platform. It's always a pleasure being here. You guys are doing an amazing work from a media perspective in supporting entrepreneurs and giving them a place to come and meet great other speakers. I'd like to thank the other speakers that were we're all here today. Great insight. So to entrepreneurship, to set up to start a new business, we have a solution for you. It's out there. It's on our website, or you can connect with me direct on LinkedIn, McKevin Ayaba, or Facebook, or anywhere, and let's start your entrepreneurial journey. Entrepreneurship don't have to be this difficult, and we've made it as simple as we can. There's nothing else. I would like to thank you all once again, and have a good day, and to the future of Africa and entrepreneurship.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Africa, Jambo, South Africa, Jambo, Tanzania. My name is Fei Shao. I'm from Tanzania, and today I'm so excited to be here at Tropical Business Mix, and I'm quite impressed with the previous speakers, and it just gives us an idea how much Africa is ready to save. Africans are ready to save. So today it's an amazing day for us to just work together and find how we can move Africa development forward. And now that everyone is, talking about Africa continental free trade, I think this is the most exciting time to live as an African, because we are having a chance for us to start our own. And we would like to also call for other. Okay, I'm just trying to see. 1 minute here. Okay, so what I'm going to share with you today is a concept in tourism. And as we know, Yes, thank you very much. As we all know, tourism is the industry that has been really, really hit hard with the COVID-19. So as from DIRA Africa, we do have quite a number of projects that we're doing. We do trainings, strategic trainings for market access for Africa. We also do strategic management consulting for private and government institutions. And the concept that I'm going to share with you, it's one of the projects that we are currently working on. And we believe that the rest of the continent, they can also take a note, or they can just use it as an experience. So the concept that I want to share with you, it's a wellness and well-being tourism. As I mentioned earlier, that tourism is the industry that has been really hit hard. And as we all know, the tourism industry, honestly, it wasn't set up for African people to experience all the packages and the services that are provided in the tourism and hospitality. And that's why, as we all know, that currently the major strategic conversation in Africa, in all African countries, when it comes to tourism, they're insisting on stimulation of domestic tourism. And quite a lot of enterprises that are working in the tourism industry, they're quite stranded because it just came into by a surprise that now you have to change the strategies, and now you have to now that people cannot travel from one country to another, more specifically to go outside Africa. So people, they're really struggling to understand what is it that they can do to kind of like stimulate tourism for Africans, because as we all know that it's currently a little bit easier from one African country for people to travel from one African country to another, but some other countries outside African continent, they're still not accepting Africans to travel in. So the traditional tourism, people have been selling destinations, and it was quite easy because we have Kilimanjaro there, and we have beautiful beaches in Zanzibar. We have a beautiful Kruger National Park in South Africa. So these things are just there, and we were kind of like lay back and just wait for people to come and experience a natural location or a natural wonder. But there isn't much that has been done around that natural wonder for people to actually connect it to the destination. So with the wellness and well-being tourism, it's quite a very big concept in the modern tourism, and I think currently it sits under $500 billion US, and with a few research that I've done with the conversation around the wellness and well-being tourism industry, most people, they don't really take Africa as a destination for wellness and well-being tourism. They say Africa, you can only sell the bush. If you want to sell well in Africa, you can sell the bush. And this are the research that we did by interviewing people who are really practical, that were really working. They're very active in the tourism industry. So they say they don't see Africa as a destination that you can sell wellness and well-being tourism. But I believe is the only challenge is that not so many people have done more research or write articles or have a conversation about the concept of wellness and well-being tourism and see how can we position already available packages or already available destinations in Africa in this concept. And you find that in the conversation and elements of wellness and well-being tourism, they're really happening in Africa, but they're not yet packaged with African experience. I can just give a very simple example. One of the elements of wellness tourism, it's about going somewhere and then for relaxation. So people will go in a 5-star establishment where they are going to detox, or they're going to experience a full spa experience where they'll do the body massage, they'll do yoga, they'll do all those type of things that people, they just consider as wellness, as the minute you mention wellness tourism. These activities, they are really happening in establishments that are in Africa, but the practices that are experienced in these establishments, they are not African. So from our study, that's why we are kind of like try to stimulate the mindset of people in the tourism industry to also give a look and see whatever that is happening in these establishments, and people, they are coming to experience as wellness tourism. We need also to see how we can repackage them, and now we make them and we also give a chance for Africans to also provide those services and stimulate, entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and inter-Africa trading. Because if you talk about someone going somewhere to get a spa experience, of course, they will get the body massage, and then there are products that are used when someone is doing the massage. So when you look at the product that are used, you'll walk in the establishment and say, maybe I want a Chinese massage. Of course, the Chinese massage, what is it? It's basically the routines that China or Chinese has been using to relax the body. So the question to me, to Africans, will be then, as Africans, didn't we had our own ways, or don't we have our own ways of relaxing the body? When you're tired, you are stressed, or you are coming from a serious illness, don't we have a way of relaxing the body? And then another question will be then, how can we package these routines or rituals so that we can also position them in the global market? And then you can be confident enough to go to establishment and say, I want to have a Zulu massage. So I believe these things are possible. It's just this conversation, like what we're having now, that we need to have more, so that we can have academics, or we can have institutions that are doing more research. And we also call for people who are interested to participate in this research that we're doing. As we said, we're going to roll out in the rest of the continent, that we can help African cultural experience to be packaged nicely in such a way that when we come to the global community and compete with our products and services, we don't make people to feel guilty to buy from us. We make people buy the product because they believe the product is going to serve what they expected, and it's value for money. So when we say we managed to create a Zulu massage, it means those strokes that we're going to use, they have to be researched and standardized. When we talk about and the oils that we're going to use, they have been researched, and we know that these oils can be used when someone is coming from illness, or someone wants to detox, or someone wants to reconnect to their spiritual being. So there are quite a lot of things. It's just the time is not that much for us to discuss everything, but there's quite a lot of things that Africa can contribute, or culture and heritage of Africa can contribute to the tourism industry. And especially now, I think there isn't the better time for Africa to restructure the tourism industry than now, because we are forced to now re-look inside instead of just sit there and enjoy the natural wonder that people will come and see. We are forced now to make sure that we help other people to experience the destination, and also we also help Africans to come and experience their surrounding. So someone will ask themselves, you're talking about wellness and well-being tourism. What is this? What is wellness tourism? So to just simplify to you, is that wellness tourism is a travel to upgrade your well-being. This is not a medical tourism, because when you talk about wellness tourism or well-being tourism, people think like, oh, it's medical tourism. Someone traveled to India because they're known, they're best for specific certain type of treatment. So when people travel to India or move from Tanzania to South Africa to come for medication, or South Africa to Kenya for medication, people believe that that is wellness tourism. No, medical tourism, the person that was traveling does not have much control of her traveling. Is that someone is sick and then did not get enough, they do not get enough support for her to get healed in her surrounding, then they have to plan to move to another place. Can be another region, can be another country. So they don't have option. If they are told that you need to go to India, they have to go to India for their medication. But when it comes to wellness tourism, it's a travel that someone initiates. So you travel to upgrade your well-being. It can be maybe you are tired, it's end of the year, you're taking your leave. It can be that you're trying to start the journey towards self-discovery. You see a lot of people, they go to Bali, they go to India, they go to Brazil. So what I'm challenging Africa is that those elements that people are traveling to go and experience in Bali and India and Brazil, they can be activated here in Africa. They're quite a lot. So this is the project that we are trying to do and see how can we activate our establishments that are available. Of course, there's an element of there's a lot of museum, there's a lot of historical sites, there's a lot of places. They're just there. People, whoever is running it, they're just waiting for people to come and see. But we don't have inclusive projects that make someone to want to be in that establishment for more than one day or for more than 1 hour. And to just kind of like summarize the conversation, which we will be having more of this in our platform and DIRA Africa. We have to see how we can support this, and because this is the only way you can stimulate. They currently call it rural tourism, but you look at this concept as like this. We have a lot of let's say Zulu people or Shona or Ndebele people who are living in the urban area. And these people doesn't mean that they wouldn't like to learn or to understand their culture, but the lifestyle that they're living is really quite demanding, and they don't have enough time to go through the knowledge that, the African, the Ndebele ways of living, or transfer the knowledge to their kids. But you look, there's a lot of establishments that are around there, which they can have packages whereby when these kids, they go to their parents or to visit their grandmothers during holidays, they can go through this project. Or maybe during school holidays, they can go through these programs and understand how is a child in Ndebele has to be treated, how a woman has to be treated, how a man has to be treated, how do you raise kids in Ndebele ways. I'm not saying we have to go back, because I believe that we are living in the very advanced technology and advanced life as we are now. We just have to learn how we can incorporate. It's only Africa whereby we don't incorporate our culture in everything, but our counterparts, the way they eat, the way they dress, the way they walk, the way they do, the way they invent technology, the way they do everything, it's their culture, it's someone's culture. Most of the brand names that we are experiencing, we are proud of to wear with pride, are people's name, or the way the clothing is structured. I mean, it's someone's culture. So it's only us when from the time you woke up in the morning, but to the time you go to bed, you're just experiencing someone else's culture. The breakfast that we take has got no element with our culture, which is something that can also be transferred into the tourism industry. Why we do have 5-star hotels? Why can't we help people who are very good in making this traditional food, so that we can process them in such a way it can be accepted in the high-end tourism hospitality industry. We're not saying we just have to take Magwenya the way it is and you want people to eat. No, let's research and find out how can we package Magwenya in such a way that we can convince, you can convince, let's say, Sheraton to have Magwenya day for breakfast. Maybe every Sunday they'll serve Magwenya for in their breakfast instead of cake. But when you look at that, if we have those, if we package those, it means we are stimulating economy into our people who have this knowledge that they're sitting with them, and they cannot bring them into the mainstream market because it doesn't meet the standard. We all know that all the statistics are showing that the purchasing power of Africa is going up. So when the purchasing power is going up, I have options. You cannot force me to buy something because I just feel like I have to buy because it's Africans. People, they are exposed to every luxury that you can think of, So it's time for us as Africans to position our heritage and culture in the mainstream, not losing our authentic way of doing things. So with that being said, I think as in the tourism industry, there's a need to transform and also look at what is happening in the global in the global tourism, and see how Africa can really contribute and create packages, experiences that are really, really authentic to Africans. And I believe when we talk about Africa Continental Free Trade, we shouldn't forget our heritage and culture, because all the products that we move from one country to another at the mega, economic level, they are influenced by heritage and culture. So I'm told my time is up. You can catch up with us on DIRA Africa. We will have this conversation going. We invite everyone who is interested on packaging Africa heritage and culture to come and join us, whether it's research or you want an ideas on how can you stimulate your establishment through wellness and wellbeing tourism. We're here to help you. So thank you very much. I'll just wait to see if there is any question, or I will just wait for direction to the event, from the event organizer. Otherwise, thank you so much. As I said before, my name is Fei Shao, and I am passionate about heritage and culture. And let's join hands and make it happen. Asante sana.
Africa. We'd like also to thank all our speakers, all our partners, and anyone else who's joining us from Africa and across the globe. Thank you most especially to all our partners, sponsors. Our next panel will be about tourism, and it will feature from South Africa, Cameroon, and Congo Brazzaville, who all work from South Africa. So we hope that you will be doing the session with them. We will be right back with our next session, position South Africa as a top investment destination. So now we just wait for all our speakers to get behind the stage. We've got Real.
Hi.
Session will be moderated by our colleague Samira from Madagascar. Amisson is joining us live from. Also, we've got panel. I'm sure they're still struggling. Okay, yes, for this panel as well. And we've got panelists who will be joining us from South Africa. Appear from the screen. I just want to greet everyone. Greetings, everyone. Bonsoir, bonsoir, bonsoir.
Je vais très bien, merci. Je vais très bien, merci, Laetitia.
Super. Bonsoir, Ril. Merci. Merci en tout cas d'avoir répondu à notre invitation de ce soir. C'est pas évident, la technologie n'est pas de notre côté. Donc, je ne sais pas si Vanessa nous écoute. Vanessa, est-ce que tu nous reçois?
Oui, oui, peut-être avec un peu de retard, mais je pense que j'entends tout clairement, oui.
D'accord,
donc il y a
parfait.
un petit retard.
On va laisser que ce panel démarre. Oui, Samira, I'm going to let you moderate the panel. Just know that Vanessa and Will speak French and English. So you can pose the first question in English and the next one in French, so that our Francophone friends can also join and have this in a much more interactive way. So have fun, guys.
Thank you. OK. Moi, je croyais que c'était à 18h.
Moi aussi, hein. Heureusement qu'on était dispo.
Ben oui. OK, bonsoir mesdames et bienvenue sur cette table ronde. Vous m'entendez?
Oui.
On t'entend de très loin. Là, c'est mieux?
Beaucoup mieux.
Oui, c'est beaucoup mieux, oui. OK. Je vais faire en anglais. Hello and welcome to you for this roundtable on tourism and transport. And we are going to talk about promoting tourism and export. And for this roundtable, we have, let me check the name. I'm sorry if I misspell it. Vanessa Benoun.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vanessa Benoun, Director, Camaroots Travel. Yeah.
Yes.
And
yes.
We have Rile Takore. D'accord?
Yeah, Rile Takore.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, as I said, the term was how to promote the promotion of tourism and export. And my first question is maybe we should start with the different issue you saw on this field, particularly during this pandemic situation.
Real, do you want to start or do you want me to go first?
It's up. Okay, I will start.
Okay.
If I have to speak about the tourism industry, I think maybe before the COVID-19 in South Africa, we can say that South Africa is one of the best destinations as a tourism, as a tourist destination for travelers, for foreigners, but also for African travelers. So we have to mention it because it's really important to know that it's not only people abroad in Europe or in United States that travel in South Africa. There are a lot of African travelers who are coming in South Africa before the COVID-19. And during the pandemic, it was very complicated because I think since the 26th of March until July, if I'm right, Vanessa, the borders, even in the country, was closed. So that means, for example, we cannot travel and move around, even travel from another province. It was not possible. So it was very difficult for the industry, for tourism industry, hospitality, and transport. It was very difficult to manage this pandemic during these months. And now, I think it started to open, if we can say that. It's not easy because in the tourism industry, it's true that most of our clients are from abroad. So, for example, we have a lot of European clients who are not traveling yet, and also American travelers from Canada or United States. So it's not easy, but I think step by step, people want to travel again, and they try to maybe to figure it out and to find a way to travel, even if it's closed in their country. They find a way to travel through another country. So it's not easy, but I think now the pandemic is starting to, I think people, the pandemic is here now. It's existing since more than 1 year. So people, I think people is fed up of this COVID-19, and they want to continue to live. So I think lots of people are afraid about the COVID, but we also learn that we have to live with it because it will not disappear. Even if we have the vaccine, it will not disappear in 1 month. We will have to live with it, maybe for several years again. So we have to think about a way to create and to innovate maybe the new way to travel in Africa.
Yeah.
I think we have to think about it. I think this is what I can do for now, and I will let Vanessa speak.
So Real spoke about the issues, like the impact it had on travelers and people visiting Africa. But there's also an impact when it comes to us as entrepreneurs and professionals of the travel and tourism industry. So first of all, people sometimes look down on the tourism industry, but you have to know that is the third largest export category. It is accounted for 7% of the global trade. And for some countries, it's even over that. It's over 30% of the GDP of some countries. So the way COVID impacted the tourism industry also touched a lot of people. It touched livelihoods. We also knew how important it was for our continent. But I think what the crisis also revealed is the role that women play in tourism. For instance, in South Africa, up to 70% of the tourism industry is made up of women. So it also had an impact on women themselves. And so, like I said, sorry for that. Real spoke about the impacts of tourism when it comes to the traveler itself, but also on our side, there was a lot of jobs that were lost. There's a lot of people that will never be able to rebuild their companies, their businesses. And of course, there's that impact of when it comes to the health itself. Are people going to be able to travel again? Are people going to be able to trust, some destinations again? We're going to see. But in a nutshell, that was the impact.
Okay, I found it interesting that you are talking about the relation between women and tourism. Can you talk about it?
Basically, it's something that most people don't think about, but the statistics actually show that more than 55%, I think it's more than 50%. I don't want to say more than 55, but I know it's over 50% of the tourism workforce globally is made up of youth and women. So women are actually one of the strongest gender when it comes to tourism. And we started noticing it during the pandemic. In South Africa, Natalia Rosa and some of her colleagues, Natalia is a marketing professional. They put together a campaign, the I Am Tourism campaign, because they found out that here in South Africa, more than 70% of the workforce in tourism is made up of women. So it's actually something that we never really focused on before. But after the pandemic, we started noticing, hey, women actually do a lot when it comes to tourism.
I think it's not only in tourism. We are talking a lot those past few weeks about, in French we say vaccin. I don't know how we say it in English.
Vaccine. Yes.
Vaccine,
yes.
I think that because I saw that in South Africa, not wrong, we had the vaccine. Actually, I'm in Madagascar, and I wanted to know, do you think that the vaccine can be a solution for the situation of the tourism in Africa?
Real, you can go.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I think it can be a solution, not the only one solution, because lots of people are waiting for the vaccine to be able to travel again, because they used to, and they know that, okay, if they have the vaccine, maybe they will not, it will not be possible for them to have the COVID-19. But there is also another population who are not really comfortable with the fact that they have to be vaccinated, maybe to travel. So I think it will be a dilemma, yeah, because we have people who used to travel, and it's like the yellow fever, for example. If you need to travel to a specific destination, we can't travel if we don't have the yellow fever vaccine. So I think it will depend on people. Some people are not comfortable to do the vaccine, and they prefer to avoid this kind of destination where they need a vaccine to get in. So, but I think it's also, it can be a solution for many people, because, yeah, the vaccine is the vaccine, but the conditions where the vaccine was made, it's another discussion. Because less than 1 year to create this vaccine. Yeah, as Vanessa said, not regarding the vaccine, but I think people has to trust between maybe the health department and stuff. So I think this is a big deal. So it can be a solution, but we have to trust on it. And I think lots of people are just waiting maybe to see, okay, those people take their vaccine. Let's see what will happen. And then we will see if there is no symptoms. Maybe we will do it also. So yeah, it's a big deal. I think it's a big deal.
Il y a aussi le message qu'on reçoit des réseaux sociaux. En fait, ça ne conforte pas tout le monde dans l'idée que le vaccin est la solution, en fait. Il y a quelques semaines ici, je pense 2 semaines environ, qu'on a trouvé une cargaison de faux vaccins en Afrique du Sud. Je sais même pas si c'est vrai, en fait, parce que j'ai vu ça sur les réseaux sociaux, mais c'était une chaîne qui avait l'air certifiée. Donc, en fait, la communication autour du vaccin, ça ne rassure pas tout le monde. Donc, c'est pas seulement parce qu'il y aura un vaccin que tout le monde va se remettre à voyager. Donc, il faudra déjà que tout le monde soit convaincu, ou alors que les clients, en fait, ceux qui comptaient voyager, ceux qui ont envie de voyager, soient convaincus, en fait, de l'efficacité du vaccin. Déjà, il faudra que ça commence par là. Donc, il faut que la communication autour du vaccin soit améliorée. En fait, c'est ça. Il faut que les gens aient confiance, et pour l'instant, c'est pas trop ça, quoi.
Mais du coup, je me permets juste de rebondir sur ce que tu dis, Vanessa, que je trouve très intéressant. Et là, du coup, je vais embrayer un petit peu, mais sans parler uniquement du vaccin, pour parler de communication de manière plus globale, je pense que finalement, c'est un petit peu le boulet du continent, c'est-à-dire que la communication vis-à-vis de l'Afrique, en tout cas, ce que l'on montre essentiellement et ce que l'on montre vite, parce que comme tu l'as dit, Vanessa, on ne sait même pas à quel moment c'est apparu sur les réseaux. Moi, c'est pareil, on m'a envoyé des WhatsApp, etc. J'ai même pas eu le temps de vraiment voir ça. La communication qui se fait aujourd'hui sur l'Afrique est essentiellement négative et malheureusement, ça donne vraiment une mauvaise perception en fait de l'Afrique. Je pense que l'on soit en Afrique ou que l'on soit en dehors de l'Afrique, la perception qu'on peut avoir du continent n'est pas toujours bonne. Et malheureusement, les médias n'aident pas en fait à refléter un petit peu la réalité. Il peut y avoir des manquements, mais les manquements, je pense qu'on les a partout dans le monde entier, pas qu'en Afrique. Mais malheureusement, le relais au niveau de la communication est principalement négatif. Et c'est ce sur quoi je pense qu'il faut qu'on travaille, et notamment au niveau de la communication, mais au niveau du tourisme aussi. Parce que si on s'engage dans cette voie-là, c'est aussi parce que justement, on veut partager en fait les richesses, la beauté du continent africain, et qu'on souhaite communiquer en fait d'une autre manière, d'une manière qui soit beaucoup plus responsable que de montrer tout le temps que ce qu'il y a de négatif en fait. Et je pense que ça, c'est vraiment important que les gens arrivent, même si c'est pas évident à faire, mais essaye en fait de se dire, OK, je reçois cette information, est-ce qu'elle est vraie, comme tu l'as dit, Vanessa? Est-ce qu'elle est vraiment fondée? Est-ce que, enfin voilà, la communication, c'est tout un travail aussi. Hein.
D'accord. Et je rebondis justement par rapport au fait que les médias et les gens en dehors de l'Afrique, en fait, on va dire, ont cette tendance à donner une mauvaise image du continent africain. Et du coup, en fait, c'est les métiers, hein, comme dans le secteur du tourisme, qui en pâtit. Et ma question, ce serait, du coup, nous, en tant qu'Africains, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Parce qu'on ne va pas attendre les autres, on est d'accord? Qu'est-ce que nous, en tant qu'habitants de chaque pays ou du continent, on peut faire pour que la promotion du tourisme ou même du continent africain en lui-même soit redorée?
Je pense que c'est notre tâche déjà à nous, tour opérateurs. C'est ce que Rie fait, c'est ce que moi aussi je fais de mon côté. Déjà en tant qu'agence de voyage, en tant que tour opérateur, nous sommes des agences de communication. Nous avons choisi, notre métier c'est quoi? C'est qu'on choisit des secteurs, nous choisissons des destinations qu'on choisit de promouvoir à une échelle, je sais pas, domestique ou alors à l'international. Donc, c'est déjà ce que nous essayons de faire à notre niveau, c'est-à-dire redorer l'image comment dire, de ces destinations-là. Pendant la pandémie, il y avait beaucoup de clients, par exemple, qui refusaient de regarder ce qui se passait à la télé parce que les messages qu'ils recevaient, des informations et tout, voilà, ça créait une psychose terrible. Donc, ce qu'ils faisaient carrément, c'était venir vers moi. Et là, je me retrouvais maintenant en train d'être une source privilégiée d'informations par rapport à l'état de la pandémie en Afrique. Donc, j'avais lu, et c'est un débat qui a cours, ça fait plusieurs années maintenant, il y a plusieurs personnes qui disent, voilà, d'ici quelques années, avec l'avènement je sais pas, de Booking.com, Airbnb, les tours opérateurs vont disparaître. Mais la pandémie a montré que déjà, il y aura toujours ce besoin humain-là. Les gens auront toujours besoin de parler à quelqu'un, qui a un être humain déjà, et à quelqu'un à qui ils peuvent faire confiance. Donc, c'est cet élément-là c'est cet avantage-là que nous, en tant que tour opérateur, nous avons. Il y a des gens qui nous payent des sommes importantes d'argent et qui comptent sur nous pour non seulement créer un voyage qui va les faire rêver, mais aussi prendre soin d'eux sur place, s'assurer qu'ils voyagent en sécurité. Donc, nous n'avons pas toujours besoin, comme tu as dit, on ne doit pas attendre que tout soit fait à notre place. Et je pense que c'est ce que dans le tourisme, c'est l'une des premières tâches qu'un tour opérateur, qu'une agence de voyage doit pouvoir, dont on doit pouvoir se charger. Mettre l'autre personne, mettre le voyageur en confiance et donner la bonne information. Voilà.
Oui, je pense que vous m'entendez bien?
Très bien.
Oui, ok. Je pense en effet que c'est vraiment essentiel en fait, pour pas répéter ce que Vanessa a dit. Je pense que le plus important, c'est vraiment la communication et le service, parce que c'est à travers finalement ces deux éléments-là qu'on va réussir à se démarquer. Pourquoi? Parce qu'au final, qu'est-ce qui pêche? Pourquoi est-ce que les voyageurs justement aujourd'hui voyagent plus, même à l'intérieur du continent? Pourquoi est-ce que les gens voyagent plus aux États-Unis, à Dubaï, en Asie, plutôt que de venir voyager? Il y a 54 destinations ou 55 en Afrique, donc il y en a beaucoup à découvrir. Donc finalement, pourquoi est-ce que les gens préfèrent aller ailleurs plutôt que de venir en Afrique? C'est aussi une question de communication, parce que quand on sort et qu'on voit de grosses affiches qui nous montrent d'autres destinations, de super belles plages, etc., généralement, elles sont pas en Afrique. Alors qu'on les a en Afrique. On les a à Madagascar, on les a aux Comores, voilà, on a ces super belles plages. Mais c'est clairement une question de communication. Vous êtes toujours là?
Oui.
Oui. Ah, ok, d'accord. Okay, les fenêtres ont disparu. C'est clairement, je pense, une question de communication. Il y a aussi une méconnaissance des destinations. D'où justement l'importance que jouent les médias, que ce soit en ligne ou sur papier. Parce que quand les gens ne connaissent pas les destinations, forcément, quand on se renseigne, on va sur Internet, on va sur YouTube, on va dans les groupes de voyage, etc. Et alors, parfois, on peut avoir des retours plus ou moins objectifs parce que les personnes auront peut-être déjà voyagé là-bas. Mais à contrario, parfois, on a des discours qui sont très figés et qui sont pas toujours objectifs. Et ça, c'est vraiment la difficulté qu'on rencontre au quotidien. Et du coup, après, il faut aller au-delà justement de toutes ces difficultés-là et montrer que derrière ce pays ou ce continent que vous pensez peut-être un peu bafoué, il y a une réelle qualité de service. Il y a des gens en fait il y a une réelle opportunité en fait. Il y a des richesses culturelles, mais il y a aussi du savoir-faire. Voilà, on est là, on est sur place, les gens savent très bien, connaissent parfaitement leur pays, on sait très bien s'occuper des voyageurs, on sait très bien aussi former les gens. Donc après, j'ai envie de dire, c'est un petit peu comme partout, c'est-à-dire que partout, on va trouver finalement de l'excellence et de la formation. Maintenant, à nous d'inculquer justement aux générations à venir comment faire pour s'occuper des voyageurs, quand ça pêche, comment faire pour rectifier le tir. Mais voilà, je pense que ça passe vraiment par la qualité de service, parce que quand on propose et qu'on offre en fait un service irréprochable aux voyageurs, là vraiment, il vit une expérience inoubliable. Et du coup, il va vouloir revenir en Afrique en se disant, mais non, en fait, ce que vous me dites là à travers vos médias, c'est pas vrai, parce que moi, j'y suis allée et j'ai bien vu qu'au fait, il y a beaucoup de richesses là-bas. Et en plus, on s'est bien occupé de moi, il y avait un service 24 heures sur 24, etc. Donc, je pense que vraiment, c'est aussi bien la communication que le service qu'il y a derrière. Donc, ça, c'est vraiment primordial.
And I want to touch up on what Real just said concerning service, because that's why I'm here in South Africa. You know, when I came here, I just wanted to study, but I fell in love with South Africa, the way they were actually serving, the way they were helping other people, the way I was welcomed when when I traveled, I used to go to places and I was treated like, they treat you like you are royalty. You don't want to leave. And here in South Africa, they understood it. But there are some countries where we still have a lot of work to do, where people are still treated like they are an option. You get to a hotel, even just for the check-in. During the check-in process, they don't even show you that they want you to be there. So we have to work on that service segment. No matter how much PR, you can do a lot of PR, you can do a lot of marketing around your destination. If when people get there, they don't get the level of service they could get somewhere else, they will never come back. So especially for the countries where we come from in West Africa, I don't want to name countries that we all know, we all know how people are treated on our side. So we have to take tourism more seriously. We have to treat travelers more seriously as well, because in some of our countries they actually don't give a damn about travelers, and it's really a shame. That's why I wanted to add, because she touched on that.
Yeah, but I think it's important also to make the difference, to do the difference between the country and the different kind of supplier who can deal with the travelers, because it's not because you will go, I don't know, you will travel in a West African country, for example, if I don't name one, you will have, for example, a bad experience in a certain hotel, but you can go on another hotel and you will have a beautiful experience. It depends also on the place where travelers are going. So I think it's not only regarding the country, because in France, for example, lots of people say that, oh, Paris is the most beautiful city in the world or something like that. But sometimes you can go in Paris and you will see the service. If you are on maybe in a palace or a 4-star hotel or whatever, maybe you will be treated very well. But if you are going somewhere, you can be also treated like, okay, what are you doing here? You are not a VIP, so you will wait and stuff. So I think it's not only in Africa and in certain country. It depends on maybe the accommodation or the experience that you will have regarding the transport.
My question now, Ariel, is there someone that ensures things are done the right way where we come from? Here in South Africa, you are part of organizations like SATSA, who make sure that you know that your finances are in order, that you as a CEO, everything is okay with you. You don't have criminal records and stuff. You have a tourism grading council that makes sure that for you to get a 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 star, 5 stars, that you are doing something right. Who is enforcing things like that on our side? Because
yes,
I know you want to. Yes.
For example, SATSA, it's not mandatory. I know some organizations, they are working and stuff, and they are not registered to SATSA. So SATSA, it's you as a sustainable and responsible actor of tourism, you need to have this action to register to SATSA, but it's not mandatory. And SATSA will never come to knock and say, okay, we see your activity and stuff. So I think that's why we need to believe in our continent and to say, okay, it's true. In some countries, there is a lot of business, lots of job to do. But we are here, for example, to show them the example, to say, okay, guys, for example, me, and I think also you, Vanessa, you are not a South African person. I think you are from Cameroon. So I'm also from Congo, for example. So we are not from South Africa, but we can say, okay, look what we learned here, for example, and we can do the same in Congo, in Cameroon, or other countries. So we can assist our colleague, for example, but they can, some of them, they are doing also a good job. So that's why I think we should not say in some countries we have it's true, we have we have, but I think
Real.
Everything is not also very good in South Africa. No, but it's a reality.
I know how you're feeling, but you know, sometimes we have to be objective. Okay. And of course, like you said, I'm coming from Cameroon. I'm not bashing Cameroon or anything like that. But sometimes you have to be objective and say, okay, guys, you could be doing better. It's true that, like you say, there are people, there are operators that are doing great things, but they don't have the means to actually show, you know, come on, they're part of, they're in a bag where most people are not doing the right thing. So basically, on les prend dans le tas, genre, voilà, ils sont au Cameroun, les opérateurs camerounais, on généralise. Unfortunately, and that's unfortunate, but real. How did countries like South Africa, like what Rwanda is doing now, how did they get there? We are not saying that they're not bad or people that are not excellent or doing I'm not saying that everybody, for instance, in Rwanda and South Africa is doing a great job. But how did these countries where we are standing now, that the countries that we are selling, how did they build this reputation that they have? You understand? If it was possible for them, then it's possible for us. So we cannot just sit there and say, oh, it's not in Cameroon or in Gabon or in Congo. It's not all of the operators or the hotels that are bad. There are good hotels too. You know, we shouldn't.
Upon you, those hotels, those places needs maybe some formation for the people.
They need training. I think this is what, and I join your point, Vanessa. I think maybe if you make, for example, a classment, we can say that in English.
A ranking.
Ranking. If we make a ranking, for example, of the countries and stuff, definitely South Africa will be maybe on in the 3 tops. But I think we should assist. That's why I said we should assist them. But for example, if I take the example of Cameroon, since when people are interested about traveling in Cameroon, for example, it's not the same. They are not very. We don't have a lot of famous destination or attractive destination in Africa. This is also the reality. Maybe because of the communication of the history of the country. I don't know. There is also the reality of the war and the stability of the country. This is a fact. But I think we have to train them and to assist them. So this is why also I have created Timon to travel, to assist my local partners to gain and to improve their level of services, because this is really important and we know it, because if we need to make Africa shine, we need to have people who know exactly what they are doing, what the client is looking and expecting. So I agree with you, but I think we have to train them and to try to share with us.
They just have to be willing, eh? So me, I'm not. No, but really, and my personal experience is that I know a lot of people that are trying, especially in Cameroon, that are trying, but it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Sometimes you even want to do your own thing, but it's not. No one lets you. So I know how hard it is, that side. So of course, training is available. They have that. I mean, we are in an era. In this era, you know, you can get on Google and find you find webinars like this one. You find courses. You find so many things. So I really hope that at some point we get where we should be. Really, because there's a lot of potential, of course.
According to you, ladies, what are the promotional actions that the African countries can put in place for tourism?
Real can start. She can start.
I will continue in French. Donc, du coup, tu veux dire quelles sont les actions en termes de communication que l'on pourrait mettre en place pour promouvoir l'Afrique, si j'ai bien compris.
Ça peut être de la communication, tout comme un autre domaine, mais vraiment selon vous, par rapport aux enjeux, par rapport aux problèmes que vous avez rencontrés sur votre parcours aussi, quelles seraient ces actions qu'on peut mettre en place pour que justement le tourisme africain, peu importe le pays dont il est question, en fait, le tourisme puisse, je ne sais pas si on peut dire s'en sortir ou vraiment remonter la pente là.
Je pense, alors ça c'est vraiment mon point de vue personnel, pour l'avoir vécu justement pendant la période du Covid, c'est qu'en tant que DMC, donc agence réceptive, j'étais vraiment focalisée entre guillemets sur les marchés extérieurs. Et donc, du coup, ma principale source de clientèle était étrangère. Donc, quand les frontières se sont fermées, je me suis retrouvée sans clients. Donc, c'était très, très compliqué. Et en fait, je me suis rendu compte qu'il était très important de pouvoir, en fait, faire voyager à l'intérieur même du pays, mais les gens qui y sont déjà, en fait. De faire découvrir, parce que finalement, grâce à cette expérience, je me suis rendu compte aussi qu'il y avait beaucoup de personnes qui vivaient en Afrique du Sud, mais qui ne connaissent pas l'Afrique du Sud ou qui ne connaissent pas l'Afrique du Sud qu'on ne nous montre pas. C'est un petit peu le slogan de Timuntu Travel, l'Afrique qu'on ne nous montre pas. Mais en gros, les voyageurs, ils vont toujours vouloir aller au même endroit. Aller à Cape Town. Voilà, si on vient sur Johannesburg, on y vient, mais on reste pas trop longtemps. On va voir peut-être Soweto avec un guide, mais éventuellement Durban et encore pas trop. Mais à part ça, alors les safaris, ça c'est sûr, mais ils vont pas en fait dans le fin fond des choses. Et pour ma part, je trouve que les gens ne se rapprochaient pas vraiment en fait des habitants. Et donc du coup, j'ai trouvé que c'était vraiment dommage parce que qu'est-ce qui fait la destination? Alors oui, c'est l'environnement, c'est la nature, mais c'est aussi les gens, c'est l'humain. Et en Afrique du Sud, il y a 11 langues officielles. Donc, il y a énormément de nationalités, d'ethnies, de cultures différentes qu'on peut découvrir en Afrique du Sud. Et c'est vraiment dommage, en fait, par exemple, de se focaliser que sur une culture, on va dire la culture zoulou qui reste majoritaire, et de se dire, oh, j'ai déjà été à Soweto ou j'ai déjà été dans le KwaZulu-Natal, donc je vois un peu comment ils sont. Moi, je pense qu'il faut creuser vraiment plus et c'est ce qu'on a essayé de faire et du coup, c'est ce qui a fonctionné. C'est-à-dire qu'on a essayé d'organiser des petits groupes de voyage dans des endroits où les gens ne pensaient même pas aller, en fait. Aller dans le Northern Cape, aller dans des endroits où les touristes lambda ne vont pas parce que quand on voyage, on part pour une semaine, 2 semaines. On ne peut pas faire tout le pays. Donc, on se concentre seulement sur les spots un peu touristiques. Et nous, on essaie de partir un petit peu à contre-courant. Oui, on peut visiter les sites touristiques, mais déjà, on essaye de le faire d'une manière beaucoup plus authentique avec des guides locaux. Et on essaye de vous montrer, justement, si vous êtes sur Soweto, on va essayer de vous montrer autre chose que Villa Kasi Street. Même si on va passer par là, on va essayer de vous montrer vraiment des sites que vous n'alliez pas forcément voir parce que c'est des choses que vous ne trouvez pas en brochure. Vous allez cliquer sur Soweto, guide du routard, vous n'allez pas trouver. Et nous, c'est là où justement on ajoute notre plus-value en se disant que voilà, on va vous montrer la richesse de l'Afrique de l'intérieur. On va vous montrer des choses que les médias ne vous montrent pas justement. Et donc, je pense que il y a un véritable tourisme domestique en fait national qu'il faut réussir à développer. Et je pense que la dernière fois, lors du summit sur Madagascar, justement, nos consoeurs en ont parlé et à juste titre, c'est vraiment, je les félicite parce que c'est un challenge, parce que tout le monde n'a pas forcément les mêmes moyens, mais c'est quelque chose je pense, de fondamental. Et la deuxième chose, ça reste vraiment la communication en termes de laisser en fait vraiment la réalité sortir. C'est-à-dire que aujourd'hui, quand on va même sur le ministère du Tourisme, si un client vient se renseigner, il va voir tel ou tel pays qui est classé zone rouge. Attention, n'allez pas là. Attention, n'allez pas là. Donc, je pense qu'en termes de communication, ça passe aussi par tous ces moyens parce que nous, on n'a pas la main dessus. Nous, on essaie d'avancer sans forcément aller taper aux portes des gouvernements. Mais à côté de ça, quand les voyageurs voyagent, ils vont dans des circuits plus institutionnels, en fait, pour avoir des informations. Quand ils ne nous connaissent pas, ils connaissent pas, par exemple, Timuntu Travel ou Cameroun Travel, ils vont aller sur, je sais pas moi, site officiel du gouvernement sud-africain et paf, ils vont tomber sur la page. Et qu'est-ce qu'il y a écrit? Attention au vol, au taux de criminalité. Donc, je pense que la communication aussi, elle passe déjà par là. Parce que quand on va voir les pubs que font le Rwanda, quand tu citais le Rwanda, ils ont réussi à dépasser ces stades de guerre et de attention à la criminalité, attention à tout ça. Donc, je pense que ça passe aussi par une communication plus globale, parce que c'est la première fenêtre, en fait, que les voyageurs à laquelle les voyageurs vont accéder. La première vitrine à laquelle ils vont accéder, c'est les informations publiques et générales. Et donc, du coup, ça passe forcément par des organisations publiques. Et il faut que eux, ces organismes-là, jouent le jeu et comprennent, en fait, que c'est bien beau de vouloir promouvoir l'Afrique, mais il y a des manières aussi responsables de le faire. Et je pense qu'il faudrait peut-être, comme tu parlais de SATSA, qui est un organisme, une association finalement, mais qui n'est pas publique, qui reste privé. Et je pense qu'il devrait y avoir plus d'organisations comme ça entre le privé et le public qui échangent de manière commune pour permettre justement à nous qui sommes plus des petits acteurs privés de montrer en fait la réalité de ce qu'on fait pour pouvoir avoir une bonne image et une meilleure communication qui soit plus factuelle en fait et plus réaliste au final que ce qu'on voit à travers les médias. Moi, je pense que c'est plus par rapport à ça. Je pense vraiment le tourisme au national cette mixité entre le public et le privé qui doit travailler main dans la main si on veut avancer correctement.
Et Vanessa?
Je pense que elle a tout couvert en fait. Elle a couvert ce qui était plus important. Bien sûr, on attend toujours. Nous savons déjà que voilà le coût du voyage. Quand on parle nationalement, déjà ça va, mais entre, comme on dit, intra-African travel, it's not that cheap. You know, to move from here to Cameroon, to go from here to Gabon, or to go from here to, you know, they have to really find a way. First of all, with visas. You know, the fact that I have to apply for visas just to visit, I don't know, Namibia or Botswana, or I don't know any other countries around here, it's already a problem. You know, I don't have time to get visas sometimes. I just want to go and have fun, but I have to get a visa to go into my own backyard. That's a problem. And of course, there's the cost of those air tickets. Air travel is costly in Africa. So they have to take a look at that as well. So, but I think she touched on the most important aspect as well, you know, the domestic travel, which is also something we have to look into.
Okay. We were with Faye Shao a few minutes ago, and she was talking about African culture and heritage in the tourism industry. What is your opinion about that?
About what? Sorry, you can say that again?
A few minutes before we started this roundtable, we were with Faye, who was talking about contribution of African culture and heritage in the tourism industry. Can you tell us your opinion about that?
About the African culture.
I think
Maybe
je pense que la culture en fait africaine, l'héritage qu'on a en Afrique, c'est tout. C'est ce qui fait la destination. Et je pense que c'est ce qu'il faut mettre en valeur. Aujourd'hui, en tant qu'acteur du tourisme, justement, on doit travailler en ce sens-là et c'est pour ça qu'on parle d'un tourisme responsable. On doit se responsabiliser quand on vient, quand on organise des voyages, il va de notre ressort justement de s'assurer que la population locale, par exemple, est d'accord pour recevoir des voyageurs. Ça, c'est quelque chose de très important. On ne peut pas juste faire venir des voyageurs et dire à la population locale, non, quittez l'endroit là, revenez dans 2 jours, histoire juste que les gens puissent profiter un peu du village, etc. Ou faire un petit peu ce qu'il y a, enfin ce qu'on a vu dans certains pays, des villages, des fake villages, où il y a certains tours opérateurs qui créent malheureusement dans des pays des faux villages où les employés doivent venir s'habiller comme s'ils vivaient en fait à l'âge de pierre, comme par exemple les khoi-khoi, j'ai envie de dire, de la Namibie ou du Botswana, alors que c'est pas du tout en fait la manière dont ils vivent aujourd'hui. Donc c'est vraiment quelque chose de calculé et de folklorique en fait pour les voyageurs, mais c'est quelque chose qui est complètement fabriqué. Et en tout cas, nous, on se bat vraiment contre ce type de tourisme-là. On veut pas du tout de tourisme de masse. On ne veut pas du tout promouvoir un tourisme qui dénature en fait la culture locale, la tradition, l'héritage en fait des personnes qui sont sur place. Donc, il y a un réel engagement, en tout cas de notre part, pour promouvoir un tourisme responsable et durable. Ça veut dire qu'il faut qu'on respecte en fait l'équilibre entre tout ce qui concerne l'environnement, bien évidemment, mais tout ce qui concerne aussi le côté éthique et social des populations locales. Et bien évidemment, le côté économique pour s'assurer que les rémunérations soient justes entre tout le monde. Mais c'est vraiment un équilibre important et il faut vraiment communiquer là-dessus, en fait, parce que c'est comme ça qu'on va pouvoir continuer de faire évoluer le continent et justement ne pas dériver. Parce que l'objectif, c'est pas juste de se dire qu'ok, on va construire de super beaux hôtels avec de super belles piscines, on va faire des choses de luxe, de luxe, de luxe, de luxe. Mais à contrario, on va dépenser énormément d'eau parce que il y aura pas de plan en termes de récupération d'eau, par exemple, qui aura été mis en place. Voilà, le but, c'est pas de promouvoir et de construire à tout prix. Le but, je pense, c'est de développer le tourisme et de manière responsable. Et de manière responsable, ça veut dire inclure forcément la population locale, parce que c'est la population locale qui vit sur place, et de faire en sorte justement aussi de respecter l'environnement. Donc, quand je dis ne pas construire forcément à tout va, c'est l'exemple que, par exemple, le parc Kruger a fait. Ici, en Afrique du Sud, on a ce qu'on appelle, donc il y a vraiment le parc Kruger et on a ce qu'on appelle the Greater Kruger Park. Et en fait, c'est toute une partie qui a été vendue en fait à des acheteurs privés, mais en contrepartie en fait de la signature d'une charte responsable. C'est-à-dire que, par exemple, ils ne doivent pas construire des structures de plus de X chambres, qu'ils doivent mettre en place des plans de récupération d'eau ou des plans durables, ce genre de choses. Enfin, voilà, il y a plein de petites choses qui ont été mises en place. Mais en contrepartie, justement, de ces espaces-là, ils ont dû signer cette charte durable. Donc, on ne peut pas faire les choses n'importe comment. Il faut vraiment s'engager pour faire briller l'Afrique, oui, mais pas à n'importe quel prix. Et justement, je pense que c'est là où il faut faire attention, parce que peut-être que certains gouvernements seront attirés de se dire que oui, bah finalement, on peut se faire de la publicité, on peut faire venir beaucoup de touristes. Ah, ok, on fait venir en masse, n'importe comment, on construit. Et puis finalement, après, bah, c'est la population locale qui en pâtit. On a eu le cas aussi avec la construction du stade quand il y a eu la coupe en 2010 ici en Afrique du Sud, avec toutes les manifestations au Brésil. Enfin, là, on parle plus de l'Afrique, mais voilà. Enfin, c'est souvent le cas qu'on peut avoir quand il y a vraiment de gros événements où forcément le gouvernement investit énormément sur cet événement-là et parfois au détriment de la population locale.
Rapidement, Vanessa, vous souhaitez rajouter quelque chose?
No, but basically what you said is right. What we have to do as operators, what we have to do as Africans, what we have to do in everything that we do, because that's what makes our continent. We have to keep the cultural and heritage aspect. You know, it has to be a priority. So it has to be controlled. Basically, in everything that we do, it has to be controlled. We have to make sure that the fact that we are making money out of a destination does not take out the cultural authenticity of what we do. And we have to make sure, of course, that the population, that the local communities that we are working with, you know, that they also benefit from it. So she basically covered everything. Yes, that's what she said in a nutshell.
Okay, it was a pleasure to have you, ladies. Really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do it in French, in English. It was a challenge for me, but yeah, we did it again. Thank you for being.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can't wait to have you in October.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bonsoir, bonsoir à tous. J'espère que vous allez tous bien. Je suis Vénitia Guinaud, fondatrice de Tropics Magazine. Je prends la parole ce soir au nom de Tropics Magazine afin de partager justement mon parcours en tant qu'entrepreneur média. Et c'est donc avec grand plaisir que je vous retrouve ce soir parce que c'était le 11 mars et le 11 mars marquait justement le 11e anniversaire du Tropics Business Summit et du Tropics Magazine, pardon. Et cette année également marque le 5e anniversaire du Tropics Business Summit, qui est donc le bébé de Tropics Magazine. Alors, qu'est-ce que c'est que Tropics Magazine? Tropics Magazine est le premier magazine francophone et anglophone d'origine africaine qui était lancé jadis le 11 mars 2010, juste quelques mois, je crois 4 à 6 mois avant la Coupe du Monde d'Afrique. La Coupe du Monde a lieu en Afrique et ce magazine était créé par un groupe de jeunes Africains dont je suis la tête et un peu le cerveau. Et ce magazine est une suite logique à la vision de mes parents, Monsieur Baveza Guinaud Marcel et Madame Julienne Mankassa, à qui je rends grand hommage ce soir. Et ce sont eux qui ont vraiment impulsé. Et pourquoi on l'appelait Tropics, c'est parce que justement, il s'agissait de célébrer le continent africain comme étant une destination d'affaires, mais sans pourtant exclure les amis d'Afrique. Alors, je vais vous montrer ce à quoi ça ressemble, parce que le magazine est à la fois disponible en format francophone et en format anglophone. Tout à l'heure, je reviendrai pour faire une présentation de Tropics Magazine, parce que j'aurai une interview qui sera dirigée par Joy Ital depuis la Belgique, et on parlera justement du pouvoir des médias et aussi de la portée des médias africains à l'international. Alors, je vais faire une petite présentation, vous montrer ce à quoi Tropics Magazine ressemble. C'est un magazine de 100 pages qui est édité à la fois en français et en anglais. Ici, on a une édition, justement, et là également, on a une autre édition. Et donc, je vais faire une présentation pour nos amis qui nous rejoignent d'Afrique du Sud et qui ne comprennent pas le français, afin qu'ils comprennent ce que je viens de dire. Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us at the Tropics Business Summit. My name is Vénitia Guinaud, and I'm the founder of the Tropics Ventures Group, which is a media conglomerate run by young African people who are based all across Africa, in Southern Africa, Central Africa, Paris, Europe, and all Southeast Asia. So our job at Tropics Ventures Group is to position Africa investment destination. Do we do that? We do that by positioning Africa through the media industry, choosing headlines that sell our destination in the most efficient way. And we also then portray entrepreneurs that have high value and that can really inspire others to launch ventures. So this year is an important year for Tropics because it's our 11th year of existence, and I've got 2 copies of the magazine here because the magazine is published both in English and French, but is also made available in print and digital. So yes, our magazine, and this is one of the latest issue. I hope you guys can see this clearly. The main goal for us is to get media to then address real issues that touches that touch the lives of African people all around. And when I say Africa, I also mean the Caribbean, I also mean the diaspora, because we tend to forget that Africa is not just made of 54 countries. We've got islands and a huge population of African people that live outside of the continent. So today, being a South Africa-based company, it is important for us to talk about media and also to see how is media really paving the way in terms of investment and in terms of positioning Africa in the positive light. Because what we've noticed when we started back in 2010, we launched the magazine on 11th March 2010, just a few months before the World Cup. So we decided to launch a media that really portrayed Africa, because at the time, the media coverage that we were getting was really bad. And when I say we, I mean South Africa. So the idea was to show what South Africa could make happen in terms of innovation and business, but not just that, also culture, tourism, and other sectors as well that don't get a good press in the mainstream media. Because when you look at the mainstream media, which is your BBC, for instance, CNN, the way that information is or Africa is portrayed in the news is quite disappointing, because they don't get to decline or treat information from the African perspective. They do so based on the commercial perspective and from the Western view. So I think Africa needs a lot more media titles to be implemented, to be open, to be launched, because if we don't seize the power of what of this industry, if we don't seize the power of this industry, then we won't be able to change the narrative. Changing the narrative also involves us changing our mindset. So the media can impact the mindset, and we should always remember that media is the fourth power that Africa relies on. Its Pan-African media titles, be it published in French, English, or even in Swahili, Lingala, and other African languages, because we need to reappropriate our narrative and sell it the way we want it to be sold to our children first, before it can reach the outside world. So Africa needs to realize the power of media and also understand that media actors, media entrepreneurs need also a plan to be sustained. So yes, we are innovating, but creating news requires money. Where do we get the money from as media entrepreneurs? I've been in the business for about 12 years. And today, my magazine, which is Tropics magazine that I was showing, is turning 11 years. But from the beginning, when I look back, I just there's a disconnect, because yes, Africa is moving and African entrepreneurs in general are pushing in which is Africa is rising. How can Africa rise when Africans themselves are not rising? So we need to shift the focus, and let's focus on what Africans are doing. How are they doing it? What type of tools are made available to them in order for them to create? How can media create more jobs? How can media tell a different story from what we are used to reading about? So how can Africa be positioned in such a way that Africa becomes a powerful destination, not just for business, but also for leisure? So the media has that power, and being originally from the Congo Brazzaville and being based in South Africa, I think South Africa is leading the way in terms of powering media innovation on the continent. When I compare South Africa to the Republic of Congo or Central Africa, you will notice that just about 10% of women are represented in the media industry, which is quite poor. When you take the case of South Africa, women are represented at 35%. And those are the statistics from 8. So I welcome anyone who's got the latest statistics to share them. And I also welcome questions in order for us to really engage on the subject. So media is an important tool to sell a country. Media is an important tool to drive investment. And African entrepreneurs need to invest in the media in order to invade this space and tell the story that we wish to see. Because if the story is told by someone who's looking at Africa from the outside, then the story will be based on their perspective. But if the African story is shared by an African entrepreneur who knows the realities of doing business in Africa, then in the battle, because there we have an opportunity to position ideas, to bring in other areas to engage, and to also get our narrative going, because then innovation can thrive and more ideas can come into play. So investment, I think investment coming from outside of Africa has been going into the continent and not really focusing on powering media initiatives. So without media, no investor can choose a destination. Without media, country can attract investors. Without media, we cannot break the mold or lead the way. So I will also call upon investors. For me, I always go for Pan-African investors first, because it's important that African millionaires and billionaires understand that we shouldn't wait for investors to always come from so far. We've got the resources, we've got natural resources, yes, but I don't look at that. We've got human capital, we've got our own money as well. How can we then put those resources that we have at our disposals, being billionaires, being serial entrepreneurs, in order to pay it forward? Because it's important to pay it forward. It's not just important to brand ourselves as winners and those who are really leading the way. It's important for us to also now stand up and say, what type of impact am I making in the life of the next entrepreneur, and how am I creating a chain? How am I creating a movement? How am I creating leaders across my field? And how can I get someone else to also tap into this industry, or capacitate them either through knowledge, through investment, through seed capital, in order for them to take their ideas to the next level. So media has that power to instill new ideas, to change the mindset, because I guess Africa does not like innovation. Africa does not like resources. Africa is not the poor continent. And shame to that person who worked at Vogue magazine and who once said in the last decade that black covers can never sell. But Tropics magazine, for instance, has been around for 11 years, and we've been selling African and black covers. We've been imposing excellence for the rest of the world to see. Today, we have about 12,000 subscribers across continents, across 4 continents to be exact, in Africa, in Europe, in America, and in Southeast Asia. So those are African and black covers that are really traveling across the world and touching more than 72 countries across the globe. So African entrepreneurs in the media space need time for them to lead, and they shouldn't lead just because now it's cool to talk about Africa. Now it's kind of cool, it's a vibe to talk about Africa, but let's do it seriously. Let's have a system in place where we say, okay, African innovating in the media space, each one within their own space, each one using their own editorial vision, but how can we come together in order to create a bigger movement? How can we come together in order to create a huge statement? Because having us on board, one thing, having us moving is something, but how do we achieve so much more in order to impact the economy? How do we impact the economy through the media space? Is through innovation, is through training, because we need to train more young people to in the media space. It's so huge because you can be and through the audiovisual and stuff, and now there's new media. And when you look at other continents, there's so much more in terms of resources that are put together for entrepreneurs in the new media industry or sector to get the necessary that can then expand. Africa, we're not seeing that movement. So this is a that are making for investors, seed investors, and fund managers to also look at the media sector and understand that this is a key sector which can generate you high value in returns. And it's important we tap onto this industry and really put our resources together in order to create the biggest sector ever, because media has the potential of growth, creating jobs and impacting the mind, and also touching the society, the mindset, and all of that. So we can also look at synergies that can be built between the media sector and the sports industry. For instance, we tend to think that sports is just the normal sports that we watch, football, basketball, but there's esports. The esports sector is not getting enough media coverage, and those are the sectors that we also need to power in order for all these companies that want to get to the continent can really understand the dynamics of investing in Africa and where they should go. When I take countries like Tanzania or the East African region, and I compare that to the Central African region where I am from, I can see a huge gap, because the language barrier to me shouldn't be a problem. We should be able to communicate in whichever language that we need and we want and get the message across. And the message as media players and media entrepreneurs should be one, which is Africa is our land, Africa is our continent. I might be from Congo, but I'm innovating in South Africa because Congo has not allowed me or has not allowed me to create or the space is not conducive for me to create a company. So it's important for us to start saying that Africa is our territory, and we have to break the mold. How do we break the mold? Is through innovation within our individual companies, but also let's not forget that we are Africans and we are Ubuntu, and Ubuntu means I am because you are. And if we instill that as a value within our media organizations, I think we will win this fight that consists of that Africa is the rising continent. Africa is the rising continent, in my view. Africa is a powerhouse. It's about history, so it's the role of media players to take us where we used to be and change the mold. So I thank you. I'll then leave the floor for Kay, up Kay and Aurélie Kalenga and Musa Kabamba for the next. So you guys that are joining us through Facebook or YouTube, please feel free to send your questions. We'll be happy to display them on the screen and share them with our panel. Good evening, Aurélie. Good evening, Kay. How are you guys doing?
We are doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good evening. Yeah, I'm excellent. How are you?
We are good, thank you. I must say that Aurélie has been an icon in my mind. Every time I switch on 702, I hear my name is Aurélie. I'm like, that's my sister. So I'm so honored to have you guys on board and on screen. It's just amazing to have you. And you guys are really key players within this industry. And Kay, I'm not complimenting him. I will know when to compliment him towards the end, because he's such a great leader. And when at times when we collaborate with Kay and when things get up, he's the one who comes with the cold water, and he go like, guys, just calm down. So he's such a great leader, and thank you guys for joining us. So first off, start with session, I'll allow each one of you to introduce yourself and let us know what do you do, where do you kill this game of media, and how have you been changing the narrative in Africa? I'll start with you, Aurélie.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the introduction. It's very kind of you. I actually think we've both been looking at each other from a distance because I've also been following you on social media for a long time, and I'm completely in awe of the work that Tropics Magazine does. So I'm also here looking at an icon.
My gosh.
So firstly, it's going to start raining here. So I don't know if you guys can hear the thunder, lightning. So just let me know if it's a bit too loud. And then I need to talk louder, I think. But yeah, so basically my name is Aurélie Kalenga, born in the Democratic Republic of Congo, grown up in South Africa, and I work at Eyewitness News. It's the news division for Radio 702, and I'm the deputy news editor there. And I'm also a news anchor, which is why you hear me on radio from time to time. And yeah, for me, I do a lot of work in the Afrophobia, xenophobia space, trying to dispel certain narratives that are told about foreign nationals, asylum seekers, documented versus illegal migrants. That's where I am most passionate about. But yeah, otherwise, I'm in the news space, and that's what I'm going to be focusing about more so during this discussion.
Okay, perfect. And congratulations. Okay, please introduce yourself.
Okay, hi. I'm Kay. Everyone knows me as Kay. Those who have worked with me or know me, but I'm known as Musakalu Kabamba. I am I call myself a digital and brand strategist with actually a new focus more on content. Hence, that's what I'll be focusing on today in our topic. I have a background in radio before I left that to focus more on the digital side of things. So I formed Kujenga Digital about 5 years ago with the sole intent of being a sort of, how would I put it, a content branding and marketing wing for my other African project, which is called Come Taste Africa. So it's funny how business works. Your company ends up evolving, and you end up getting into a space where you start understanding that, wow, you know what, media has been changing with the internet. And the focus of our topic being how COVID has changed. Me and Aurélie are probably going to touch on just how much the change has made. Digital was always going to be coming. It's just now it's in our faces. And I mean, look at the example of the type of events now we're actually having, not only ours, but as well with other individuals and other companies who are probably doing the same thing that we are. So hopefully that's a quick introduction of who I am. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. That's amazing. Congratulations on your leadership sense of style, because it's quite amazing, and more and more young entrepreneurs are taking advantage of the technological innovations and also implementing that, because I think that's what you also do within your company to take us from onto those questions towards the end. So how has COVID really impacted your business or your profession, to say? Let's start with Aurélie.
Okay, so I think that just like the many businesses around the world that are struggling to survive in the space of the global pandemic, the media industry is absolutely no exception. I mean, I heard you even talking about sports when I logged on, for a short while. And you're right, 2020, it looked like a promising year, even for sports. There was extreme buzz, billions invested by sponsors into events like the Tokyo Olympics. Here in South Africa, because regulations were barred, because regulations said that gatherings of more than 100 people had to be prohibited. So this also meant that media outlets such as cinemas experienced severe repercussions. But I'm going to focus mostly on the news industry, because that's the industry that I'm in. And that's what I'm going to look at. I'm going to hone in and specifically look at this industry. So it's quite ironic, because the need for news has never been greater than during this time. People are constantly tuning into broadcasts, they're scrolling for coronavirus updates. And you think that it would be a boom for the news industry. But you have several outlets from small to large networks grappling with the cash crunch. And we see that this global economic fallout from the pandemic has contributed to a drastic fall in advertising as well, which is what fuels us in our industry and our media houses. So we see revenues that are down, we see budgets that are being slashed, and staff also being cut. We've lost many colleagues, there've been retrenchments and the likes. But it's not all doom and gloom. It's an opportunity for new and creative ways of gathering information, of reporting and producing the news. And it's also a chance for journalism to reinvent itself.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Kay, over to you. How has COVID really impacted you?
All right. I would say that, look, anyone who was in the digital space was promoting the digital space before. I would say if you had established yourself in terms of your skill and your capacity in 2019, you have definitely benefited from last year. Because I remember I tend to offer what I call advanced digital services. So a brand would come and say, look, we want to penetrate into a certain market, and then you'll suggest, okay, what you need actually is a combination of an e-commerce platform. You're also going to need a bit of a content strategy to penetrate the market, etc. So before that, trying to sell that to a lot of people would be a problem unless you were an agency or you were tied within that type of industry, because it was still a very formalized, there was a more okay for those who can afford it. So when COVID comes, everyone is now forced in lockdown, everything goes online. And as Aurelie said, everyone has been hit from big to small. I'll even tell you of digital companies that you'd think were doing very well, but they were forced to actually lay off staff because their client compliments just said, what, we can't spend money. We don't know what's going to be happening this year. It does not make sense to put out a marketing budget. And a lot of marketing budgets actually shrunk. So you would find out that in, let's say, a company's budget of 100,000 Rand, right? And the ratio would be 60,000 traditional, which would be like radio ads, TV, whatever. And then maybe they would probably, let's say, 20,000 for in-person activation and 20,000 for digital. Now, when you have lockdown regulations, there's no need to actually now start having those in-person promotions. So that money goes to either it gets kept by the company or it will go over to digital. So there's been a lot of adaptations that people have had to make in terms of the digital age. So for some of us, we've seen a lot of clients who have actually told us, like, look, I remember last year going through a lot of contract cancellations on some, what we're planned for 2020 needs to change, because rightfully so, their entire business industries were changed. So a lot of businesses had to go back to rethink, to say, okay, what is it that we are actually still selling within this lockdown? What do people actually want? How have their behaviors changed in terms of consuming media? I mean, definitely, I think anyone can mention right now how many subscription services they have. A word like Netflix 2 years ago was not known by everyone. Now it's becoming a verb. What are you going to do when I get home? I'm going to Netflix. You've got little kids using it. You've got old people using it, So streaming has gone up. Aurelie said, there's never been a greater news for content. You are so stressed about what the death toll is, what's happening in this industry, what's happening in the Western Cape. So it's led to a lot of great things happening where now journalism is being taken more seriously. And like Aurelie said, apart from just the news industry, I think other forms of media also have to really step back and take the room to reinvent themselves. So for instance, you as a small business, ask yourself, okay, I've got a certain product. How was I marketing? I need to actually step back now and ask myself, with all these new digital ways, with the way media has changed, the fact that people don't watch as much DSTV for news and they'll rather YouTube it, should I then be now looking towards getting advertising on YouTube, or maybe start creating more content of my own, so that it's when someone is now watching their little news clip or watching a clip of someone from overseas, then my little piece of content plays next to it to say, this is my product or this is my piece of news happening in my community. So I'm really with Aurelie saying that as much as businesses have changed in 2021, a lot of introspection needs to be done in terms of how are we going to now find our position within this whole greater media ecosystem that has now gone almost fully digital. So yeah, I hope that answers your question in terms of how I have found business. But I just wanted to actually just add on to that, just leading into our topic to say that first things first is there's a lot of changes that we have to accept of how people have now started to consume media. So another thing, maybe Aurelie will agree with me on this, is how journalism is starting to struggle because they need to pay the bills. We can't sell newspapers anymore. We can't get print ads anymore. Everything is now going online. So now you've got businesses that have to now rethink, how do we make money now using digital? But also at the same time is now you have to make it compelling enough. So if you look at almost every major newspaper in the currency right now in South Africa, I know it's happening also across Africa, where there's now paywalls. So they'll tell you, look, we'll give you 3 articles for free, and then after the 4th one, you'll have to pay us a subscription. So subscriptions range from either paying a flat fee per month to paying per article. So a lot of people are now starting to experiment with what different things can we now do to now follow where people's eyeballs are, because that's what really media is. It's really capturing the senses of a human being, visually, audibly, and then obviously mentally once they process all that information. So it's now a question of us as Africans, how do we take charge of that narrative? I mean, it's a great thing that social media has democratized content creation. So now anyone with a cell phone can literally film themselves doing anything. One thing that I love, being very passionate about African food, is just the explosion we've seen because of COVID. I mean, now everyone is forced to stay at home and cook. Now people are now, hey, my mom is Ghanaian. Let me try some Ghanaian stuff. My mom is Xhosa. I want to try making, traditional porridge, and there's all of that information coming out. But I think it goes back to what you had said, Venetia, about running your own magazine. Investors must not just look at, oh, that's the next shiny idea. Oh, because it's going to reach 15 million people across Africa, we're going to get all these numbers. They need to also start saying, what about the media houses? What about the content producers? The guys who are going to take the footage of how this app is going to work and spread it to 50 million other Africans to tell them, guys, should you be interested? Maybe you should be interested in this app, and that's what media comes in, because it's that 2-minute ad. It's these long webinars we have. It's adverts. It's a news piece. It's a press release. And I think that's where we need to start understanding that media has become now very broad, especially on the digital sense. It's very easy now if you want to put up a blog post. Just download a free service, type a couple of words, boom, your message is out there. And I would like Aurelie to actually take over with just leading to this point of how journalists have now started making news on the fly, which is actually very exciting, because now we're getting blow by blow with stories. Gone are the days you had to wait for a whole press, like a whole Obi van to pitch up at the High Court. Now you've got 5 different journalists all on their cell phone telling their perspective while they've got their cameraman. So how do we now take advantage of these changing ways, not only across media, but also in the news, and getting across Africa? Yeah.
Absolutely. Aurelie, up to you.
Yeah, I completely hear what you're saying, Kay. And basically, and simply put, it's adapt or die. It's literally adaptability being the most important skill to have in the post-COVID era, and not just for journalists, but for all humans. So the big takeout is that consumers are adjusting their lifestyle habits in light of COVID-19, and this means that they're also changing their media habits. And this is creating very real consequences for the media industry, especially the news industry, as you say. You know, the way we tell stories and the methods we used before are no longer. You know, people, our consumers, our audiences have moved from being loyal talk radio listeners every morning on their way from work. That's changed because now they're no longer driving to work. So they may only be interested in catching a specific presenter or a specific conversation. So now we need to move into the era of podcasts, maybe making certain shows and certain conversations available on podcasts, creating a paywall or so forth in order to remain relevant, because you no longer have that luxury of having your audience for the entire morning like you did before. And we're also living through such difficult times with COVID, where content is king. You know, people are now choosing what to listen to because it's depressing. You wake up in the morning and you are bombarded by the death toll. Then you hear that the AstraZeneca vaccine is expired, so it's going back. Oh my goodness! So what's going to happen? Why are we actually doing this? We're all going to die. Then you hear that there's no more ventilators. So some people are actually being very selective about the kind of news that they're taking in and what times. So we've also had to change our format in how we give news to people. So we've had to make relevant adjustments to guarantee our longevity. And you know, you spoke about how we tell the news, or you know, we no longer have to have huge OB vans and stuff. And it's true, even when you look at the shift from the newsroom, which was a physical space where journalists, editors, producers would sit together, we'd have conversations, we'd unpack issues in order to set the agenda for the day and report on very important stories. Now that physical centrality has been disrupted. We're Zooming, we're on Teams, we're on WhatsApp. We're saying, oh my goodness, 5 people have been shot dead at the Belleville taxi rank. I'm going there. We're saying, oh my goodness, the Zulu King has passed away. We've got the obits on standby. We're running with that. We have microphones in our houses. Everything has changed. You know, the way we worked has been disrupted completely. And it's been good also because now we can see that we can just get up and go. This is something that could remain. We don't need to have this physical space in a newsroom. Maybe this is the shift we need to see in the industry, and we need to, you know, just rethink things, be a lot more strategic in how we tell our stories. Is it really necessary to have this huge van where 6 people can sit inside it? Does it still make sense when we have social distancing now? When we actually can't all be in that van. We actually can't all share the same microphone and the same headphones. So everything is changing, and we have to adapt in order to be able to continue doing what we do, because our role as educating, as entertaining, as informing the public has not changed. We still have to fulfill those functions, but we need to see how to do that and how to adapt during these times.
No. 100%, and I love what you just said about.
I think you guys have just yes, okay.
No, go ahead.
Sorry about
Manisha.
that, Kay. You can carry on.
All right. No, I was just
there's something
saying
that struck my mind when Aurélie was talking. She said all of us don't have to sit in the van. So how do you feel about this new habit of storytellers that are being born thanks to social media, and those who claim to become journalists and those who are becoming lawyers overnight? What is your message to them? Because I think there needs to be a difference between a journalist, a storyteller, and an influencer. So all of them need to know where to stand. And those who are creating stories, those who are really journalists, how do we go about it? What are the dynamics around all of that? Okay, I'll start with you, Kay, then Aurélie.
Okay, it's a very interesting question you asked there. Very touchy though. Personally, for me, I think it boils down to the quality of the person. As Aurélie said earlier, content is king. So if you're a journalist who went to school for it, you've had experience covering stories, you know what type of questions to interview someone. Yeah. It comes naturally for you to make good journalism, you see. So obviously, yes, I can be a news creator if, let's say, there's a shooting down at Let's say there's an ATM bombing and I run with my cell phone and I'm filming everything, there's fire. Yes, I'm a news reporter because I'm reporting the news, but how I do it, you see, now becomes the issue. And I think that's where media needs to step back and actually ask itself. Because Aurelie said something very powerful about the power now is in how you move, the decentralization. It's no longer your agency telling you to go somewhere. It's almost now like a network to ask who's the closest to this, to go cover it. And I think that's what we need in Africa, because someone covering, let's say, farmers in the northern part of Malawi, that's great content. But the question is, how is it processed? How is it processed? How is it packaged? How is it delivered? You know, and that's the issue with another topic like fake news. Because in the same breath, I want to now get viewers. Why not just start a fire and say, oh, wow, you know, there's a bush burning down the road, we're all going to die. And that's what we're having now. You know, it's unfortunate that there are certain players who actually know the dynamics, that if you say certain content that is misleading, that creates emotion, that is a mix of half the truth and something else, you know, something that's open-ended, has not been fact-checked. Obviously, if it's that dramatic, you know, it's going to spread like wildfire, you know. And unfortunately, even if influencers don't mean to do that, and I'm not actually insulting any influencers at all, but it's really become, unfortunately, about the money game, because that's the reason why influencers will do what they do, because they want to go and tell someone, I've got 40,000 Instagram followers, so you need to pay me X amount per month, you know. And I'm sitting there as a business and I'm thinking, okay, Miss Influencer or influencer over here, him, you know, if I use them, I'll be able to get my product over there. And it goes back to, I think, also a question of radio. You know, I would actually like to say half of the DJs that you hear on radio right now are actually total rubbish, you know, because they are mostly just influencers who have been picked for numbers, and they will just literally regurgitate what they can Google up, you know. So you don't have good quality radio shows anymore, because it's like, okay, I can do your job, so why am I listening to you? Hence also, that's why it goes back to the power of, now I know what I want and I know what I want to listen to. You know, like Aurelie was saying, after hearing all these deaths, all of that, I now think, okay, I need some motivation. If my radio station is not giving me that, I've got podcasts from Apple to Spotify to even someone sharing a link to their own website to say, oh, here's my motivational mantra, you know, being a struggling entrepreneur. Because we're at that point in Africa right now where anyone at any stage of their business, as our last speaker, Mr. McKevin, said, you know, you can literally just get on the internet right now and Google, how do I start this? How do I do that? Or even go to his platform, set up a startup, you know, and then you can follow that course, you know, and that's where content has become now, because now I can customize what I want. So these big agencies, or this thing of thinking, okay, there's my message and there's what I do, let me push it out to the world and they'll just automatically accept it. That's dead now. It's now the other way around, where you have to look at your consumer and say, okay, what does Aurelie like? Aurelie likes to have a good glass of wine after she comes back from work. She enjoys maybe this type of documentaries, etc., etc. Now it's up to you. It's up to you as a business now. It's up to you as a business to then say, okay, because Aurelie likes red wine after she comes back from work, maybe this is a way of me selling my glasses from Tanzania. And that's where we need to start now thinking, asking ourselves, okay,
absolutely,
the media I want to create has a certain intention. It's either to inform, to educate, to entertain. Then the next question needs to be you asking me, okay, who's my target audience that I need to do this for? You know, and if those two things are not really addressed, what you're trying to achieve and who you're trying to target, that's how you end up now with content that gets drowned in all of this whole influencers making shallow content, good journalists who are making content, but it's not coming out to the world, fake news, you know. It's really changed to a point now of asking yourself, I need to be very specific about the media that I create. I mean, you should see the stats on Facebook about how many pieces of content are made. Look at TikTok. TikTok, I think, makes about, if I'm not mistaken, I think they should have passed the 7.2 million videos in, I think, 4 hours or something. So you can now imagine, with now everyone being able to create media and content, you have to now get very, very specific and very focused to say, who am I targeting? What am I telling them? And how does it fit in their lives? So then I can take those 30 seconds to 10 minutes of my life to say, okay, let me focus on your content, your media, your message, and then see if it's relevant in my life. Because you are not the only one who's doing it. There are 10 other people who are trying to push the exact product as you are. So the question is, how is your message different from everyone else's? You know, you've got your influencers, you've got your companies, you've got your fake news, you've got your, you know, it's a mix now. There's never been a cheaper and quicker time to make content and media in the history of humanity. So it's really always just a question of you sitting back, not being afraid or being overwhelmed by what everyone else is doing, and just asking yourself, what am I trying to achieve with my media and my content, and who would find this relevant? So yeah, that's my part.
I agree. And before I give the floor to Aurélie, before I give the floor back to Aurélie, I think I'll say I've never met a single influencer that has helped an entrepreneur to sell their stuff. Yes, to raise awareness, but to sell, I still haven't met one. So please, guys, if you know someone who's got that ability, please do tag their names and mention them, because we need now influencers. Talk has to shift. Because if we're paying you so much money and then we can't even sell a product, then it's not good. So back to you, Aurélie. What is your take on traditional versus new media right now? And where do you see this trend going or moving forward to?
Look, I think that one thing this pandemic has produced overnight is doctors as well as storytellers. All of a sudden, everybody is a specialist. Everybody knows what medication to take, especially if you're African. I don't know if you've got African parents like me. There's always a medicine. There's always something. Les inhalations, ceci, cela. There's always all sorts of things. You know, my parents always have a cure. They've just seen a new concoction. They've just seen a new remedy. You know, overnight. And together with that has been storytelling. You know, together with that has been storytellers, because of the ease of being able to click a button and have access to social media. So we have a lot of people doing that, sharing their experiences, telling their stories and stuff. I do welcome it. I think that the way the world is moving is a lot different, especially with something that's unknown like the pandemic. You know, you have people look at the way all of the what do you call it? What, not the side effects, but the signs of COVID. Look at all the signs. You know, they said first it was a headache, and then a scratchy throat, and then, you know, loss of taste, loss of smell. But we got to learn about so many more things because people actually went on social media or on their YouTube pages to say, actually, this is how I'm feeling. It's day 14. This is how I'm feeling. Or I'm a long hauler. It's actually been 3 months and I'm still extremely fatigued, or I still suffer from headaches. And all that information was actually quite helpful, because a lot of times, even in the industry, we interview experts, we interview the doctor, the scientist. And you don't really have access to people who are sharing these stories, saying, I've lost motion in my body. And so their stories that we've been seeing on social media and on new media has been very interesting. But with that, I cannot ignore the risk of fake news. We've seen a lot of news come to light because of it, because you're not accountable. You're not accountable to the institution that you work for, like a 702, a BBC, a CNN, and you also have no codes that govern you or what you say. So if you go and you're saying something that's completely incorrect and false, and you work for a traditional media organization, you have the BCCSA, you have the press ombudsman that can still call you over the calls. But there's a difference when you do not account to any organization. So you actually can just go to your live and say any sort of statement. You can say whatever cured you or whatever's helped you. And that's actually very detrimental, especially on our continent where people think that everything that's been forwarded to your phone or that you get on WhatsApp is facts and news. And that's why at times I don't appreciate every Tom, Dick, and Harry having a YouTube channel and speaking about such important issues without an expert, because at the end of the day, they have nothing to lose and their credibility is not really on the line. So I think that this also gives room for people in the news business to create more trust. You know, it is problematic when people like yourself say, there's no good radio content. We need to look inwardly then and say, where are we lacking? People are not believing us. People are not trusting us. What are we doing? What should we do differently? How do we go back to being that structure, that platform that people believed? So it means there's a lot of inward looking that we have to do as well to remain on top of it. An influencer, someone with a YouTube channel, you know, who just goes through certain articles on Google cannot have more credibility than an institution and someone who understands the media landscape and who understands the importance of telling a factual story and telling a balanced story and telling a truthful story, you know, still keeping in mind the intricacies and the emotional aspect as well, because COVID is also, it's been a great story of loss. You know, we talk about economic loss, but it's been a story of human loss for many. It's been a story of loss of jobs, of employment. You know, people have really got nothing. So we need to navigate how we tell all these stories, the stories of the pandemic, of the medical aspects, of the economic aspects, of the lives of the families torn apart and so forth. So yeah, I'm two ways about it. It's always good to hear people telling their stories, but I think it's important to listen to people who have something to lose because they can't just ramble anything. They are actually upheld by rules and codes and governing organizations.
No, well said, actually, because I would actually agree with you, and I think that's what the traditional media houses still have to offer in terms of content. It's the fact that they have processes. They've got process of due diligence, fact checking, multiple sources. You know, these are things that have developed over decades, you know, if not going into centuries of journalism itself. So we can't just, you know, say overnight that journalism is dead. I think it's just a question of what Aurelie said, looking inwards to then evolve. So an example would be, for instance, finding a way of crowdsourcing the news, you know? So you don't make someone a reporter, but you empower them to probably report something. Say, here's a clip that I took of an old age home that we have, which then links up to a certain reporter who would then compile different reports and then create, you know, content for them. Because the greatest thing I enjoy about technology is the fact that there's power in people's hands. But unfortunately, with any form of power, it can be misused, it can be mishandled, and a lot of people don't even understand how much power they have. You know, if you had to tell someone, if let's say they just filmed all the farmers or all the young farmers they have in their neighborhood for 2 months, that would be some amazing content, because you would be then looking at someone who's then struggling to then say, oh, wow, so that guy had a drought problem, this one had a seed problem, this one couldn't make it on time to water his things. You know, and like what Aurelie said, you know, people going on Facebook telling us how they were going through COVID. That's an example of how such content then starts helping scientists to say, oh, it seems like people in this certain area of this province are long haulers, you know, so maybe we can look into taking action there. And I think that's the thing that we need to do. You know, it's a question of how do we use the force of media and the force of power and the channels that are there for the greater good, you know. And like I agree with you when you said about fake news not being accountable. you know. And I think it's one thing we need to start accepting as legitimate content creators, that content has moved from just being you read in a piece of paper or on a website, then I absorb it and then I am done with it. You know, it's lifestyle now because there's so much content of it. Even the type of news you're looking for, you know, it's very specific. I mean, I can ask the entrepreneurs that we have in this group or anyone, like they probably don't even read the same type of business articles like someone else does or entrepreneurship. And that's where we've come to the world. So if then someone who's making fake news knows that I love seafood and I love Trevor Noah, and I put an article that says Trevor Noah has discovered that seafood helped him through COVID.
Yeah.
Obviously, it ticks my boxes for things that I find influential and relevant in my life. So naturally, my mind is going to believe in that. And I think that's where we need to stop as being content producers of that old mentality of, oh, this is a great piece of content. This is a great piece of news. This is a great story of a Ghanaian entrepreneur. Everyone's going to magically read it. It doesn't work like that anymore. Someone has to sit there and say, I'm interested in entrepreneurship in Ghana. Okay, your article actually works for me and it actually helps me with what I'm trying to do in my life. So content has become very lifestyle-like. And I think that's what we need to do. And a perfect example of that is just see how gossip and celebrity news, readership and viewership has skyrocketed in the past 2 years. Because that's what people are. You know, we want things that we aspire to, that things that inspire us, motivate us. So if AKA and Banang motivate me, I'm looking for that news every morning, you know. I'm not going to go find a piece of journalism about, you know, the production of cattle in KwaZulu-Natal has gone up 20%. It's not relevant to me. So I think also that's what we need to start now doing as content producers. You as a radio station need to sit down and ask whoever's in tech to say, guys, we need to break down our segment. Who are our listenerships? What should we now tailor make it? Okay, should we now be talking about African dishes, then switch to doing business in Rwanda, then switch to the 5 different wines that are being produced in Africa type of thing? That's where we need to start going now with our content creation. Really trying to understand our end consumer and entering their lives, becoming relevant within their lives so we can slot in. Yeah.
Amazing. I think we need about an hour to really talk about the subject, but running out of time right now. So there's one question. I'll take one question from the public. There's Olga who's watching from South Africa, and she's asking, I am happy to hear about your work with foreign nationals. What do you think needs to be done in the media industry? I'll start with Aurélie.
Okay. Hi, Olga.
Media
for your question.
To close. I think I'll just round out. Yeah.
Sorry, say that again. I missed the end of what you were saying.
Oh, I was saying maybe in conclusion, then just add to the response that you sent to Olga. To just tell us what then is the resolution. How do we get the African media to move forward?
Okay, so in terms of foreign nationals and the media industry, I think that so much more needs to be done. There's a general miseducation about migration in the media, and especially in South African media, where already the basics are not understood, as the difference between an asylum seeker and a refugee, the difference between an undocumented migrant and an illegal migrant. We need to also tell the more comprehensive stories about the hardships of actually getting documentation when you arrive in this country, the long queues at Maravastad and other home affairs, and how the system just doesn't work, the corruption as well that people find on the way. So all of those stories are stories that are not told. And so people only think, oh yes, tested papers, illegal immigrants. It's not that simple. I think that what needs to be done is to also hold government officials to account, to make them see that a lot of promises are not trickling down. You're giving people the right to come into this country, but then they arrive, they can't get proper documentation, they can't open bank accounts, they can't get a lease agreements, they can't get it just doesn't make sense. They can't live full lives and have all the human rights that they're supposed to enjoy in this country. So there's so much to be done. This is something I could go on about forever. There's so much to be done in terms of policy, in terms of education, in terms of just the language that we use. You know, you'll read articles about people pouring into South Africa, you know, as if, you know, people are just stampeding and running through Bridge every single day. Like, just the language is disrespectful as well. You know, the stories that are told could be told with a lot more dignity. The pictures that are shown, it's not always a matter of leaving your country because you're fleeing war. Sometimes you just want, you know, to study elsewhere. You want to get, you know, a degree from a certain university, and you see that all over the world. You know, you see people leave London to go study at the University of Columbia in the States. You know, it can be as simple as that. You can be leaving because you want to start a company, and the opportunity is going to be in South Africa. It's not that you're fleeing. It's not that your house is on fire. It's not the single story. So I think there's just a problem with that single narrative in the media, and that story needs to be changed. It needs to be told differently. And there's also room to have the voices of migrants in the conversation. The only time we see news about migrants and foreign nationals is during xenophobic attacks. And it's, oh, they shot me, they did this, they're burning my shop, they're doing that, as if that's the only story. That's our only story in this country. And there's a lot more stories that need to be told. There are businesses that are thriving and booming and contributing to the economy. There are NGOs that are doing phenomenal work. There are academics that are innovative and coming up with wonderful strategies within the tertiary education realm. So there's just so much more to do along so many lines.
There's so much more to do. So, Kay, I think you get the last word of this conversation. Where do you see the future of media in Africa, and what would be the resolution of this beautiful talk that we just started?
Well, to tell you the truth, content, media on Africa, so content and media on Africa is only going to go up. I mean, look at how Netflix has entered Africa, and they're now making deals with almost every major production country, whether it's Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, on some, how can we get your local productions on board? Because they understand that as much as they're giving us Japanese animations and American shows, you know, once in a while, us Africans want to see a piece of our own story, you know? So can you imagine getting to a point where we can get Egyptian soapies, we can get Moroccan documentaries, we can get reports from Ghana about what farmers are doing. In South Africa, we're finding about what chefs are doing. I mean, we can literally have, the content is abound with so many stories, from nature to the human stories themselves. So what needs to be done going forward? I think let's start off with the content consumers. I think you, as a person who consumes any content or media, it's your responsibility to tailor make what's in your life. You know, we have these type of you know, summits and business mixes. You know, it takes time. I mean, thank you to all the people who have taken time to spend all these hours listening about how we can work better as Africans. You know, you could have spent 3 hours watching something on Netflix or something else. So it comes with the responsibility of us as content consumers to say, what do I really want in my life? And let me fact and quality check. You know, there's nothing wrong with seeing if someone else is doing the exact same story. You know, you don't have to just accept it from one source. You know, as content producers, with Olga saying, you know, she's happy to see work with foreign nationals. I mean, it should be like that. You know, I'm lucky to actually have, you know, different networks across the continent where I can tap for information. We need to start working like that. You know, asking a Tanzanian cameraman to say, listen, can you shoot me some footage of these Tanzanian businesses, you know, because I would like to create a little small documentary on how manufacturing in Tanzania is going, you know, and it's nothing stops us. I mean, we've got data sharing. I mean, internet has been cheaper. You know, it's just having a Zoom meeting to discuss a plan. So, okay, shoot that. I want you to get that. So we need to have a lot more cross collaboration as content producers across the continent. As investors, these things don't pay for themselves. investors need to change the mindset to say content is not just an after effect of a product or some value. Sometimes content is the value. People wouldn't even know of a specific product if it wasn't for the content being made, you know, or the stories being shown. So there needs to be that change where now investors need to say, you know what, we need to start creating content hubs where I am going to invest in starting a content hub that carries migration issues. Then you look to hiring all these kids who are not going back to varsity, but they know how to use a camera, they know how to use technology. And I think with some great training from existing journalists, they can go through a boot camp where they're now going to lines in Marabastad and they're actually filming the process to say, I've been here for 4 hours. And that's how people end up saying, wow, okay, it's not a story anymore. It's actually real fact. It's something that I can see, you know? And also then it goes all the way to government. I think government right now is seeing South Africa especially is seeing such an interesting situation with your Netflix coming into the countries, your streaming services, DSTV complaining about this. SABC now wants to put a tax license on everything that has got a screen, you know. And if you look at everyone's argument, yeah, government does have a point, but the problem with them is they've fallen behind. You know, there have been so many experts who have told them, guys, this is the future of something. Unfortunately, it took a pandemic to realize, okay, most of our population has changed how they do media. So things have to change with policy, you know. It's glad that we have things like the POPI Act that's coming out to protect privacy and information. But I think we need to start having rules about fake content. You know, if you are caught making fake news, you should be prosecuted for that. We need to have more laws that will focus on, you know, what is freedom of speech and what is hateful speech, you know, because now anyone can say anything on a camera, on their social media account. Where do we draw the line? So a lot needs to be done across all kinds of players, from you as an individual to what you decide to consume. I mean, the content creators need your help to say, wow, we've gotten 10,000 views. But we also want to make sure we're getting 10,000 views of the right people who are going to like our content. And they say, we like what you made, we didn't like what you made, so we know how to improve it, you know? And it's just it's an effort on so many levels, and it's going to take a couple of years. But I think if we start now the conversations with the right stakeholders and trying to start action on the grassroots, eventually it's going to become a growing trend.
Thank you so much, Kay. I think that's our cue now. They're behind stage colleagues that kicking us out. So let me just read this final comment from Wanda Nico, who's watching us from France. She said a very constructive exchange and an objective analysis on the media sector. So we greet you, Wanda, and thank you so much for joining us from Paris. So thank you very much. I wish to thank each one of you for joining us tonight and also for making this panel so instructive and very informative. I'll just leave you with a final word. The final word will be, what is that single word that will leave our viewers with? My word will be Ubuntu. What is yours, Aurélie?
Oh, my word is kindness. Just kindness to everyone all the time. Kindness.
I think my word would be, my word would be express.
Awesome.
Express yourself, express your value.
Okay?
Yeah.
Express. Awesome. So Ubuntu, kindness, and express yourself. So thank you very much for joining us. We wish you to continue doing what you're doing. You're paving the way forward, and thank you for always leading the way. Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Aurélie. Très bonne soirée.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Have a evening. So no problem. Our next session will be with Miss Nomsan Teleko, who's joining us from South Africa. I'm just going to leave the floor for her. So she's going to take the stage in a minute. We're sharing another important topic for our viewers. Evening, Nomsa. Your mic is muted. Please check your mic.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. How are you, Venetia?
Evening, Nomsa. Thank you so much for joining us. Good, thank
Thank
you
you
very
very
much.
much.
So I'm just going to from the screen, so the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good evening, everyone. I am the CEO of OS Holdings, as well as the COO of Amatuba AI. I'm going to go briefly in terms of what these organizations are doing. So I just want to thank you for joining us this evening. It's been really, really an amazing conference. I mean, I've been listening to the different speakers. So it's been really such a great joy to be part of this group. And I'm grateful for being invited. Tropics Magazine and the Business Summit, you guys are doing an amazing job. We are really looking forward to doing more of this. So my topic is looking at harnessing innovation and emerging technologies to address the impact of COVID in SA. So this is a huge topic because COVID affected the entire globe, and the impact is dire, really, because lives were lost, jobs were lost, and many businesses, had to shut down because of the pandemic. But before I can start with my talk, I think it's only noble that I introduce myself. I am the CEO of OS Holdings. It focuses on ERP systems, financial management systems. So we're using tools and technology to ensure that we assist organizations in running successfully. And I'm also one of the directors at Amatuba AI, which is an aggregator of artificial intelligence in Africa. We also use tools, specifically artificial intelligence, to ensure that we can assist businesses in succeeding. Before we can even start, I think it's important that we look at the impact of COVID, in business, in the lives of the people of the entire globe. So there's a research from WHO that says that the pandemic has caused mass trauma than World War II. So you can imagine that if it's compared to the trauma that was caused by World War II, it simply tells you that this is another war that we are going through as a nation, in fact, as a globe. Therefore, that means recovery from that. It will take a lot of effort, not only in Africa, but at a globe at large. The biggest thing, though, that was found was that mental health toll of the virus will last for many more years to come. Before we can even address technology, before we can address economics, we need to be looking at how do we ensure that the mental health is addressed. Because if that is not addressed, or if we're not looking at another as a proper way of charting the way forward, whatever initiatives that are suggested, they may suffer and they may not necessarily work. So innovation talks about finding new ways of reinventing businesses, rebuilding businesses. I mean, what is it that we can do in order to rebuild businesses and curb the impact of COVID in our lives? So I'm going to be looking at the global scale, as well as I'm going to then bring it home, to individual, to businesses. How do we then use technology, emerging technologies specifically, to do that? So the first part that we need to look at is the use of artificial intelligence. I believe that as much as artificial intelligence has been in existence for some time, it is, however, seem to be an emerging technology in Africa, in South Africa. South Africa is continuously talking about the fourth industrial revolution. How do we use technology to make sure that we are building proper nations, proper businesses. So if you look at AI and machine learning, it has a capability of helping along with other data analytics capabilities, but we have to look at re-engineering at how decisions are taken, by whom, what is required. And the biggest part of it is what are we talking about? The what is increasingly more when machines will be giving the ability to decide. And I believe that if you put it in the context of COVID, let's look at, for instance, the vaccine are being distributed. And logistics companies, they need to be going into the different areas in the country to deliver the vaccines. But then now, how can we use technology to make sure that the vaccines that are delivered at the right place, they're sitting with the right temperature, and they're going to the right people, and the data that is used, the data that is available is used enough to help in terms of making the decisions and feeding report back to, be it the pharmaceutical companies, be it to government, to actually see and track that are these vaccines going to the right people. And one of the tools that can be used is artificial intelligence, because with artificial intelligence, specifically machine learning, actions are taken faster with such remote and automated decision tools. And I'll make an example. Think of an environment where you have a doctor in a rural area, or let me say a hospital in a rural area. If you would bring in artificial intelligence in that environment, you could teach, you could have an AI doctor that can assist in making sure that healthcare is reached, in the entire rural economy. And I'll make an example. Let's say, for instance, a person gets sick, an ambulance is called. When the ambulance is called, imagine a world where there's a tool that is able to see immediately that this particular patient, what comorbidities do they have? What are the challenges that they're experiencing? Which doctor are they supposed to be seeing? Which specialist? Are they supposed to be going to a clinic? Are they supposed to be going to a hospital? If that decision is made at that particular moment, a life could be saved. But that cannot happen if there are not enough technologies. For instance, you are combining your AI tools with your IoT, and that person who is the emergency person that is taking that patient has sufficient information to ensure that time is not wasted on this patient going into the wrong queue, the wrong hospital, or they're being misdiagnosed. It's one of actually some of the ideas that we're working with in order to make available healthcare to the rural communities. So those are some of the technologies that can be used, to address the impact. For instance, in many cases, AI can be as effective as human decision making. There's no time to consult with a specialist because you have taught that AI tool to think like a specialist. And for every decision that is made, you can literally go back and check, how was this decision made? And it will look at all the information that variations of answers that you've designed into that particular tool to say, this is how this decision was made. So if we could take advantage of tools like that, I think we will go a long way in terms of, harnessing in terms of addressing the impact post-COVID, be it in health, be it in business. We need to be available. We need to be in a position to take advantage of these particular tools. Now, when you are bringing it back, into normal businesses, because a lot of businesses were impacted very negatively. The biggest thing, though, is that as business, we needed to shift our thinking. Shift our thinking from doing a business the normal way into the new way of doing a business. For instance, the working from home, the tools that are available for businesses to work from home, the measures of ensuring that your business does not only survive, but it continues to thrive during the pandemic or post-pandemic. So one of the key things that we need to look at is that there is no digital transformation without digital presence. A lot of businesses and many businesses, we had to learn that we need to be present, within the digital space. What do I mean by that? Many businesses did not have visibility on social media. A website was not used as a business tool. So the digital transformation starts by saying, where are the clients looking at when they want to make business decisions? They're going online. The first thing a client would do if they want to purchase something, they would go online and check who is OS Holdings, who is Amathuba AI, what services do they provide? So if you do not have presence there, your business is definitely not going to survive, especially during and post the COVID pandemic. So digital marketing is key. And one of the biggest thing is that there is one way of you are active in the market space, but is it generating money back into your business? So now we actually look at how do you ensure that your digital marketing presence is actually driving traffic and sales and money back into your business. So it's very important that you use your website as a sales tool. If not, how can you change it to drive business into your organization? And some of the tools that we then need to look at is customer relationship management. Post the pandemic, or even during the pandemic, how we deal with customers has become very different, in a sense that we need to have a closer relationship with our customers. And without technology tools that are enabling that relationship, it becomes a little bit of a challenge. So the customer relationship should be at a higher level for two reasons. Firstly, empathy. How are you empathetic towards your customers in terms of what they have faced and the after effects of COVID? How is your business assisting the other your customers in terms of rising above the challenges of the COVID? How do you build loyalty? How do you deliver exceptional service? So tools like your CRM are tools that can help you in terms of, one, the communication is going through the CRM system. Every query that comes in, you are able to address and you can track if work is getting done. So that will help you in terms of building loyalty and ensuring excellent customer service. One of the things that obviously we need to look at is your financial management service from the business perspective. Do you have tools, within your business that are helping with financial management systems? And the biggest key is you need to have cloud solutions, because you do not really have to spend on the infrastructure. So the cloud financial management systems are some of the systems that can help you, because then you have access of these systems from any device. You can log in from anywhere and you have access to your data, because the data that is on your financial management system is the data that will assist you in terms of making intelligent decisions. Now that businesses have gone down, they've experienced revenue losses, you need intelligent information so that you can make decisions differently, or you can make intelligent decisions. For example, with data that is sitting in your financial management system, you can see which products are not really flying off your shelves. You are able to see that some of the products are working, so you need to stock more of that. Those that are not going, you need to remove that, because we had to be forced to re-look at how we do business, and we had to reshape and repurpose the businesses that we have. But without a financial data that can tell you how your business is performing financially, it becomes a huge challenge. And we had to really adopt on, with the pandemic, we had to really look at the tools that we're using internally. For instance, your Office 365 has become a non-negotiable tool where you find that you have to do your video calls. Platforms like this are the platforms that are really making it easier for us to communicate, with the entire globe. So in this platform, I'm able to sell in any country or in any province. So as a business, in order to succeed, you need to be agile enough to change with the times and make sure that you bring in tools that will assist in terms of your business growing. So those are some of the things I thought that they could really add value in making sure that your business continues to succeed. One of the biggest thing, obviously, is that consumers are turning into online shopping for products and services. So if your business is not online, honestly, it's as good as not available. How do we then curb the technology and innovation divide? Thirdly, we realized that when we were in lockdown, specifically in South Africa, so the children education. So the children that are in suburban schools, the children that are going to private schools, learning continued. But the child that is sitting in a rural area with a go-go, there's no laptop, there's no smartphone, learning literally stopped in that environment. Therefore, if we do not take those who do not have or those who lack with us as we journey into a transformed environment where innovation and technology is concerned, we're doing a disservice to the nation. It is important that from the government perspective, we ensure that there is an infrastructure that allows a person that is in the most rural area to have access to tools and devices that will enable learning. If we have a primary school in a village, it should not be different to a primary school that is sitting in town. They should have the same access of education. We need to cut that divide, especially in Africa, because if we leave masses behind, we will continue be staggering behind when it comes to innovation and technology in the African continent. So I thought that it's something that government needs to really look into. Obviously, business needs to come on board as well in making sure that we partner with government, we partner with private communities, we partner with NPO organizations to ensure that, there's inclusivity where technology is concerned. And one of the things that we need to look at is we need to introduce technology at an early development phase. Why is this important? If children grow up in an environment, they are taught coding, they are taught about something as legal as computer literacy, already their mind is open to say, I can actually create stuff instead of being a consumer. The minute we teach it from an ECD level, I think it gives us a bright future in the African continent to say that's where we are starting to groom innovators of technology. My say is that we should not be consumers of technology in Africa. We should be providers. We need to be part of the innovators and the providers that are making these tools available. One of the things that we're looking at is where we have an internship is to build products where you would put them in an environment where they have developers that are teaching them and mentoring them, and they develop these products. Once these products are developed, then they go into the next phase where these products are sold into the markets that are available. So that is the thinking that we need to have to say, how do we look at technology as Africans and feel and believe that actually I can do this and I can be part of it instead of me being, so those are some of the initiatives that we need to make available, because we can come and say we need to have graduates that, or let me say we need to open employment for IT for Africans or innovation. But if that culture is not encouraged at an early childhood level, the gap will continue. So those are some of the things that we really need to look at to say, how do we ensure that from as early choose this? So we need to be innovators and creators of technology instead of consumers. That's the biggest thing. I also did indicate to say infrastructure needs to be in place. We need resources for the township and the rural communities. They need access to Wi-Fi. They need access to hardware devices as well as smart devices. Otherwise, you find that we have a nation that is completely excluded. So those are some of the ways that we need to be when we're talking about, how do we harness technology and innovation in order to drive the impact or to address the impact of COVID in the African context. One of the things that we believed at Amathuba AI is that we need to we need to use technology to take back humanity. What do I mean by that? You find that in many companies, or let me say in many instances, a lot of people are spending a lot of time at work, working behind piles and piles and piles of paper. So imagine a situation where you can replace that with the bot. The mundane tasks that are in the workspace, where you can replace it with a bot. So those are some of the things that we need to look at, where you can use AI to copy the thinking of your best decision makers. How can we use AI to allow to be deployed and tweak according to your requirements, and take that time that you are using and bring it back into either your family or either to re-strategize your business in order to succeed in all that you do. So there are a number of ways where artificial intelligence can be used to promote and to grow businesses, be it in the healthcare, be it in the mining space. So we need to be looking at those drivers, that will assist. So one of the biggest challenges when you look at in the business aspect is that many businesses have lost have lost people that are working in their organizations. How do we then, recreate employment, or how do we repurpose, the businesses in order to be able to continue to thrive and in order to be able to continue to succeed? I think the first part is we need to change our thinking. We have a great challenge where people are afraid to interact with technology, are afraid to actually think beyond, their imagination where technology is concerned. And I think if we do not change our thinking, it's really going to be a challenge in terms of us growing as a nation, or rising above the impact of the COVID pandemic. So those are some of the things that we wanted to look at where technology is concerned. I'm just gonna look at the last part of my talk. I don't know if there are any questions. I'm really happy to take questions from this moment. Okay, I'm not seeing. I thought I was seeing a question, but Namsa, there's a question for you on the screen. I don't see it. COVID-19 has important consequences on people, mental health, not only. I'm not seeing this question. I don't know, V, if you can help me. I can't really see it. COVID-19 has consequences, not only economic one. Yes, I think the biggest thing, COVID-19 has had, how has COVID-19 impacted businesses? Okay, thank you very much for that question. The biggest challenge with COVID-19 in business, one, the loss of revenue. I was reading a case study in Cape Town where it spoke about 70% of businesses suffered revenue loss. So if you suffer revenue loss, it's a great challenge in a sense that you will not be able to pay your employees. So that means you need to find ways and means to pay your employees. Obviously, a UIF in the South African context helped companies a great deal, where they would subsidize money that was paid to employees. So that was the biggest challenge. Secondly, many businesses had to let go of their staff. So that means great unemployment then was a product of COVID. And they find that clients are not in a position to buy, because even though, for instance, in a technology space, many businesses were standing, but if you are standing and your customers are not standing, it becomes a problem because you cannot do business with yourself. So it was a great challenge where you find that many people lost their jobs, businesses lost revenue. Businesses had to rethink and repurpose, the manner in which they would do business. I mean, I remember there was one case in one of the township that is close to my area where initially it was a tavern, so alcohol was closed. They had to repurpose that business and started selling vegetables, So that means that they still needed to make a living. So they needed to relook and repurpose the very same business or the very same premises so that they can be able to make ends meet. But the other thing is that there was a silver lining where COVID was concerned. Our thinking had to shift. We had to get away from our comfort zone, So those are two important things that can build a business. Where do you get your strength from? Okay, this one is actually quite interesting. I get a lot of strength from my family, specifically my son and my late father. I think that's really where I get my strength from. And I'm very fortunate to have a beautiful team at both OS Holdings and Amatuba AI that is able to go into war with me in terms of ensuring that we are still able to deliver on business, we're still able to support our customers, and we're still able to encourage each other during the difficult times, so that's really where I get my strength from. And the other question is, how can women become resilient business in Africa? Sure. Is there any other alternative? By getting into business, the first thing is spirit. And how can you be resilient? I think it is a requirement. I think the biggest ask is, how do you ensure that you keep the resilience? You need to partner with like-minded people so that when things are really, really difficult, you have support structures that you can draw your strength from. That's really how you build resilience. And the other thing is understanding that you will come across challenges, but you need to keep your eye on the goal, for you to overcome the stumbling blocks. I think resilience is built as you come across challenges. Don't be shy to face challenges. Face them, because you learn from each and every challenge that you are facing. There's a great lesson that comes out of that. So resilience is one of the key things that you need in business. I think the more you face challenges, the more you grow your resistance and you grow your resilience. What can the rest... A question from Omi in Dakar, Senegal says, what can the rest of Africa learn from you? So one thing about me is that I'm purpose driven. And I believe that strength comes from inside out. You will definitely come across challenges, but know that your strength is from inside out, as well as you need to know your why. Why are you in business? Don't get lost in it, because there's so much that happens in business that we get lost. Always remember your why. Your why will help you when you come across a challenge, when you get lost, or when you get distracted. So that is the biggest thing. Learn your why and know that is possible. You have to have that blind faith of knowing that everything that you aspire for, you can achieve if you put your... That's one thing you can learn from me. Anderson from Kenya says, can OS help with data management and protection? Yes, we can do that. We have a number of tools that can assist in terms of data management and protection. We can talk privately and I can assist you in terms of how we can do that. Any advice from an aspiring entrepreneur? This is a tough one, but I would say that entrepreneurship is a tough journey. But think about the employment that you will be creating by choosing to be an employer instead of an employee, and as an entrepreneur, you have to have a strong mindset to know that once you have decided on the product, or let me say on the business that you want to pursue, you need to continuously learn, because sometimes an idea starts, and as you are learning and as you are growing, you're continuously growing and reviving that idea. You just need to have a resistant spirit and don't give up. Really, that's the biggest thing. It's a long journey. It's a painful journey. It's not a glamorous journey, but it is possible, especially if you remember why you're in business in the first place. Thank you. I see that there are no more questions. Thank you very much for the questions that came out from this session. I think my biggest message is that let's take back humanity through technology. Africa is a beautiful space for us to create and innovate. And I think that we need to really come forward with our innovation, because the world is yet to see the beauty of Africa and the intelligence of Africa where technology and innovation is concerned. So we need to really show up and deliver what we are good at. Thank you very much. Hey.
Obviously, we're not going to ignore any source of energy that obviously doesn't damage the earth. or our environment. If you look at the word investment, how would you define and look at investment in clean energy, and share our thoughts with our audience? My name is Corey van der Walt. I'm from Clean Energy Solutions, and my co-presenter is Heine.
I'm Heine van Jaarsveld. I'm from Quantum Professional Services.
So Heine, let's start with investment in clean. When you hear the word investment and clean, those are the two key words. Clean, obviously, we're not going to go into it. It's any source of energy that obviously doesn't damage the earth or our environment. If you look at the word investment, how would you define and look at investment in green?
Well, Corey, I think if you want to invest in green, I think there's a few outcomes to consider. Either you want to invest in clean to get a return on your capital investment, or you want to invest to ensure you have a security in your supply. You can also invest in clean to reduce your carbon footprint. And also from 2019 in South Africa, with the introduction of carbon taxes, there's also tax incentives to consider when you invest in clean. So I think those are the four main points to consider when you want to invest in clean.
And I think the point we also want to make is investment, to everyone's mind, is normally the return on money. And if you look at in the latest, and I'm under correction, statistics of how we protect our environment, we are currently consuming the earth at about between 2 and 3 times what it can afford us as humans, which is a far higher price. But because it's in the future, we don't really put huge emphasis, and we rather always tend to go back to affordability of a supply. Because when you have, if you're in the private sector and you have a factory or you have an offtake, your input cost is obviously, the energy input cost is huge. And the most pressing one is to make your business profitable. That pays salaries, that makes sure that you're there tomorrow. So that, I think, as an essence, also places huge, let's say, pressure on whether we go for greener energy. At this stage, according to my resources, are more expensive if you don't include the tax rebates. So let's move on. So we're going to chat about the investment into green with a broader eye on it, rather than just to look at money. Before we start, how do we measure our investment in green? There's also 3 terms that's been used regularly: grid connected, off grid, hybrid. Just your take on those 3 terms, Heine.
Okay, if we consider the South African context, I think we can all agree that grid refers to the Eskom grid, or if you're a secondary user on a municipality grid, so that's the electricity currently generated in South Africa. So if you have a grid-tied system, you either have a renewable or alternative source that's, as it mentions, tied to the grid. So you either have your renewable source as your primary source with the grid as backup, or the other way around. If you have an off-grid system, you're completely off of the grid. You have only your renewable source as your primary source of energy, or your only source of energy. And with that, you also have to consider that you might lose some of your diversity, because you actually generate and you consume. So you are a one-for-one player in that space.
Yeah, so your source addresses your load profile.
That's correct, yes. And then if you have a hybrid system, hybrid can refer to multiple terminologies, but I think in the sense of the discussion for today, hybrid will refer to a mix of energy sources. So you might have a grid source, you might have a PV source, and also a gas to power source. Then the mix of that addresses your load profile and acts as a hybrid energy source.
Okay, thank you, Anna. I think moving on to the next one, if we measure investment, and I think for now, let's put environmental and security of supply one side, and you purely look at your return on your investment, because as I said earlier, the off-taker has a load profile, and there's a certain amount of money that needs to be paid towards having energy. And how do I measure? Why is it so difficult to just take a cookie cutter or one-size-fits-all approach to, why don't I just install PV and say, okay, I'm going to go green. PV is the cheapest without storage. Why is it so difficult not to go that route?
Okay, I think a term that we use in the renewable energy space is LCOE. And the LCOE, what it stands for is the levelized cost of energy, and I'll explain just briefly what that stands for, but it's basically a method to compare energy sources like for like. So with LCOE, the levelized cost of energy, you compare the cost of producing a single form of energy, kilowatt hour, over the lifetime of the plant. So it's basically you take all your capital input and you divide that into the total energy produced over the lifetime of the plant. So you have to consider various inputs in that model. You have to consider the capital expenditure, the O&M cost, to be able to get to a like-for-like comparison on a rand per kilowatt hour. Now, as you just mentioned, some renewable sources are obviously more expensive than the traditional coal-fired power stations that we have in South Africa, but obviously the renewable energy has a much less impact on our carbon footprint. So there's
so what you're saying, this LCOE is like when you decide to buy a house or to rent a house, it's the total cost to occupy that house, and every house would have a different LCOE, because if you buy a big house, the maintenance will be more, the bond might be more. So it's sort of to say, if I have to acquire something which I see as essential, like buying a house, what will the end cost, all inclusive, be if I want to compare buying versus renting, in terms of what's the real cost in terms of monetary value of my investment and return?
Yes, yeah, I think that's an accurate description, explained like that. And yeah, I think that's actually very accurate and paints the picture exactly what you need to consider when comparing renewable energy sources with currently the grid.
And I know when you buy a house, I mean, there are most probably between 20 to 100 things to locality, the children, the schools, what's close, what's not close, shops. Is it far simpler in the selecting green energy, or is it also fairly complicated?
It's very complicated, Corey. LCOE is one of actually 25 points that we look at when we decide should a client invest in green. LCOE, like you said, is only one thing. You might end up with, for example, just to take example, PV, which is currently considering a few energy sources the lowest LCOE. But PV is also very directly related to the weather. If you have an overcast day, you can't produce any power. So you also have to consider.
No, and sorry for being in your soup. Also, if you just take South Africa, wind in South Africa is most probably far better in the coastal areas than in Johannesburg. PV might be far better here. And if you have, let's say, 10% less radiation on your PV, it means if you move to that space, you need to add 10% more panels.
Yes, that's exactly, yeah.
And it's also seasonal, because when it's rainy season, you are obviously going to get less out of your source than you'll get for your investment when it's full sunshine days.
Yeah, so from what you just said, you literally already touched on 3 of the 25 points, your LCOE, your locality, and your load profile. So it's actually very difficult. It's not, like you said at the beginning of the conversation as well, there's no real cookie cutter recipe. You have to meet with the client, understand the client's needs, and address that by looking at all 25 points. Before you can even decide on what technology you have to use, you have to run through the 25 points and make sure that you address the client's specific needs.
And just to recap, those 25 points specifically refer to an optimized investment.
That's
right. Which also, part of optimized investment means EEDSM. You have to firstly make your plant efficient and optimize, in our terms, we call it intelligent utilization of all your equipment to lower your demand before you actually try and build the capacity and you haven't cleaned up your own act, if I can call it that way.
Yes, that's definitely true. Yeah, and like I said, that's actually the first point in addressing the client's needs. And only by understanding the client's needs can you actually start a whole process and to give the client a specific energy mix to address their specific needs.
Very happy. Back to LCOE. So what you're saying is different energy types have different costs to them in terms of their lifespan per kilowatt hour. If you look at the cheaper ones, let's take tax rebates out of the scenario, because that obviously applies to any green footprint, and it can make something more workable than something else. But low profiles also play a huge role in terms of when do I need my power, and let me use an example as a macro. Their biggest demand is most probably when the sun shines. if I have a smelter, I might have a 24-hour operation, which means I run baseload at the extent that I needed 24 hours, and there are no sun to data. So that also hampers this whole thing. Just elaborate a little bit on the LCOE principle of the different sources, because that's a part of our discussion. And we've got 30 seconds to do that.
Okay, so if you look at just purely LCOE, currently in South Africa, considering a few renewable energy sources, PV without storage is by far, especially on utility scale, talking about typically 50 megawatt capacity plants. LCOE or for PV plant is in the region of 75 cents, so that's typically your lowest source of renewable energy based on the LCOE model. Whereas gas to power, you're talking about in the region of 250 for the same scale plant. Now, the big difference between the two comes to one point, and that's security of supply. Like you also said, you can't really control PV control baseload, whereas with gas, you can run baseload. So it's very important to not only consider the LCOE, but also to take it into comparison with what your needs are based on your security of supply.
Yeah, and obviously what you produce, because there are certain things you can optimize and certain things like smelters. When it's on, it's on. And it also, I think one of your 25 points is also to look at the starter for plants. I mean, if you have a gas supply that runs generators, it's far easier to start up and down. But it's, if you look at a power station, you can't start it up and stop it, start it up and stop it. So all the resources and the sources also have their own, let's call it, characteristics around cost. So if you want to cut peaks and the peak only runs twice a day, it's very difficult to start up and cut down. But I know, thank you for your time, and I think thank you for Tropics Business Summit as well. We need to discuss these, and I think one of the things that are totally underestimated about why are we not going so fast on replacing dirty fuels with renewable or clean is there are so many parameters that come into play when you want to make an accurate, good investment. And we will advise anyone who puts money into the investments to really do their homework well. There are tariff systems that apply. You obviously have a current connection to a grid. That relationship can also change in terms of cost. It can go up or down. In South Africa, the feeling is generally going up, but it's not necessary that. So do all your calculations. If you need any assistance, find below our contact details and be in contact and really just do your homework. And I think if someone says, I have a 100% solution for you, they haven't maybe done all the homework they should have done, as there are many questions to ask before you invest. I thank you for your time. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you, Corey. Thanks.
Welcome to the Silk Speaker Series at the University of San Francisco. My name is Azaria Hayes. I'm a proud Division I student athlete and a member of USF's women's tennis team, studying psychology with a double minor in Child and Youth Studies and African American.
Hello, everyone. Hi, good to see you to join the South African Mixer. I'm Joy Ital, country partner for the Tropics Business Summit, and I'll be interviewing Venicia Guino in a minute. Venicia Guino, she's the founder and chief executive of the Tropics magazine, and she's celebrating the 11 years of existence. So that's such an accomplishment. Venicia, where are you? Please comment if you enjoy this mixer of South Africa. What's are your impression? Which guest did impress you or find your interest? I'll be glad to read your comments. Hello, Venicia. I cannot hear you. Your mic is mute, I think. I cannot hear you. Yes, and you can see my mini me joining me. Your mic is mute. So here we are with the second mixer after Madagascar. Après le mixeur de Madagascar, nous voici en Afrique du Sud. Vénitia, ton micro est coupé, je ne t'entends pas. Yes, so like I was saying, it's been a long day of with many guests from South Africa and foreigners, given their expertise in different background. So I'm supposed to interview Venicia, but they have such an issue with the connection. Yes, so that's the kind of stuff we can meet in Africa. Connection. If only they could hear us with those kind of disagreements. It would be great. So voilà, ce sont les 11 ans pardon, du Tropics Magazine, c'était le 11 mars, donc hier. Et nous allons avoir une petite interview avec Vénitia sur les 11 ans du magazine. Alors, d'où que vous soyez, mettez-vous à l'aise et commentez, dites-nous, donnez vos impressions. Qu'est-ce que vous avez aimé, n'avez pas aimé, qu'est-ce qui a manqué? On sera ravis de le lire. Vénicia, bonsoir.
Bonsoir Joy, est-ce que là je suis audible?
Oui, là c'est bon, merci.
Ah, super. Les aléas du direct. Sorry about the inconvenience. I think the internet was acting up.
Exact. So, can you, yes, I won't say introduce, but tell us about you, like everything about you.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God. I'd like to greet our little one. That's our Tropics baby in the team. Her name is Swan. So she's been with us and been witnessing as well all the work that we do behind the stage. So thank you very much, Joy, for interviewing me. My name is Vénicia Guinaud. I'm originally from Congo, Brazzaville. I'm a media entrepreneur, and I also do a lot of work in the social impact area, social entrepreneurship, because I'm really passionate about taking Africa forward. And the only way to do that is through innovation. So I use media as a tool, not just to empower people across the continent, celebrate all the 54 countries plus islands, and also help my counterparts who are in the business industries in order to connect them with relevant partners. So those partners can be based in Africa or outside of Africa. So basically, I'm a media entrepreneur. Some say I'm a serial entrepreneur, but I don't really know what that is. But I try to I'll try to play my part. I cannot hear you,
I can
Joy.
tell, yes, right. How long you been in business? Because the magazine is 11 today. Yesterday was 11. So it's been such a journey. So tell us about it. How did it start?
Absolutely. It's been okay. So the magazine was launched in 11 March 2010. So the idea for us was to celebrate Africa and position Africa in the new light. So it wasn't just about storytelling, changing the way Africa is seen outside of the continent, but it was also important to showcase what Africans do. Because as I was saying previously, saying or adopting that line that comes from the West that consists to say that Africa is rising is not necessarily true, or it will be true until Africans themselves start rising, because you need to empower the people to then drive development. So Tropics Magazine was founded just a few months before, I think 4 to 6 months before the World Cup that happened in South Africa. And that was the very first World Cup that had happened on African soil. And that happened in South Africa. So I really was mad just at looking at how the mainstream media was portraying South Africa. So every time they showed South Africa, they only showed poverty, they showed townships. Even in the township, there are good stories to tell. So never in the mainstream media did we see a positive story. So the story was, no, you guys that are thinking to go to the World Cup, please don't go there because South Africa is a dangerous country. So that really made me mad. So it brought me then to realize that South Africa was not the only African country that was suffering from this bad publicity from mainstream media. I decided to create Tropics Magazine in order to change that. So the view is really to get a circle, a community of African entrepreneurs and young people in order to drive this vision. So the vision was to give Africa a new magazine, not just in print or digital, but also to showcase true innovators and entrepreneurs that are doing stuff on the ground in order for them to get a platform where they can share the amazing work that they're doing. So that's how the magazine came about.
Yeah, but you just mentioned you have the digital version and the paper one. So, for example, actually, during this COVID pandemic, how do you adjust? Because everybody have to change to manage how to be to benefit or to get better in the industry. So, what are your maybe new challenge, new idea for Tropics Magazine to go further?
Yes. So because we've, as you said it so well, the magazine was launched on two formats, which are digital and print. So when we started, it was a challenge for us because Africa was not connected, and the only connection we had was really to make calls, and internet was not that well known or accessible to the African people. So there already from the beginning, from inception, the challenge was to get Africans to understand that they can page through a magazine the same way they page through a magazine like this, but on digital. So that was the first challenge. The second challenge was, how do you get journalists from Belgium or France or Sri Lanka to contribute relevant news to the magazine. Now that we are in COVID, the challenge is, how do we get this magazine? Because Africans want to receive the magazine on paper. In Francophone Africa, they prefer paper than digital. So now we don't know how to send the magazine outside of South Africa. So the challenge right now is not technology, it has helped us, COVID has helped us double up on our readership. But then on the other hand, there's a challenge that we need to meet is to bring the magazine to the people and also serve our 12,000 subscribers so that they can receive their magazines at home.
Okay, but Ali, it's been 11 years. That's the proof that you've been consistent and you believe so much in the magazine.
Yeah.
But tell us the truth. How did you make it? How
Yeah.
did you keep faith? How did you to keep it going?
I know it's a very difficult time to start a business anywhere in the world, but it wasn't also easy when we started back in 2010 because we started from scratch. I would say we started with almost $0. We had nothing because I was still a student. I came to South Africa to further my studies and decided to launch this with the blessing of my mom. But I think the first investor in this business was my mom, who I would like to honor tonight because she's the one who named the magazine. And we are called Tropics Summit, Tropics Mixer. So the word tropics came from her because she said that our dad used to have a show on Radio Congo in Brazzaville where it was called Tropics. So that name is really a legacy for me, taking it from my dad and now carrying it through. So I only hope that tomorrow my kids and Swan's cousins and Swan herself will also join the team when she grows up because this is a family business. So how do we keep on going is really through collaboration. We bring everyone around the table and ask them, how can we collaborate? How can we take this further? How can we contribute to the elevation of the brand? So the brand is funded by all the people who work around it. So it's a group of 15 people, which I would like to name because they do amazing job. And this is the team that has done so much for this brand to be seen in Africa, even over there in Sri Lanka. We are red. So I will name people who have contributed to the magazine, which you can also see inside the magazine on the team section. I'll name Valerie Soso Mukwel in London. We can say she's an investor because she's believed in the idea and helped us take it from digital to print. So we have supermodel Jijang. She's Valerie is from Cameroon, I must say. She's from Cameroon and based in United Kingdom. There's supermodel Jijang. She's a top model from Dakar and based in Senegal. We have Karine Linor, who is our editor-in-chief in Martinique, in French Caribbean. We have Nicola Boshkovsky. The name sounds Russian, but is from Macedonia in Europe. We have Wanda Nico, who's our reporter in France and handles everything fashion. We have Leonora Henry, who writes about critiques, novels, and anything culture in Africa. We have Nurdan Duzgun. She's Turkish. She's based in Turkey and she writes about traveling in Africa and Europe. You've got Gopal Fernando. He's from Sri Lanka. He's based in India. And thanks to him, we have 5,000 readers from Southeast Asia. So you name India, Singapore, you have Indonesia, Sri Lanka. You also have André Bergeron, who is based in Canada, in Quebec. You have Des Richard, who's originally from Jamaica and lives in the United Kingdom, is also British. You have Roy Anthony Morrison, who's originally from Jamaica and is also Half American. You've got then the board that really contributes in money, resources, ideas, sweat, and all of that. And we have Joy in there, Joy Ital, who's with me on screen right now, who also puts in day and night in terms of marketing and branding and PR. You've got Chili Palmers, which is a company that is based in South America. And this is really the brain and the mentor behind me. And I think people don't get to see him, but it's important to also acknowledge the ideas and all the structure that he has brought in place in order for us to structure ourselves and become much more relevant. So Chili Palmer's is from Switzerland, is based in Chile in South America. Then you've got Valérie Soso-Mukwel from Cameroon. You've got Julie Monrose-Césaire, who's from Martinique and Cameroon, based in France. You've got Boris Douman, who is from Benin, and he handles everything digital. We are here thanks to him. We are here thanks to Joy. We also have a webmaster that is called Boris, who handles everything web related. And we've been hacked. I think two times a huge role really in Africa. I just need my connection because I think we've got load shedding here.
I can tell you organize.
And yes, so I really needed to thank. Yes, I really needed to thank the entire team for the work they're doing, because it's really thanks to her that we have achieved so many years together.
I'll be a little noisy. With the oldest partner, collaborator?
The oldest partner is René, who is from Switzerland. Then there's Ray, who's also my partner. And you've got also Valérie Soso-Mukwel. So they've been with us from the second year. So they are 8 years old with us in the team.
What have been the greatest challenge?
The greatest challenge for me has been to get funding, because I've noticed that the investors do not look into the media industry, and they think that media is dead, but it's not true, because right now Africa is the most connected continent in the world. So you've got more connected devices in Africa than anywhere else in the world. So if investors can start thinking new media and put their money where the mouth is, it will be great to support media entrepreneurs to build in new forms of businesses, because business online can be amplified thanks to technology, and there's so much more money to be made than on newsstands. So the biggest challenge is still media. So that's why we're trying to work on creating our own fund in order to support entrepreneurs from all sectors, and media included.
I'll take a question of Danny in Cameroon, but first, if you can think about your ambition when you create the magazine and today, what it is.
For me, I think my main objective was first Africa. How do I get Africa to be spoken across the world? Because in 2010, Vogue magazine did publish a story where they said, as we don't publish any covers with black models because black covers do not sell. And many other media agreed with Vogue magazine. So I said, well, this is the time. It's great because Vogue is now saying, you guys, if you need your own magazine, then go create it. So they gave us that platform also, and that courage, and we ran with it. That's why it's important for us to have our own media, handle our own storytelling, because we can't keep on waiting for the West to dictate what African consumers should read about. We need a series of magazines, a series of media platforms across the world. And talking about Africa, and it's important to have own storytelling mantra. And right now, I'm happy to say that every time that I see someone from the Philippines, someday a young lady that was 17 years old at the time, wrote to us and said, Benicia, I would like a copy of Tropics magazine, because not only am I on the cover, but I like to see that this magazine is also being held with a black cover on my hand. Then I can make a selfie and send it back to you. So I want to see that dynamic. It's not just Africa that needs to consume foreign brands. So now also the idea is shifting, because now you've got an Asian reader who's asking for a black magazine. a magazine with a black model on the cover and taking a selfie. And that's the Africa that I want to see. And that's the Africa that I would like to push, because African image can sell. African image can be polished and can sell very well the way we bring it with Tropics Magazine. And this is why we thought we need to introduce a new title, a new magazine that will be called Tropics Women in Business, where we will really showcase the variety of women across all sectors and that will give an additional platform for African entrepreneurs to express themselves. Apart from Tropics Women in Business, we've got Tropics Food. And Tropics Food is also a platform for chefs to showcase what they know to do. So it's important for us to create a variety of titles in order to centralize the Africa and make Africa so attractive to investment. So that's the main objective.
Correct. Let's take the question of Danny. Venicia, what is your main objective in terms of growth for the magazine now?
I think objective in terms of growth will be for us to have at least an office in each African country, because before we can think of opening an office outside of the continent, because Africa is ours. No one will come and develop Africa. We need to develop Africa. If NOMSA is in the tech industry, I should be able to partner with her and create something new in order to bring all the attention to Africa. And the attention from Africa should not come from outside. It should come from inside. So I would like for everyone who's watching this video, everyone who can share it, it's important that we understand as Africans, as Afro-Caribbean people, we've got so much power and we've got a billion market to service. So my next challenge is to get Tropics on the tablet of every African on the continent in the diaspora. So I would like to speak to those who are creating tablets, those who are creating smartphones from Africa. It's important for them to also collaborate with magazines so that we can make our app available on those devices, and information should become free. It has to be accessible to the world. So as soon as we invest in these sectors, then we'll be able to open up new avenues for everyone in Africa and in the diaspora.
Thank you. And we have Wanda Nico saying, Tropics Mag, which defy the border, linguistic congratulations. And I'll ask,
Wanda Nico is absolutely... Wanda Nico, I wanted to greet Wanda Nico and thank her because she's our French editor, and she's not just a journalist, she's also a photographer. She wears many caskets. She's got 7 jobs. On a week, she practices 7 jobs. So Wanda Nico is a superwoman. She's from the Caribbean originally, and she's French. And she's one person that I really want to see at the Tropics Summit next time. And one of the people who have really made Tropics known in France. So I wanted to thank her for that.
Thanks to her. And about you, the magazine, how do you just when you see how people now, they don't really want information, they just want some gossip, some the minutes from the info at the minute.
Yes, we've got that trend now on social media where people are now lazy and really go and consult and read, because African people are known as those people who don't read anything, which is not true, because our forefathers used to read a lot. They are the most intellectuals on earth. So we need to get the next generations of Africa to become so knowledgeable, and the knowledge is in books. The knowledge is in the magazines. Tropics magazine is not just about fashion, it's about lifestyle, it's about business, it's about your history. To know more about where you came from, it's important for you to read, be it online or in print, and go after that knowledge. Because if you don't know where you come from, everyone will come and tell you where you come from, and you will be forced to consume nonsense. So let's stop being a generation of Kim Kardashians. Let's become a generation of Lumumba, using our full force and our inner power in order to bring our narrative out and make our continent great again. Sorry, I'm not a supporter of Trump, but let's make Africa great again.
Dying. Danny said, dog stories can be well told by the hunters. Dogs have to raise their own historians. Wanda Nico,
Absolutely.
Tropics Mag leader and reference in the digital era for the new generation of webmaster.
Absolutely, absolutely. I really wish Wanda Nico joined us today, but I think it will be great to have her on the next event for Cote d'Ivoire, so then we can really also emphasize in French what we're saying here, because Wanda Nico is a sister from the Caribbean. She's both from Martinique and Guadeloupe, but the story that is happening and the changes that are happening on the African continent tends to leave the Caribbean on side when the situations are the same. So Caribbean shouldn't be left out. African entrepreneurs should always say Afro-Caribbean so that the narrative becomes inclusive of all these regions and not just Africa. So that's what I wanted to say. And it's important for us to become a leader. She's saying we are the leader, but she's got like 40 years experience in the media industry while I have like 12. So I'm like a baby in front of Wanda Nico. She's an icon. So her saying that we are the leader is it means the world because she's seen a lot. She's worked in New York. She's worked in Paris, France, and Guadeloupe and Martinique. So she's seen it more than I have seen. So we welcome her comments and we thank her as well.
Yes. Tell us about tropics in around the world, because now you have several versions of the magazine.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm so excited, Joy, tonight because we will be unveiling the new issue, which is issue number 67. And it's all about women because it's Women's Month. But Tropics Women in Business will be every day about women. But the specific issue that is celebrating the 11th anniversary of Tropics Magazine will feature on the cover five great women. So I would like to let people who are watching us to just hold on a bit. We keep the suspense just for a little bit. When we welcome back everyone on screen, we shall definitely see who is gracing the cover. So we will be able to share two of our five covers. So there will be one woman for Africa, Africa, Anglophone Africa, one woman on the cover of Francophone Africa. And for the first time in history, because South Africa is the country that welcomed us, we will do a special edition dedicated to South Africa. So there will also be a South African woman gracing the South African issue. So that's what we will get to show before we show anything else. Then we have the second president, the second female president of Africa. I don't know if you guys can guess. She will be on our cover, so keep that for later for the next time. So then you guys can see that. Then we also have a top MVP basketball player, lady from Gabon, who is also gracing our cover. Then we got a Caribbean leader she's the lady who has managed the political campaign for President Joe Biden. So she's gracing our American cover as well. So it's a big issue for us this month. So we hope that you guys will enjoy it.
Yes, we look forward to it.
Absolutely.
Yes. Alors, tell us who are the most, the biggest reader of the magazine.
Okay. I said I'm from Congo Brazzaville, but the biggest reader is not Congolese. How is that possible? It's such a shame. But reader is just French from Ile-de-France. Exactly. No one is celebrated in their own country. That's so true. So the first reader of Tropics magazine comes from Ile-de-France. Then the second reader of Tropics magazine comes from London. The first reader of Tropics magazine comes from South Africa. Then it goes to Sri Lanka, and then it comes back to America, and then it comes back to Congo. So it's a huge planet we created. It's a huge map. So from Paris to London, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Congo, then we come back to Kinshasa. So which is amazing.
That's really great. We wish you more accomplishment, more success, and to do more partnerships, synergy, and whatsoever good can come to you.
Yes. Thank you so
Thank
much. And I
you.
would like just to respond to what Nico was saying. We want Tropics Magazine in the West Indies and in Paris on newsstands. We are working on that. It's so difficult, but we'll definitely work on that and make the magazine available. So I think, thank you very much, Joy, for this moment that the Tropics team has offered me, because I don't often get the chance to share the story, the behind the story and the challenges. So thank you very much for helping me share that with the world on this special day. Joy, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I have to
We cannot
manage
hear
this
you.
baby. I
Okay.
know.
Okay.
I was reading the NOMSA comments. We are looking forward to it. Your journey and passion is really inspiring. Venicia Guino. You are an inspiration.
Thank you so much. Nomsa is such. Oh my, I did not believe that, because I know that NOMSA for me represented excellence. And when you talk about women in business in South Africa, if you name the top 10, NOMSA has to be in that top 10. And she's one person who has really moved boundaries. She came from one province in South Africa to Johannesburg to change the world. And she did. So she's invested, she empowers women, she empowers the youth, most importantly, and she's just an icon to me, and she knows that. So her saying that I'm an inspiration means a lot, because now we can see that women are coming together. We are not competing, we are complementary, and you are also an example, Joy, because you show us how to become sisters while we are working, while we are complementing each other. And the duke that we are wearing, we say duke in South Africa, we don't say head wrap. So the duke that I am wearing and the duke that Joy is wearing is our crown. So I think the crown has to be maintained. So we need to stay in power, ladies, Nomsa, Joy, and everyone. Let's stay in power and show that Africa is driven by powerful women who not only have drive, have intelligence, but have Ubuntu. Because once we understand that we have Ubuntu and integrity, we can achieve it all. So thank you, Namsa.
Exactly. So I think we are over, and it's time to have everybody on board. All the teammates, welcome on board.
Yes. Yeah, so we shall interview one teammate at a time. So let me just put my cam off, then I'll get the first one on the screen to chat with Joy. Then I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you again, Joy. It was an amazing.
Welcome. Thanks to you.
So I need to remove myself.
J'espère que vous avez aimé cette interview. You liked it and learn some more about Venetia. And I'll wait. Who is coming for me? bisous. Bye bye. Hello, hello, Funke. Your mic is mute.
Is that better now?
Yes. I don't know who is doing the interview. It's you or someone else? Oh. No, interview. Yes, Mushi Akabia saying great. Tropics is unique to link entrepreneurs of different Africans and diaspora regions. Bravo. Thank you, Mushi Akabia. Oh, I have to, okay. Okay, so I have to take the lead on this one. Do you want me to call you princess or Olefunke?
You can call me whatever you want to, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll go with Olefunke to go with the African name. So excuse me. Oh, can you introduce yourself?
My name is Olufunke Adebunojo. I'm the communications manager for Tropics Summit. And what is it you really want to know? I mean,
don't pay the shy card, please, because you don't like to talk about you, what you do, and
I really don't, Joy. I really don't, Joy. But you know, I'm president of Princess Communications, but my passion really is empowering and working with youth. And that's what I'm actually doing now. And so, because for me, it's more important. As you get older, you want to do something that is more fulfilling and more impactful. So that's what I'm actually doing now, just working with youth, mentoring, giving advice, working with them on some of the different projects that they do. So, and just acting as an advisor, because I find that, you know, right now, at the point in time in my life, I just want to do something more meaningful, you know, something that will make more impact on the community, you know, with youth and working on different projects.
Maybe you can tell us about your background.
Sorry?
You can tell us something about your background, because yes, you're Nigerian, but
I'm from Nigeria, born in the United States, and have lived in many different places around the world. I lived in the United States, and then I went to boarding school in England, and then went back, went to America to do college. I went to Howard University, and then I also went back to England to work, because I worked in entertainment for some time. I've worked in public relations, sports marketing and management. I've worked in lobbying. I've worked in philanthropy and humanitarian work. So I've done quite a number of things, but really what I'm most interested in doing more humanitarian projects and, you know, working with people who do more philanthropic work. I've done the whole sales and marketing thing, and, you know, I'm past that stage now.
Mm-hmm. But because Ali, we are the South African mixer, but what does it mean to you to be involved in this journey?
It's funny because Venetia approached me it's like 10 years ago. And I was living in Washington, D.C. at the time. And she said, oh, we should do Tropics. But I was really involved in other things, so I couldn't. And so it's sort of like come full circle because we hooked up again, and I just started helping her do topics. And I believe in empowering and also supporting other women. So that's how it came to be. And so every year, when it comes around to doing the main event in October, I just say, Benicia, I'll help you in whichever way possible, whatever contacts I have, mine is yours, and I just do that. So I found it's very interesting. I mean, we've done 2 mixers so far. South Africa is done now, and it's been a very interesting journey. Madagascar was the first one. It was a little bit of a challenge only because of the language barrier. So everything, and because I do the communications aspect of it and the working with the media and PR, everything I have to do, I have to have somebody else who's going to do the French aspect of it. So, it's been interesting. I mean, some sleepless nights and some different things. South Africa was a bit of a challenge because even working with the media in South Africa is a little bit different than working everywhere else, because if you're not a native of South Africa, you don't really get very far. So I would do the work, I did the work I needed to do, but I had to have somebody else to finish the work for me. And that was really kind of challenging. But other than that, it's been interesting, and, I've learned a lot from the different people who have spoken, and it's all about building synergies and also trying to put Africa let people see Africa in a good light, because, when you're in the media, a lot of times they don't speak about Africa, or they don't portray Africa in a very good light. And so we need to kind of change the narrative and do what we need to do and do our part so that people see that there's a different aspect to the whole continent.
Exactly. So do you think Africa is ready? Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like Nigeria is really open and ready about business. South Africa also, it is. So do you think Africa globally is ready to go for the best of it, for the business?
I do think Africa is open for ready for business. We have many different countries that make up the continent, and a lot of the countries are doing whatever they need to push their economies forwards. So yes, we're open. It's just that we need to change the mindsets of people in the Western world about Africa. And that would be our biggest challenge.
Yes, about the West, but I think it's much more us to change our view about ourselves more than the Western, and to focus on us more than the West. I don't know.
Yes, definitely, because we like you said, we definitely need to change the narrative about ourselves, most definitely, and do what we need to do to let people see us in a good light, and for people to see what we're doing, and do things, because I don't really want to say this, but a lot of countries in Africa, we have a lot of challenges, let me just put it that way. And we have a lot of internal struggles. And that is what people outside the continent see. And we need to change that, and we need to do whatever we need to do and put our best foot forward to change things, and to change the perception about our countries and about the continent.
Do you think Africa is really about to rise?
I believe so. But we just have to put one foot forward. And eventually we will definitely get there. We will definitely get there, because there's a lot of things. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of things. I mean, when you see China coming into Africa, there must be something that they want.
Exactly.
So and they're definitely paying attention. So I believe so.
And what is your opinion about women leadership?
women are very powerful, and we have very powerful voices. And I think it's because, for many, 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 many years, and even in so many countries around the world, women are oppressed, suppressed, their voices are suppressed. And I think it is time for, us to be able to speak out and to be able to speak out on different issues and different things, because I know even in places in Nigeria, certain things we're silenced about, we can't talk about, but it's time for us to just take a stance and, do what we need to do to change the world.
One last thing, if you can tell us about the humanitarian side.
Sorry?
If you can tell us about the humanitarian side, what you do there.
I like to work with different causes, and I work with some young girls and just try and help them to overcome some of the challenges that they may have, in their own lives, and also work on many different projects, like related to agriculture, related to water. And that's all I can really talk about right now.
Okay. Thank you, but it's a pleasure to work with you.
And it's working with you too.
For this Mixer and Tropics Business Summit. I'll be having Nomsa in a minute.
Okay, and thank you so much, Joy, and you're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you. Hey, Nomsa.
Hi. How are you, ladies?
We great. What about you?
I'm great, thank you.
So, like, Tropics Summit is about achieving the result in Africa. So, apparently, there is a big announcement.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Vanisha. Thank you.
Okay.
Looking forward to the big announcement.
Oh my gosh. It's such a big moment for me, because having you on board, Nomsa, is amazing. And it's an honor as well. So our announcement, number one, we've got two announcements. The first one will be displayed on screen. So we'd like to ask Sami to display what she's got for us. So then we can see that. So I think that will appear on the screen at any time soon, while we get Sami to work on the technical and share a screen. So the Sami saying, wait. Okay, so we shall wait. So I'll move on to the second announcement, because Tropics Summit is a very action-oriented platform. We thought that it was important for us to build synergies with OS Holdings and ask you live at the Tropics Mixer and see how then we can join forces in order to create two projects. The first one will be the Tropics Leadership Academy, which would become an online academy, and we need the technology that you have mastered and also help us bring it to the people. The second project will be, will you please join us in bringing women together so we can create an accelerating program for women all across Africa, because as much as we came to South Africa from Congo, we would like for you also to come with us, so then we can take you to Congo, Cameroon, and Francophone Africa. Then we can go fund other businesses over there. So I'll let you have a look at your screen. The third news is your cover. You are gracing our 11th anniversary Tropics magazine cover. For the first time, we never had a special South African issue. So you are making history because you are officially the first South African women to grace not only Tropics magazine, but to also grace the South African edition of Tropics magazine. So I'll leave the floor to you, Nomsa. These are our news. Now we leave you. We give the full jump to you. Let us know what you think.
Sis, no ways. You didn't even whisper this to me. Oh my goodness. I'm truly, truly, truly honored, and look at what I'm wearing. Especially for you.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Oh my God! Look, I'm truly, truly honored. This is a huge platform for me. This is absolutely amazing, and I know that you've been doing amazing work for not only women but great businesses, in Africa. And I think the African dialogue and the African narrative, it really lies on our hands. We need to tell our stories because only we can tell our stories properly. So this is an
Absolutely.
amazing opportunity and an amazing platform for me, for my business, as well as for a number of women. So this is quite exciting. I'm speechless because I was not expecting it. I think from the LMS platform or from the academy platform, Tropics Academy,
Yes.
I think you are on time, and I think the reason for that is because as we speak, from last year, November, we've started a journey at OS Holdings where we are creating OS Academy. And the academy is looking at quite a number of things. One, obviously providing
Awesome.
training for our clients. Secondly, empowering young people in the ICT space because we need to see more
Awesome.
Africans in the ICT space, So
I
that
agree.
academy is going to be taking care of that. And we're looking at not just IT courses, we're looking at leadership, we're looking at project management, and you knowing that I'm very passionate about, building and empowering women. I mean, like I'm completely excited. I can never say no to that because there's a lot of work that we still need to do where women empowerment is concerned, where entrepreneurship is cultivated and we can build businesses that are sustainable, businesses that are
Yes.
succeeding. And we can look at a
Yes.
number of things, be it teaching business about sales, because most entrepreneurs, they only worry about what they're good at or their skills or what they're gifted at. But you find that there are quite a number of
Absolutely.
elements in business that are suffering, be it sales, be it marketing, be it technology, be it internal processes. We're more than happy to partner, on all those aspects that are touching and are adding value, to the Tropics big, magnificent vision. I'm so excited. I'm honored, and I really thank you and appreciate you for making this opportunity available for me and OS Holdings. And obviously, the initiatives that we're doing around women empowerment, around entrepreneurship empowerment in Africa, it's very important.
Amazing, amazing. I think this is the right time to get us talking because we need, as I often tell you, we need to hear about Nomsan Teleko on the other side of Francophone Africa, Lusophone Africa, Arabophone Africa. In Morocco, there are women there who just need technology systems, technological innovation, because they are working in cooperatives and they are building masses industry. You can take the perfume industry. We don't have to always go outside of the continent to buy our perfumes. In Morocco, there are women working in cooperatives that just need a little boost. Connect them to the right investors, connect them to the right ecosystem builders in order for them to take their art onto the next level. So we should be leading towards that. and Tropics will be here working alongside you to bring your expertise to the rest of the continent. So that was our message for you today. And may you please represent South Africa in the way that you normally do in such an excellent manner with your integrity and Ubuntu, and take us through across South Africa. And we will also return the favor by really working towards this path of empowering women and young women as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Venetia. I really appreciate it. I'm on board. I'm looking forward to it. And it's because, as you've seen, I've built a number of different aspects within the business. We've got a business accelerator. This is a business that focuses on building entrepreneurs. We've got an AI company that focuses on artificial intelligence. We've got an agri-tech, a non-profit organizations. So we can reach, because all these can succeed through collaboration and through working with brands like you that are in the African, that are touching a number of countries in Africa to achieve what we ought to achieve. So I'm truly honored, and I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so humble. Thank you so much. We've witnessed history. I'll just bring it back to Joy again. So Namsa, we shall be sending you the magazine in digital format from Monday, because as we speak, the designers are just extracting the files. So you should be getting the full issue on Monday, as well as the print issue that will follow up during the week. So thank you very much for gracing our cover. On the other
Thank you so
covers, we are
much.
gracing the South African cover. On the Anglophone African cover, we've got the first president of Mauritius. So the second female head of state from Africa is one of the, sorry, load shedding was happening on my side. So the African cover is graced by Excellency Amina Gurib, who is the former president of Mauritius, the first woman to hold office in Mauritius. Then we've got Geraldine Yema Robert, who's the MVP league in basketball. She's from Gabon. So she will be gracing the Francophone Africa and Europe edition. And we've got in America, we've got a lady who has managed President Joe Biden's campaign. So she's from the Caribbean. So those are the 5 women that we chose really to celebrate this month, and we wish you all the best, because just know and never forget, no matter how tough it gets, there are people watching, and those people look up to you for inspiration. So thank you very much for what you do, Namsa.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a lovely evening further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening too. So Joy, is up to you now to take the stage and tell us a little bit more about the upcoming Tropics Mixer in Abidjan.
Yes, sure. Let's go. So yes, we have the third mixer coming up on the 26th of March.
Okay.
So yes, it's gonna be like always digital. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I'm trying. So yes, we'll have different speaker from different backgrounds, such in food entrepreneur, food influencer, mode, fashion, fashion, accessories, cosmetics, wellness, lifestyle, events, communication, architecture, design, real estate, investment, women leadership, agribusiness, tourism, telecommunication, hospitality, technology, HR, e-commerce,
Okay.
logistic, bank, finance, and gaming. That's long. That's plenty of uh, how do you say that?
Yes, those light subjects that we'll be talking about. Yes, plenty
Mhm.
subject we'll be talking about just to position Côte d'Ivoire as a
Exactly.
top investment destination. So I think this brings us to the end of this event. We thank all our partners and we thank all our viewers. I'll just leave the last word to you, Funke. What will be your last word to close this session?
Um, wow. These, you've just caught me, of course, you've just caught me off guard. We should just continue as we continue along with the rest of the countries as we're going on to do the mixers. We should just continue to build the synergies and continue to network and continue to also put people together, you know, you know, because that's really what we're about. And I think because we have a lot more countries to go, and a lot of the countries are they're francophone, they're anglophone. I think we have one Spanish as well, and it would just be very interesting to see the different ways in which we can bring light to making Africa itself as a continent a destination where we can get investors and build businesses and do many different startups, and just to bring light to the positive things that Africa has to offer.
I agree. Really, I wish to thank the entire team that has worked so hard in bringing us together tonight. It wasn't easy. I'd like to thank Olga Balangala, who's our head of agenda. I will thank Paul Matlati, who's our country partner for South Africa. These are the two women who have worked there every day just to get us South Africa. Yes, I really wanted to thank them because they've done a good job. Technology was not on our side, and as we speak, there's load shedding all across South Africa, but we managed to keep the light going. And we thank all the partners behind the scene. We thank Samira, who's joining us from Madagascar just to handle the deck behind the scene with me. Then we thank Olufunke for handling our branding and communications all across, all beyond borders. I would like to thank Olga, Samira, I said already. I'm thanking Joy because she stepped in while she was not planned to speak today. But this is the kind of team that we are because we can step in and help our sisters wherever we can. So we thank everyone from the Tropics Business team for their input, their contribution, and we welcome you again on the 26th of March, where we will talking about Côte d'Ivoire. That session will be in French, unfortunately, the same way we have imposed English today. We will impose French next time on the 26th of March to speak about that West African country. Please do join us and also come and build synergies with them. So we thank you again and we wish you a very good evening. Until the next one, please take care, stay safe, and goodbye. Tropics.